operating companies, employees of crypto companies, et cetera. We are allowed to do. We
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. All eyes are on the White House, where a conversation between President Trump and Russia's Vladimir Putin could take place this hour on ending the war in Ukraine. Correspondent Natalie Brand has our top story.
This phone call, high-stakes phone call, comes after Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff, who's been involved in all of these negotiations, traveled to Russia to talk to Russian President Putin in person and try to really push this ceasefire deal that had been negotiated between the U.S. and Ukraine.
Pushback from global leaders after Israel launched a wave of airstrikes across Gaza, hitting Hamas targets in its heaviest assault since a fragile ceasefire began in January. UN spokesman Tamim al-Kitan.
This will add tragedy onto the tragedy. The last 18 months of violence have made abundantly clear there is no military path out of this crisis.
Former State Department Middle East envoy Aaron David Miller.
Getting to the second phase of what was supposed to be a three-phased arrangement was never going to be possible, in large part because the gaps on the requirements that Hamas and Israel are enjoined to undertake, according to this three-phase deal, were simply too large to bridge.
The long process of recovery is just beginning for people who lost homes to tornadoes over the weekend, among them Carl Parker in Poplar, Missouri.
I feel blessed. You know, I'm alive. You know, everything I got's gone, but, you know, I'm blessed. God kept me alive.
President Trump calling for the federal judge who's tried to stop migrant deportation flights to El Salvador to be impeached, labeling him crooked. But legal contributor Jill Levinson says
it's not very clear that the president can use this law dating back from 1798 to say that he has the power to deport certain people who are in this country.
Judge James Boasberg's ordered the administration to provide more information by noon Eastern on those deportations. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer's canceled his book tour after heavy criticism over his vote to move forward with a Republican spending plan. He tells CBS Mornings it was the better choice.
One of the Republican senators who knows said to us, you'll be in the shutdown for 6 to 9 months till we totally destroy the federal government. So the shutdown was a much worse alternative.
The Dodgers have opened the 2025 season with a win over the Cubs in Tokyo.
Scorched to the right side, and it's Ohtani that's provided the first hit for the Dodgers.
Shohei had 2 hits, scored twice in LA's 4-1 win over Chicago. Dow's down 238. This is CBS News. for a comedian.
The M&A that we've seen.
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good Tuesday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We are streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast Live. That's where you'll find us. Coming up, we're going to check in with the Mark Champion, Bloomberg opinion columnist. He's got some thoughts on this phone call taking place right now between Presidents Trump and Putin, the future of Ukraine. We'll get the latest there. Shelby McFadden, investment analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management. She's going to join us to give her thoughts on these markets. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategies. Strategies, you can give us a preview of what we might hear from the Federal Reserve tomorrow. Again, day one of their meetings is today. And Dan Williams, reporter for Bloomberg News, he's based in Jerusalem. He's going to give us the latest reporting on the violence in that part of the world. But right now, let's kick everything off with a Bloomberg Business Flash. We do that.
All right, guys, this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by IBKR. Financial advisors switch to Interactive Brokers for lowest cost global trading and turnkey custody solutions. No ticket charges, no conflicts of your interest at ibkr.com/RIA. 10 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500, they are lower right now as we have another day of sell-offs. The S&P 500 down 1%, down 58 points, 56.17 on the index. The Dow down 206 points. The NASDAQ 100, 325 points lower. That is down 1.6%. The big decliners, consumer discretionary communication services. That's where you find two of the most actively traded stocks. Shares of NVIDIA right now down 3.3%. NVIDIA investors focused on CEO Jensen Huang's much-anticipated keynote speech at the GPU Technology Conference. And you also have Tesla declining 5.6%. Top decliner, the Mag 7 stocks. Chinese automaker BYD unveiling a lineup of electric vehicles it said can charge almost as fast as it takes to refuel a regular car. Meantime, Stu Kaiser at Citigroup Global Markets says, you know what, the recent sell-off, it ain't over yet.
It does feel like there's potentially more behind this. Obviously, we've gotten a couple days of calm here, which is welcome, but it's hard to think that the headlines that have driven this are finished.
And U.S. housing starts bouncing back last month as the weather improved. And here's one for you. Macy's acquiring an exclusive option to develop a TV series based on the best-selling biography When Women Ran Fifth Avenue, Glamour and Power at the Dawn of American Fashion. This is going to be a TV series on women in retail.
Huh.
And you'll be looking for the bargains.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think there's going to be bargains in me for that. Do you know who's producing it?
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, a good reporter would, but...
So you can get on that for the next Business Flash. Okay, I'm mildly interested, if nothing else, for the fashion. Happy Tuesday. Exactly. I'm Alex Steele alongside John Tucker and Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. All right, it is a very interesting day in the market. Let's get some more details here with Vincent Signorella, Bloomberg macro strategist. Vince, you know, we're making a lot of hay about tech selling off and the NASDAQ down almost 2 percentage points again. However, small caps down just 0.6, mid caps down just 0.4, and the equal weighted index down just 0.4. Is this just a tech thing?
I don't think so. I think you're looking for a little silver lining in this cloud, but I'm not so sure it's really out there just yet. I agree with your analyst who said earlier there seems to be a bit more to go, probably headline driven on tariffs. The tariffs are coming, as both Treasury Secretary and President Trump said April 2nd. We need to get through that period to see what they really do. I think if you look at the data that we saw this morning, little discouraging. And this is data that's without tariffs when you see a big jump in import and export prices, especially import prices. And what actually bothered me, it's a little bit off the radar for most, but I think it's something that people should look at, is what happened with Canadian inflation. 76 of their exports come to the United States. If they're seeing a jump in inflation, they're going to see a need to raise prices, and eventually that's going to be on our tables, et cetera.
So how do you think the Federal Reserve, Vince, takes all of this into account?
Probably with a trip to the drugstore for an extra bottle of Tylenol, I would think. It's really, really difficult for directing monetary policy in a period where you see potentially slower growth and sticky inflation. I'm not suggesting this is going to be Volcker's 1970s dilemma, but it is borderline stagflation, if not stagflation, not necessarily to really, really those extents, but we're very likely to see slower growth. We're very likely to see sticky inflation. And it puts the Fed in a box, as we saw this morning. Like, how does the Bank of Canada react to potential tariffs, which could crater growth in Canada when they saw such a big jump in inflation, where they would want to cut rates, but inflation is basically telling them not to. So it's really a no-win situation for the central bankers.
So Nick Timros of the Wall Street Journal, usually you have one reporter who's the Fed whisperer. This time it's Nick Timros. And he was saying that, like, it's not a hawk or a dove, it's a duck. So Powell wants to be a duck. You work really, really hard below the surface to not move the water at all. And that's going to be the goal, which I got to say, that was a pretty good image. Vince is laughing because he feels me. You get it. It's like, don't make any waves, literally.
I'm just, to be perfectly honest with you, I'm in the camp of that the Fed doesn't really have a Fed whisperer. It's something the Wall Street Journal likes to tout. But I work there and I never actually really saw it personally. So I think, when you get that kind of information from the Fed, it's coming not from the folks who make policy decisions, but from the folks down the hall by the water cooler. And, they're just hearing a little bit of a scuttlebutt here and there.
Okay, but the duck thing, the duck thing. Let's go with the duck thing.
Let's go with the duck thing. I think I'd call it more of a swan is what he's probably trying to do. He wants to look pretty as he tries to pull this off. But again, that's the situation. You really can't cut interest rates with sticky inflation. And growth so far has been actually fairly good. So there's no rush to the finish line for Powell. I think he just walks it straight and narrow. And fingers crossed, he hopes that tariffs don't really come in excess and upset the apple cart.
I'm just seeing some reporting here by Bloomberg News. Treasury Secretary Bessent sees no reason for recession. Economic data is, quote, healthy. Is that what you're hearing out on the street?
It's healthy now. But, I'll take you back to 2008 and the famous line from Paulson, just as the economy was about to fall off a cliff, which was something along the lines, and I'm paraphrasing, I think, the U.S. economy is sound. And he kept saying that right up until the U.S. economy fell off the edge. I think you really need to know that, and you guys know this. What's the Treasury Secretary going to say? He's not going to come out and tell you things don't look really good out here. So he's got to talk it up again. But for that comment and for his take, if you look at U.S. economic data, it is at the moment pretty sound. The question is, what does the second quarter look like? Are we borrowing from the second quarter, thinking tariffs are coming, and then we're going to steal growth from that quarter, and things are going to fall off the edge a little bit? Look at what retail sales were, yesterday. Not very exciting. Not something I would have hoped for. I would have actually hoped for a big beat, showing me that consumers were trying to beat tariffs or the possibility of tariffs, and that didn't happen. So to me, that just suggests an even weaker consumer, that even if they wanted to beat what they thought were tariffs coming, apparently they couldn't.
Yeah, and then this brings us to the permits today as well, right? Specifically, permits were lower because of construction cost questions, in part due to tariffs. All right, Vince.
What we are hearing is that Putin is going to have a number of pretty extensive demands. Among them is to halt again all provision of arms to Ukraine. But he's not talking just about American arms and intelligence sharing and so on. He's talking about all arms from Europe as well. So that will be a huge one for the Ukrainians. Noting in that when the U.S. cut off arms before, it resulted in a breakthrough, a disastrous breakthrough for the Ukrainians in the Kursk region of Russia, where they've been holding territory and were under enormous pressure. Putin chose that moment to flood troops into the zone, and at the very moment when they needed the intelligence most, the Ukrainians didn't have it. They couldn't target. They couldn't use HIMARS. So it was a disaster. So the Ukrainians will be very reluctant to do that. From what we understand, the Russians are also pushing for territorial concessions in advance, concessions on what will happen in terms of NATO. In other words, they seem to be negotiating a settlement where the U.S. is pressing for, and the Ukrainians have acceded to an unconditional ceasefire.
Mark, it seems that Russia may have the upper hand in terms of leverage here. Is that in fact the case? And if so, what can the U.S. do here to maybe tip the scales, even if it wants to?
Well, this is, President Trump, of all people, he wrote the art of the deal. He will understand, or should understand, that if you want to get a decent deal, you need to be ready to walk away. What is not clear is that the U.S. is in fact ready to walk away. Rather than that, President Trump has seemed extremely anxious to cut a deal, to do it quickly. He keeps saying that he's anxious to do it and that he wants to do it quickly. And that has put the Kremlin in a very strong position indeed, because all they have to do is to say, as Putin did, yes, but we're willing to have a ceasefire, but we want this and that and the other. We have a lot of things to discuss. If you really want something quickly, this is what you're going to have to do.
With about 30 seconds left, where are the Europeans in this conversation?
Nowhere, essentially. So the U.S. has, been consulting with the Europeans, and the Europeans have been pushing their views forward to the Americans, but they are not at the table. They are not talking to Putin, and it isn't clear to what extent, if at all, the U.S. will take the European views into account.
All right, Mark, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mark Champion, Bloomberg opinion columnist, joining us on the call between President Trump and President Vladimir Putin. We'll obviously be updating you on any headlines as they cross.
Yep, we might get a readout here. I mean, the call was scheduled for roughly 9 to 11 a.m. East Coast time, so we'll see if there's any readout at all. But again, what's notable to me, at least, is Ukraine does not have a seat at this table. Europe does not have a seat at this table. It seems to be kind of a bilateral discussion between Presidents Putin and Trump, so we'll see what we can get there. Markets are selling off here. The S&P is off 1.1% at 63 points. The Nasdaq's off 1.9%, 330 points. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. This Bloomberg Business Flash being brought of financial commitment. The offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. A renewed slide in Wall Street's big technology companies dragging down the S&P 500 right now. NVIDIA, that's falling in the run-up to the CEO's keynote speech at the GPU Technology Conference. NVIDIA shares down 3.2%. And then you have Tesla shares, always among the most actively. They are down 5.5% right now. Google is confirming its acquisition of cloud security company Wiz. The price tag there, $32 billion. This is an all-cash deal. And shares of Google parent Alphabet right now down 4%. Investors have slashed holdings of U.S. stocks by the most on record. At least this is according to a survey from Bank of America. And auto manufacturers, this is some of the data we got today, bringing forward as much production as possible in February, likely adding to inventory. Factory output rising by the most in a year as a surge in motor vehicle production led to broader increases. A lot of this is the anticipating tariff story. S&P 500 right now down 57 points. That's a decline of 1%, 56.17 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 196 points. The NASDAQ 100, 335 points higher, lower that is, down 1.7%. And NYMEX crude up 0.2%, 67.71 right now. In fact, energy, the best performing, one of the few good performing groups in the S&P 500 right now. It is, again, up 11 cents a barrel. And I'm told by an expert, Paul, that this all has to do with the Mideast tensions.
I'll go with that.
He's referring to me.
No.
Am I
Yes.
the expert?
Great expert.
Well, because you asked me.
Our in-house resident expert.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a push and pull between too much supply and then not enough supply versus what's going to happen to demand with tariffs. And today, the undersupply part's winning because of the tensions and the issues, particularly when it comes then to Iran and how that plays into the situation as well. Do we get
What's your
stronger
favorite
sanctions?
type of crude oil?
Well, WTI. I'm American.
Mine is Thunder
man.
Horse.
Oh yeah, where's Thunder Horse from?
I have no idea. I'm just it's somewhere in the United States.
Right click on it and it'll tell you where.
Right click on Thunder Horse.
There's a really great function called Boil, B-O-I-L, Go on the terminal if you have one that shows all the different crude grades. They have different gas grades. Super fun. It can tell you where it's produced and how it prices. And
Wow, I didn't know that. Okay.
Cool. Okay, well, John
Gasoline,
Tucker's looking
fuel,
at that.
Crude. All right.
Yeah.
Just learning all this
And
stuff
that
now.
is your nerd update. Thank you. Boil, B-O-I-L, go. All right, in the markets, the sell-off continues. Got to be really central, though, to tech. Shelby McFadden, investment analyst at Motley Fool Asset Management, joins us now. Shelby, is your interpretation that just continuing the overall market slide or that this is a tech problem?
You know, I think it's a little bit of both, right? I think tech usually gets the hit up front, and part of that is because that's where a lot of the froth has sort of concentrated itself. So we saw that as well a couple of years ago when we had that initial sell-off that then translated to the broader market, which was we have to get some of these sort of non-foundational premiums out of the market, and then we can address things later. And oftentimes that might mean that there's nothing to address because other things are somewhat fairly priced. But I would say in these conditions, we could reasonably expect it to continue across the broader, especially large cap market, just because there are some genuine concerns that sort of underpin the environment that we trade in.
Are you marking down your growth forecast for this U.S. economy? Are you marking up your inflation forecast for this economy?
We are definitely marking up our inflation expectations. Growth is something we have to sort of go quarter by quarter. And because we are bottom up, we tend to be a little bit more focused on marking up or down those growth expectations for each individual company. But I would say if there's something we're looking at from top to bottom, it's definitely inflation. So understanding at the very least that we are most likely just going to be entering a higher price level for the next 4 to 7 years than we may have expected about 4 years ago. And that's something that we as a team had been thinking about probably for the last 2 years. I mean, before the first Fed cut, there was a pretty broad expectation on our team that we were more likely to end up in the exact that they've got turbos. They can try and get through this. They still have to weather it, but they're a little bit better prepared to do it. We did hear from management up front during earnings the other week that they are starting to pick up on some inventory. So they are doing what companies at their scale can do early that smaller companies are not necessarily able to do, trying to get ahead of any tariff-related issues with inventory, and we know they can sell it down. We've seen them do it. We saw other large companies do it after the sort of buying heights of 2020 and 2021. So if we have to choose where we want to be while still getting that solid, sticky consumer exposure that's going to provide value and get the traffic, we have no intentions on leaving that kind of company right now because they are in some of the best shape if we're looking at active positions in the market.
Shelby, how do you feel about the consumer and how does it impact kind of influence your stock selection? We had some disappointing UMISH data last Friday. We had the airlines last week cut their forward guidance. How concerned are you, if at all, about the consumer?
Yeah, we can definitely see the consumer heading into some tougher times. I don't think it's unreasonable to want to take a look at that part of the portfolio and figure out, okay, what sort of exposure do we need to trim? So where we want to focus and where I'm focusing really is mission critical, right? Staples, and what provides the most value if it is going to be discretionary. So when we looked at that UMISH data and we saw the expectations, they're not great, right? They're reminiscent of some dark times. But I think the important thing for us to remember is that we have to also see the outcomes. So looking at the expectations doesn't make you feel anything exciting inside. Butterflies, but in the worst way. But that's for the, the sort of upcoming short periods. We have to go ahead and see these outcomes first. And it's highly possible that the expectations end up matching the outcomes. But I think while I wouldn't say I'm bullish on the consumer, I've not given up yet because the U.S. consumer has shown to be very resilient. And even if we're going into a financing economy, that's still a way to sort of, fund consumer activity.
Real quick before I let you go, Shelby, what about the positives of whatever we might see out of President Trump? Like if we really do reindustrialize the United States and manufacturing, is there a play there yet for you guys?
One of the first things we talked about in our sort of what now meeting on, I guess it was November 6th, was, what does this mean for corporates? Because that was the one tangible thing that we just kind of like knew for sure, if you will, without having a crystal ball, that was most likely coming back. And what that meant was it was going to hopefully increase some CapEx and encourage more research and development and innovation because of the tax incentives. So that is a positive that we are still hoping will roll out and that companies that are highly scaled and able to make those decisions, have those sort of piles of cash and regular generative cash flow to make those reinvestments, will be able to take advantage of that. So that's one tangible thing that we were looking forward to sticking. And I think in some of the valid, in many cases, noise coming out of the administration has been dulled a little bit, but we do very much hold on to that.
Shelby, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting some of your thoughts. Shelby McFadden, investment analyst for Motley Fool Asset Management, joining us from Alexandria, Virginia, via Zoom here. We got the Fed meeting today. We are going to get their statement tomorrow, 2 p.m. Wall Street time. Press conference at 2:30. Surveillance's show will start at 1:30. Simulcast radio and television at 1:30. So we'll have all of that covering the Fed tomorrow. Ira Jersey, he's going to be following this stuff. He's head of U.S. interest rate strategy for Bloomberg Intelligence. Ira, with all the cross currents going on out there, concerns about tariffs, economic growth, inflation, I don't see much for this Fed to do here. How do you think they're going to kind of frame their role going forward?
Yeah, so it's the going forward part that I think is important in your question there, Paul, because I do think that the Federal Reserve is going to be a little bit more dovish. So we've diverged a little bit from the thinking of some folks in the Bloomberg economics team, in that I do think that if you look at the preponderance of the data that's come out the last couple of months, it definitely seems to be a little bit weaker and is weakening. So I think that you'll see that in both the statement and Jay Powell's press conference afterward. They've been overweighting the beige book, and we have, like I've mentioned this to you guys before, but we have a natural language processing model that looks at a lot of the Fed statements, and we do that for the beige book too. And the beige book statement was actually the biggest decline that we've seen in about a year in terms of just the change and the downward shift. So I do think that they'll be more cautious than they were at the January meeting.
How does that look? Like, how does more cautious look? Like, what are the key words that they're going to do to get that across without inciting any freak out or panic?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of, a little bit of caution. So that first paragraph in the statement will be the key, where they talk about the economic environment, and they'll say that, we're now growing at a, modest pace or something like that instead of a moderate pace, right? Which, that's a very nuanced word. It sounds the same, but it's really not in terms of Fed speak. They will also note, however, on the other side, and this is the reason why I think people believe that the Fed's going to remain on hold for a little bit longer than we think that they might. And that's that inflation and inflation expectations have gone up, right? When you look at the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey from last Friday that came out, there was a massive jump in inflation expectations, and that's going to scare the Federal Reserve a little bit. But remember, they still have a dual mandate, and because of that, the key is going to be the job figures. And yes, it was okay in February, jobs market was okay, but you did see some signs at the margin that things are even slowing down in the job market. So I think that they'll just urge caution, but they're going to sit on their hands for now. And a lot of the questions are going to be about their propensity and what's their reaction function for what's going to cause them to cut, whether they cut in June or August or later in the year. That's going to be how we'll have to read through a lot of the statements that Powell's going to make tomorrow.
All right, Ira, thanks so much for joining us. Ira Jersey, Chief U Interest Rate Strategist from Bloomberg Intelligence, joining us via our camera down in Princeton, New Jersey. And, this is one of those times where it might be a little anticlimactic tomorrow, because it seems like what's moving markets these days and moving economic, forecasts or just expectations is not necessarily interest rates. It's more kind of just trade policy and the uncertainty that's brought into the whole economic discussion.
Yes, and we haven't hit April 2nd yet, so it doesn't have to, Powell doesn't have to address that. But on the flip side, we have seen that deterioration in the soft data, not yet in the hard data, but there has to be some sort of history of connection there and how long that gap winds up lasting. So how then do you wind up addressing it? And, do they say temporary or transitory at all when it comes to inflation? Because that's the theory, right? If it's just a one-off tariff, that is going to be transitory.
That is.
But if they say that, oh my God.
I can't imagine. Maybe different word choice maybe would be cool.
Yeah, we have to look at some synonyms there for that. All right, coming up, Dan Williams is a reporter for Bloomberg News. He's based in Jerusalem. We're going to get more on Israel ending Gaza truce with some deadly strikes overnight. Of course, we're blaming Hamas for that as well. We will break that down for you from the ground. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker, the Bloomberg Newsroom. It is Bloomberg Business Flash. And after tumbling 10% from its record, then rallying for a couple of straight sessions, the S&P 500 sell-off, that is resuming today. Right now, the S&P 500 down about 0.9%, 50 points lower. We're at 56.24 on the index. Right now, Tesla, one of the heaviest weights on the market, after falling just about 6%. Tesla shares actually down right now 5.4%. They're seeing competition, among other things. China's BYD announcing an ultra-fast EV charging system. It says it's nearly as quick as filling up a gasoline car. Then Google parent Alphabet's sinking after the owner of Google said it would buy cybersecurity firm Wiz for $32 billion. This would be the company's most expensive purchase in its 25-year history. Google shares, Alphabet shares down right now 4%. Meantime, Peter Shear at Academy Securities, talked to him earlier today, says U.S. trade policy having just the opposite of its intended impact.
So I think one of the big problems with our strategy so far is rather than having people come to the table begging for mercy, it's actually pulled money out of the system. It's made people rethink things, and they're not rethinking things in a way that really involves the U.S. I think people are trying to rethink things away from the U.S., and that's the negative.
Right now, the NASDAQ 100 down 304 points. That's a decline of 1.5%, and the Dow down 150 points. Ahead of the Fed decision tomorrow, two-year yield pretty much unchanged, 4.05%. The 10-year, the benchmark, up 1 basis point. That is at 431. So panic? I mean, no, but I got to bring this to you. The first outbreak in the U.S. of deadly H7N9 bird flu, the first strain since 2017, has been detected in a Mississippi poultry farm. So this raises fresh health concerns. Just to be sure, this is separate from the H5N1 strain that you've been hearing about sweeping through bird flocks. It does not appear to transmit easily between people, but those that are infected, most patients become severely ill. Most of the human infections have occurred after exposure to live poultry or contaminated environments. So put that in your pipe and smoke it for whatever that's worth.
Cool.
Something else to worry about.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I did make a carbonara the other night, so you use raw eggs, and then I was like, oh, God, should I have done that? Should I have not done that?
Anything,
it's carbonara. What are you going to, you know?
What are you
talking? You have to. It's egg yolk. You got to use the egg yolk.
Okay.
Okay. Anywho, in the broader
I'm not
market,
filling in for you when you're sick. But.
Okay, fine. Well, okay. Thanks for that. Appreciate you. All right. News overnight, of course, is that Israel launched airstrikes across Gaza, killing hundreds of people and shattering a nearly 2-month ceasefire with Hamas. Joining us now for more is Dan Williams, reporter for Bloomberg News based in Jerusalem. Dan, how did this wind up unfolding overnight?
Well, tactically, it unfolded as a surprise. In fact, I think we will discover in the coming hours and days that the conversation that preoccupied many Israelis, and as a result, I imagine, Hamas and Palestinians over the weekend and over the last couple of days about a shakeup within the government, a termination of Israel's internal security chief, I imagine that was in part designed to create a smokescreen, a tactical smokescreen to lower Hamas's guard and to enable these lightning strikes that began overnight. But operationally speaking, strategically, they really should have surprised no one, because the last agreed ceasefire between Israel and Hamas expired 17 days ago. The sides were in loggerheads in attempts to mediate or negotiate through American and Arab mediation an extension to that ceasefire, a new ceasefire deal. Israel responded initially by cutting off aid supplies to Gaza and part of the electrical supply there. And it openly said it would resume warfare, something it promised to do all along in order to achieve its goals of destroying Hamas and retrieving hostages. It was just a matter of time before we were to see this war begin anew, failing a capitulation by Hamas, which simply was not in the cards.
Dan, do we know why Hamas has refused to release the remaining hostages?
Well, certainly. It's in a long-term die-hard war against Israel. Hamas is committed to seeing Israel's destruction. And what it wants in the conclusion of this war is effectively a return to the kind of ceasefire we've seen between Israel and Hamas some half dozen times over the last 20 years. Basically, Hamas wants to return to the status quo ante October 6th, 2023, a day before it launched this attack on Israel, albeit with far greater devastation in the Gaza Strip to deal with in terms of reconstruction. But Hamas wants to stay in power and wants to retain its weaponry. Israel has a very different objective here. Israel's objective is not to return to the status quo ante, not to enter another ceasefire that it believes Hamas will only violate in the future. Israel's attitude is that the October 7th attack was a game changer, and Israel is now changing the rules. And the new rules, according to Israel, is Hamas cannot be allowed to remain in Gaza, not in power, not with its rockets and rifles, and not in a manner that will ever threaten Israel from Gaza again. So those two objectives, those strategic endgames, are, on the face of it, impossible to reconcile. Israel was hoping at least to recover some of the hostages through pressure on Hamas, but even a measure of returns, some of those returned, the ones that Hamas said was willing to return, the numbers it was offering were well below the numbers that Israel was accepting for an extension of the truce. But really that's irrelevant to the ultimate fact that there is no reconciling the objectives of the two sides, and the hostages and Palestinian civilians are caught in the middle.
So now what?
Well, what we've had now is intensive Israeli airstrikes, at least 2 or 3 waves since nightfall. We've had, according to authorities in Gaza, at least 400 Palestinians killed, many of them civilians. It would appear a number of senior Hamas figures as well. What we don't have so far is a return of Israeli troops and tanks to Palestinian population centers in the Gaza Strip. Were that to happen, if it happens, it would escalate things much further in terms of the stakes, in terms of the death toll, in terms of the risk posed to hostages, be it from accidental damage caused by the Israeli strikes, or be it from the open threat of Hamas to execute the hostages should it believe the IDF, Israeli forces, are about to conduct a successful rescue. So the stakes are getting higher by the hour. The question is, what is the off-ramp offered to Hamas? Hamas has been offered an off-ramp in the form of a consensual evacuation, a consensual exile for its leaders from the Gaza Strip. Israel has even offered bounties of $5 million for any members of Hamas who would give up hostages, deliver them safe and sound back to Israel, not just the money, but also that would include safe passage and immunity from Israeli strikes. So far, none of those offers have found purchase among Palestinians in the Gaza Strip for a number of reasons. I think Israel is hoping to increase the pain, increase the pressure in a manner that may cause Palestinians to reconsider. And indeed, if Israel does manage to eliminate the current leadership of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, it was very successful during the war in doing it with the pre-existing leadership. If it manages to eliminate the new leadership, I think they're hoping that will have a trickle-down effect, with more junior commanders being more willing to cut a deal for their own survival, realizing that the game is lost. But for now, it would appear that both sides are in their corners, really doggedly sticking to their principles and their policies and their strategies. It's very hard to see a way to reconcile the two right now.
Is the U.S. playing any role right here, Dan, in these? Because it seems like the administration is focused on Ukraine here.
Well, I'd say the U.S. is indeed focused on Ukraine, but it's really playing a very significant role here, if only rhetorically, and it's not only rhetorically. The Israelis know that they have the back of a Trump administration that has openly shown really indifference to the Hamas claims. It's openly called for Hamas to be ousted in a manner that really echoes Israel's demands. And ironically enough, the Israeli defense minister today used the Trump metaphor for what Hamas will face if it doesn't relent on the issue of hostages. He said the gates of hell will open on Hamas if it doesn't deliver the hostages. That's taken directly out of the Trump playbook, the Trump rhetorical roster. So the fact there is a lockstep rhetoric is very important, because Hamas cannot necessarily hope to appeal to American public opinion, or at least the U.S. administration's opinion, when it comes to suffering. I'd just like to add on this point that the U.S. attacks on the Houthis in Yemen since the weekend, while they have their own objectives as outlined by the Trump administration, have also blunted a strategic retaliatory arm for Hamas in the region that's probably been very helpful to Israel too.
All right, Dan, thank you so much for your reporting. We really appreciate it. Dan Williams, he's a reporter based in Jerusalem for Bloomberg News. We appreciate getting the direct reporting there of the escalation, the truce that has now been shattered, the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. We'll have continued reporting on that. Markets selling off here. The S&P is off 63 points. 1.1%. This has been
You're listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney and Alex Steele on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance, and we're broadcasting to you live from our interactive broker studio right here in Midtown Manhattan. Now, every day, Bloomberg writes a big take story, and it's literally what it says. It's a deep dive into the big issues of our time that move markets, that move geopolitics, and move policy. And today's is on cheap Chinese cars. So apparently, Chinese car makers are gaining market share globally, particularly when it comes to emerging markets, with sales of inexpensive compacts, crossovers, and SUVs, despite tariffs, despite any other headwinds. Joining us now is one of the authors of that story, Chester Dawson, senior editor for Bloomberg News, and he joins us from Detroit. Just put in perspective how much of the global market China has right now for automakers. It looks like we're having some difficulty hearing you. If you're on mute, we can get you off. But
here's the funny thing about the story.
Tell me.
One of the reporters, U.S.-based, one of them Johannesburg, one of them Sao Paulo. I mean, all over the world we bring these people together.
Yeah, we love that. We love those global stories. You really get everything that you need. All right, Chester, if you're back with us, walk us through the kind of market share that Chinese automakers have.
Yeah, I hope you can hear me now, but it's starting from a very small base, but it's growing very rapidly. So it's basically about 3%, but it's forecast to grow by leaps and bounds over the next few years. And it's really amazing when you look at particular markets where they have a 30% share, like in Chile or in Russia, where for obvious reasons, most of the competition's pulled out. They've got over 3/4 of the market. So those are obviously kind of outlier examples, but slowly yet surely, almost everywhere around the globe, particularly in emerging markets, the Chinese are gaining more market share, gaining momentum, and often undercutting the more established rivals. Obviously, the big exception there is the U.S., but elsewhere you're seeing tremendous growth.
So what has been the response by the Western auto manufacturers? I'm thinking the Volkswagens and the Fords of the world. What are they doing, or how are they responding to this growth by China?
Well, it's really twofold. In their home markets, obviously, they've sought protection by lobbying for various protectionist barriers. In many cases, the argument is, hey, we just need a few years of breathing room till we can get up to speed and have a more competitive product. But we've kind of seen how that works historically, and it's not always a silver bullet. Outside of the industrialized world, because Canada and even the EU has been drawing up the drawbridge a bit for Chinese-made vehicles. But, in much of the rest of the world, where growth is often fastest, the Chinese are making really impressive headroads. And the, established automakers are not sitting on their hands. They're often trying to beat the Chinese on price or, use their better brand name recognition and credibility, and often and sometimes working with local dealers to pressure governments in places like, say, Brazil to throw up their own barriers that blunt some of the inroads being made by Chinese.
This would be a silly question, but are Chinese car makers displacing European and U.S. car makers, or is this like expanding general auto market share?
That's a really good question. I think it's both. I mean, you're not seeing growth so fast that the pie's expanding to the point where everybody's getting a bit of it. You are seeing erosion. It's not true everywhere, but take Thailand. That's a perfect example of where that was basically owned by the Japanese for decades. And, there were other automakers, Ford and others sell there too, but it was basically known as kind of Japan's backyard and where companies like Toyota sold tremendous numbers of vehicles. The Chinese have really started to eat their lunch. So that's happened in, you can see that a little bit in places like South Africa and Brazil as well. So yeah, the pie is still growing, but not not enough for everybody to gorge equally, and it's really the Chinese that are pigging out, so to speak.
How's the quality of these Chinese cars? I remember when the Japanese cars came into the U.S. in the 70s and 80s, the quality was just a lot better. That was one of the reasons they were able to get share. How about the Chinese quality?
That's an excellent point, too, because for years, the Chinese have kind of labored under the impression that their cars are junk. And, that was true until fairly recently. However, in recent years, the Chinese have caught up and in some cases even surpassed the technology that some of the Western or Japanese automakers have. There's a company called Xiaomi in China that sold its first car last year and now just bumped its capacity up to 350,000 a year, which is like 7 times as many as Rivian, a U.S. startup, makes. This company was making mobile phones a couple of years ago. That was its main claim to fame. And it's been able to move a lot of that connectivity and technology into the cockpit of the vehicle. So you're finding that not only are Chinese cars cheaper, but oftentimes they have just as many creature comforts or sometimes more than the equivalent, say, GM or Toyota or Volkswagen.
All right, really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much. It was a great story joining us there. Chester Dawson, a Bloomberg senior editor for Global Business Americas. And check out the Big Take story. You can find it on the terminal or Bloomberg.com/Big Take. Okay, let's just take a quick look at the markets. We are still lower here. The Nasdaq's almost off by 2%. But I'll say it again. The S&P is only, quote unquote, down by about 1%. And the Dow's only down 0.6%. I just say that because it really is tech-driven.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely a part of it. Absolutely. Looking at the yields, pretty steady here today. The 10-year Treasury is only up about 1 basis point, 4.31%. So the bond market's taking it in stride.
Yep.
We'll get another data point, of course, tomorrow with the Federal Reserve tomorrow afternoon. Again, I'm not sure if it's going to have its usual import for the market.
All right, for our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network coast to coast 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio, Sirius XM channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. Second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been in U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Tuesday, everybody. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. The latest news right now, German lawmakers backing landmark defense spending plans. The German Bundestag lawmakers are backing the bill with 513 votes in favor. It does have to go to the upper chambers, I think, on Friday, but the rhetoric seems to be that once the lower house passed, this will then sail through. Buns are dropping after the spending vote passes. The 10-year yield is up by about 3 basis points, hitting 2.84%.
And, I'm just going to, at the German stock index, the DAX, just since an August 24 low, it's up 35%.
Yep.
What happened to the sleepy European stock market vis-a-vis the U.S.? It's been a real story here in 2025 at the end of 24.
I mean, that's what happens when you're going to put almost €1 trillion worth into the system, potentially a huge, huge change within the fiscal situation in Europe as well as Germany. Speaking of, the White House saying that President Trump and President Putin are currently speaking. We'll bring you any updates, any headlines as that crosses. Let's get you updated right now, though. Here's a business flash with John Tucker.
All right, sell-off in large tech dragging down stocks right now. 7 of the 11 major groups in the S&P 500 are lower. Communication services. Right now, that's the biggest drag. Overall, the NASDAQ composite index, the NASDAQ 100, I should say, is still down 12.5%. So it is down in correction territory, continuing from its record high. S&P 500, 72 points lower, down 1.3%, 5603. The NASDAQ 100 down almost 400 points right now. That is a 2% decline. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is 316 points lower. Deal news, Google parent Alphabet agreeing to acquire Wiz, that's the cybersecurity firm, $32 billion. That's cash. Comes a year after the initial talks fell apart. And as the Federal Reserve opens its 2-day meeting, Tom Becker at BlackRock says, don't expect a whole heck of a lot from policymakers.
I think they've been pretty clear that they're on hold here. So December, they kind of iced the easing cycle. I think the data they've gotten since, given, even subject to the uncertainty, I think that they think that this is a good level to stay at, given that the labor market appears pretty firm.
Among the laggards right now, this is in terms of the percentage, the index points. NVIDIA, that is down 3.25%. Meta Platforms, down close to 5%. Amazon.com, down 2.6% right now. Meantime, investors have slashed holdings of U.S. stocks by the most on record. This according to Bank of America's latest survey of fund managers, reported being about 23% underweight U.S. stocks, a plunge of 40 percentage points from the previous tally that they did. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex, Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming on YouTube as well. As John just reported, Presidents Trump and Putin currently speaking. The call started at 10 a.m. Eastern time. That's according to the White House. And we will certainly have more reporting on that as we go forward. As John was just reporting, broad sell-off in the equity markets continue here. Let's see where the action is under the hood. Isabel Lee joins us. Isabel, what are you looking at today?
I'm looking at Chinese EV stocks. They're gaining following a presentation at NVIDIA's annual AI conference. One of them is NIO. Shares are edging higher by around 3%, at least the ADRs, and the other is Li Auto. So NIO is also reacting to a new deal. The world's largest battery manufacturer, this is a mouthful, Contemporary Amperex Technology Co. Ltd.
Okay.
We will say
it rolls right off the tongue there.
Has agreed to invest up to $346 million in building out battery swapping network across China in collaboration with NIO. So you see shares are reacting to that. And this partnership agreement will see both companies work together on expanding their EV network. So NIO has been founded in 2014, and basically it manufactures EVs which allow the driver to replace the depleted battery with a charged new one in a few minutes. That takes time and it requires capex, but still, it has a market for that. And this isn't the first collaboration between two companies. So the past was successful, and investors are hoping that this one will be too.
What else are you looking at?
Lucid, another EV company. This one is much higher. Shares are jumping 11%. And of course, this was after Morgan Stanley upgraded it from underweight to equal weight. So Morgan Stanley says it sees potential for the stock to re-rate basically on AI hopes and dreams. And also there's a new leadership and through strategy partnerships. So they're really hoping that that will pan out. Their price target though remains unchanged at $3. And I want to bring this to your attention. So Lucid actually had kind of a tough headline the past 2 weeks. Its leaders were sued because of overhyping the company's production capacity surrounding its SPAC merger in 2021. So Lucid was one of the meme stock favorites during the height of the pandemic. Sometimes I still hesitate saying meme stocks because it sounds like it's not the most positive thing, but I think if you're loved by retail traders, they'll trade you a lot. You'll get volume. Maybe your shares might pop.
Yeah, just ask the GameStops.
Yeah, AMCs and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, totally. AMC definitely saved it.
Yep.
All right, Isabel, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Isabel Lee joining us from Bloomberg News. Okay, let's get to the headline of the morning. President Trump, President Putin currently speaking. That call started at 10 a.m. That's according to the White House. Joining us now is Roz Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. What's the headline you're looking for?
Well, the headline really will be straight out of the gate after the meeting, potentially, and that's going to be whether Donald Trump has convinced Vladimir Putin or whether rather Vladimir Putin has agreed to the terms of a ceasefire with Ukraine. That may not happen in this call today. It might be that they discuss some of the parameters of it and they agree to come back and continue talking. They may not sign off today, but it's really about whether that happens, and then secondarily, what are the conditions that Vladimir Putin has put forward in that call, and what has Donald Trump's reaction to those conditions been, and does he say that he's comfortable with any or indeed all of them?
Interesting. So, Roz, I mean, you're based in London, and talk to us about what's the view of some of these leaders across Europe? They're not involved. They don't have a seat at the table. Are they concerned about that?
Well, certainly they are, and we had an exclusive story out today where we know that Vladimir Putin is insisting that as part of any ceasefire that no weapons at all go into Ukraine, so not just US weapons halted, but also arms shipments from Europe as part of what he's looking for in terms of a ceasefire agreement. And certainly that would be bad news for Ukraine and something that they would struggle to accept. But for European leaders, it's another sign that despite all their efforts to get involved in the conversation and to have a seat at the table, that Donald Trump at least sees this primarily as a US, Russia, Ukraine conversation, and possibly in that order. So for the European leaders, it's about how can they make sure that they're representing Ukraine's interests here and whether they can at this point, and what would be their options in the event that Donald Trump says that he's comfortable with a full freeze on arms shipments to Ukraine as part of a ceasefire.
We just heard also that the Bundestag in Germany approved ramping up infrastructure and defense spending. Historic change within the European market, in particular Germany as well. Does that change the calculus of the role that Europe can eventually play in all of this?
Well, certainly, yes. After quite a long debate in the end today, went longer than we thought, the Bundestag has now passed that measure. And certainly it's significant because it comes even before Friedrich Merz takes office as Chancellor, or his government is even formed, and so managing to get it through the current parliament. The question is, obviously that's a big step by Germany to break their rules around fiscal spending, particularly when it comes to defense, but how quickly does the money start flowing, and where does it flow to, and how long does it take to show up really in defense production? For example, defense companies don't turn on a dime. They take a while to shift their production and to increase it. So we're not going to see an impact straight away, but certainly from Europe, it's a big statement of intent. And again, a recognition that the direction of travel is very different with the US these days under Donald Trump, but likely set to continue even after the Trump administration. And that is that Europe has to look more to itself, to its own defense going forward, and it has to build that resilience. So this is more a longer term step than something we'll see impact of immediately.
So certainly, Roz, that's a historic day for Germany and its future, but that's the German economy. The rest of Europe, you think about the Italys, the Spains, the Portugals of the world. I mean, did they have the ability to really step up and make similar types of investments in their own infrastructure, military? There's a concern that they may not.
Well, certainly they don't have the fiscal headspace to do so to the extent that Germany has, because Germany's been so careful fiscally for so many years that they do have some headroom here. And as you say, for other nations, much less so, because they've been through the pandemic. They've already been through a lot of spending to support Ukraine. And so they're carrying a lot of debt here. And how much can they then leverage into fresh spending? And also you've got the question of domestic politics. While there's a lot of sympathy still for Ukraine across Europe, you can see in the narrative domestically in some of these places questions about, well, we can't keep sending so much money to Ukraine. We can't spend so much on defense if those weapons are going to Ukraine, because does that come at the expense of welfare spending, of healthcare, of education in these countries? And so the narrative domestically is becoming more complicated for leaders. And so you've got the fiscal reality, then you've got, reading the room with voters, and that's going to make it quite difficult.
All right, Roz, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Roz Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Let's get more on all of this with Wendy Schiller, professor at Brown University, to discuss all of this, really. So from your professional view and your academic view, what are you going to be looking at in terms of the headlines and what we might get from President Trump and President Putin call?
Well, certainly whether Trump, cedes the ground on, stopping or temporarily pausing arms shipments to Ukraine. Remember, these are weapons that the United States government pays U.S. defense manufacturing companies to, go to Ukraine. So that will affect their production, their compensation. I mean, everything's intertwined here. And, will Trump say, okay, we'll give you a month, but basically taking away all of Ukraine's leverage? And it just doesn't seem to be in the United States' interest to do that for Putin. I mean, why take away all your bargaining room? It doesn't make any sense in terms of getting a good deal. Trump wants to be the guy who ends this war. I think he's made that very clear, but he wants something out of it. And Ukraine has resources. So why not try to get a deal where the United States has a formal stake in Ukrainian resources, and that keeps the U.S. interested and also unwilling to let Putin come in and try to take all of Ukraine?
Wendy, from a domestic political perspective for President Trump, is his objective to get a deal or to get a good deal for Ukraine?
Good question.
Well, I think he wants a good deal for the United States of America and himself. So he'll sell whatever deal he negotiates as a good deal. I mean, he's very good at selling. This is a president that knows how to do that. And the American people, yes, I think the vast majority are supportive of efforts in Ukraine to defend themselves from an invasion by the Russians, but they're also worried about housing prices, their own jobs. The price of eggs is finally coming down, but we see that they're holding back on vacation planning. They're starting to hold back on house hunting. There are these weird signals that Americans are much more nervous about the economy than they thought they would be under Trump. And I do believe that Trump and the Republicans in Congress have to start heeding those signals sooner rather than later. So how much attention the American public will pay to the details of the deal, I think really is in question.
Who is in Congress right now who ardently supports Ukraine in opposition maybe to the White House pushing for a ceasefire? Is there anyone left?
Well, yeah, I mean, Alex, there are Republicans, particularly in the House. Some of them come from areas in swing states that actually have fairly strong Ukrainian populations. So there's sort of a constituency angle there. And then there are some that ideologically believe that Russia is our enemy, that we don't want Russia to be able to expand willy-nilly and invade countries. And they want to preserve the space for the United States to stand against Russian aggression. So they do have beliefs there. Whether the leadership will sort of translate those views into anything, I think we'll have to wait and see. But also the defense industry. I mean, they have a stake. They make weapons. Granted, we were running a little short of weapons. So, either you build up the U.S. defense military for itself, or you continue to pay defense manufacturers to arm the rest of the world. Either way, it matters for the economy. So even if you have defense manufacturing in your district, and most districts have some connection to the defense industry, that's also important to Republicans, particularly in the House. And 2026 seems far away now. By the end of the summer, that's where they're going to be looking, and they got to pay attention to signals that are being sent now.
Wendy Ross Matheson, Bloomberg News in London we were talking to her about the European perspective of being maybe not having a seat at the table, or at least the adults' table. Does President Trump, how does he view the role or the position, the view of our supposed European allies here? Does he care at all?
Donald Trump, Paul, has been very consistent on this. He believes that Europe has not paid its fair share on NATO. He believes that the U.S. has been sort of honoring agreements made, after 1945, certainly to fight communism. And we also discouraged Europe, really, from arming itself fully, because we saw Europe involved in not one, but two world wars. The United States had to get in twice. So, I mean, Trump has been clear, make your own way, pay your own way. These are also states with more liberal social welfare policies than we have. More liberal vacation time, higher wages, more unionization, all the things that Trump seems, and the Republican Party seems, not to want to support in the United States. So I think he looks at them and says, you've given a pretty good life to your people, but you have to pay your own way now, and maybe you have to cut back on those services. And that ties into the Republican mantra here of a smaller federal government and fewer social services. So everything is consistent, I think, in Trump's positioning towards Europe now.
What is the longer-term ramification of German rearmament and defense spending and infrastructure spending, and a world where the president of the United States is willing to work with President Putin?
Again, Alex, Donald Trump is now, and it seems that, Marco Rubio is on board as Secretary of State, as Secretary of Defense, in the position that the United States is a powerful but lone actor. I mean, I know I'm going to get criticized for this, but George Washington's farewell address, written mostly by Alexander Hamilton, said, don't get involved in permanent alliances or entanglements with Europe. And Trump is sticking to that script and is asserting U.S. power individually. How that works out for the United States in a global economy, and of course our principles of democracy, we are all going to have to wait and find out. But they are committed, I think, to that platform.
All right, Wendy, as always, appreciate getting your thoughts here. Wendy Schiller, she's a professor at Brown University. And again, the phone call between Presidents Trump and Putin taking place as we speak. The White House reported that call began at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And so we will have headlines. Presumably there'll be a readout of the call, and we'll get some news later on today, perhaps.
We will, of course, bring that to you the moment that it crosses. In the meantime, markets just trying to figure out which direction we're going to be going here. The Nasdaq is off by a full 2 percentage points. The S&P is off by 1.2%. So we are picking up some steam to the downside. I kind of blame it all on tech, but I got to be honest, S&P rolling over a little bit as well. So where do you go in the market? That really remains to be seen, because the bond market's doing a whole lot of nothing.
Yep.
The 20-year is selling off a little bit, hasn't have a lot of liquidity, and no one really cares.
You have the 20-year on your screen?
I do, but I just go WB and I just look at all of them. But in general, nothing is really moving. And taking a look at the FX market, also, you're seeing the Swiss franc as well as the dollar a little higher, so maybe a little bit of a safe haven play within the currency market. And then in terms of commodities, it's still going to be gold, $30.27 an ounce.
Yep.
Huge. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. It is a sell-off in tech stocks dragging the market lower right now. NVIDIA most active. Shares of NVIDIA down 2.4%. Among the headlines around NVIDIA today, one from the information, it reads, Amazon undercuts NVIDIA with aggressive AI chip discounts. The Magnificent Seven stocks hitting the lowest since September. In the S&P 500, the laggards include NVIDIA. Then you have Meta Platforms. That's down 4.9%. Microsoft down 1.5%. Amazon.com, that is down 2.2%. right now. Investors also going to be focused on the Fed's updated summary of economic projections and Chair Jerome Powell's press conference tomorrow about clues about the path of policy ahead. This comes, of course, amid uncertainty over trade policies. Again, we're going to get all that with our live coverage tomorrow. Right now, the S&P 500, 71 points lower, down 1.3%. 5603 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 350 points. The Nasdaq 100, 370 points lower. That is down 1.9%. And I'll bring this news story along to you from Bloomberg Law, Paul. President Trump calling for the impeachment now of the judge who ruled against his efforts to deport those alleged Venezuelan gang members. So this escalates the administration battle against the judiciary. And you could say, you know, does this signal some sort of constitutional crisis in the offing?
Ooh, interesting.
Maybe another thing for investors to latch out to. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney. We are live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. We are streaming live on YouTube, so you head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's where you'll find it. I'm looking at the 30-year mortgage that's quoted by the Mortgage Bankers Association, 30-year fixed. It's down to 6.67%, and that's down from 7.09% just a couple of months ago. So trending in the right direction. Got to be good for real estate, I would think. Let's check it out with Jeff Brown, founder and CEO of T2 Capital Management. Hey, Jeff, in the commercial real estate business, we do have mortgages coming down. Are you seeing that at all as a positive sign for commercial real estate broadly defined?
Definitely a positive sign. Commercial real estate, a very leveraged business. Interest rates matter, in a significant way. And so, yeah, we'll take what we can get. If it's moves from 7 to 6 2/3, we'll take it.
Where in commercial real estate do you guys see relative value the most attractive right now?
Yeah, there's a few spots, and certainly a lot of headlines get focused on, the doom and gloom that's out there. Office has been just a whipping boy for real estate for really since COVID, so called 5 years now. But some bright spots are out there, and T2 is active in some of these spots. Private credit has been a bit of a darling, frankly. It's a great time to be a lender right now, as banks and others kind of try to process all the information that's going on, not just economically, but politically, and figure out where is it wise to allocate capital. So being in private credit, being that lender in these spots of uncertainty has some advantages to them from a pricing power perspective. Also, we have found a tremendous green shoot in student housing as well. We recently exited a large position at the University of Tennessee just last month. With liquidity as difficult as it is to come by, as in the past couple of years, really, for us to exit $100+ million position just last month is noteworthy. So those two spots, credit and student housing, have been real green shoots for us.
So then how do you view sort of some of the difficulties in universities and colleges as costs really rise, as some funding is taken away? Does that provide opportunity for you, or is that a risk factor?
A little bit of both. It's a great question. I would say it definitely leads to greater discernment, greater investigation, greater diligence on various schools. it's easy to paint real estate and even sectors within real estate with a broad brush, but in student housing in particular, you've got to pick your spots with schools, with geographies, growth dynamics or lack of dynamics in that regard. So there's, again, you just got to be careful. You got to pick your spots, but it is cause for a lot of us to step back and at least reassess what had been true even just a couple months ago.
How about on the multifamily front here? We've heard for such a long time that there is a housing shortage in the U.S. What role does multifamily play in kind of solving that?
I think it plays a huge role. You just alluded to mortgage rates dropping from 7-ish down to 6 2/3. It's meaningful. Lord willing, it leads to a lot of people being able to jump into the housing space that may not have had the ability to historically. But there has been an affordability crisis for a long time within the United States, and a housing shortage really since the great financial crisis. And my perception is that multifamily can fill at least the bulk of that void. Now, what you have on the flip side is we need to build. Part of resolving the demand issue is providing supply. And it's been incredibly difficult as investors, to rationalize doing ground up construction, multifamily projects anywhere in the country over the past 3 or 4 years now, as we've had to deal with rising interest rates. I think that's seemed to have leveled off at this point. But what you have now are elevated insurance costs. We all know the natural disasters that are taking place around the country and what that leads to on the insurance front. And then construction costs really have not abated that much. They've settled down a bit since COVID, but they haven't really receded to the point where people can easily make sense of ground-up construction.
And to that point, we saw permits falling as well today in the data that we got out at 8:30, and part of that was because we don't know what those construction costs are going to be, in part because of tariff risk when it comes to things like lumber, and that's not even addressing labor.
Alex, it's a horrible story. What we're dealing with right now on the construction front, on the front lines for us, we've got a plumbing contractor, for instance, that has recently taken the position in light of tariffs, in light of the uncertainty that's out there, said, hey, we can give you a bid, but I'm just going to tell you, we're going to mark it up by either 30 or 40%, and you have 24 hours to accept it or not. So this sort of paranoia that exists out there, again, kind of founded by the uncertainty that exists politically, has definitely caused a lot of people to step back and reassess things.
Interesting. All right, Jeff, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Jeff Brown, founder and CEO of T2 Capital Management. Talk about the commercial real estate business. We like to keep our finger on the pulse of that important market, which, again, has undergone a tremendous amount of dislocation from the pandemic and is now getting back on its feet. Taking a look at gold here. It's up another 1% here, 3,031. The Goldman 3100 call from just a few weeks ago, looking pretty solid. Somebody else who had a good long gold call has been Mike McGlone, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Commodity Strategist. Mike, are we getting to a crazy area here in terms of the magnitude of the move in a relatively short time period here?
Hey, Paul, I'm more worried about the word worried. Gold sustaining above $3,000 an ounce to me is more of an S&P 500 put, meaning a good food to feed that bull would be the stock market going down. Because, yeah, gold's stretched at this level. It's a pretty significant round number. It's a pretty significant level above its, let's say, 60-month moving average. But that's why I published today. Here, gold, yeah, I'm still bullish, but it's kind of more of an indication that, yeah, if you want gold to go higher from here, stock market going down, showing those deflationary forces, which gold loves, is, I think, a key prerequisite now.
Yeah, but what about all the whole physical buying, all the central bank buying that supported gold up front? Is that petered off, and this is just the speculation?
Thank you very much, Alex, for that. Yeah, but that's
you
perfect.
You are welcome.
To me, I look at that as indicative of stuff that you expect in a bull market. Things getting kind of strange, spreads widening out from the U.S. And let's also remember part of the reason we are entering this bull market, we have this significant shift in leadership in the U.S. and a significant, almost unprecedented austerity and tariffs, which is good reason to make the stock market just mean revert a little bit. So let's remember at the end of last year, the stock market capitalization to GDP was around 2 times. Now, to put that in context, it's the highest in about 100 years, and just at the end of 2020, it was 1 times. So if that helps trigger what the administration wants is lower yields, the Fed to ease, lower energy prices, a good way to get that is the stock market. Gold's a primary beneficiary, and I think that's what's kicking it.
So how about anything else? Are the other precious metals following suit here? Is there a way to play this trend maybe through silver or something?
You got it. They're following suit. Gold is beta in the space, and they're all kind of coming up reluctantly versus gold. For instance, silver. Silver is known as the devil's metal. It's known as leveraged gold. It basically trades 2 times the volatility, and it's earned that reputation. So if gold's up about 40% in 1 year on your 1 year basis, silver should be up about 80%, but it's up less than 40 cents. It's being dragged up by gold. So gold's everything. Central banks are buying gold, not silver. And then it's also the industrial metal versus precious metal factor. Gold has been demonetizing silver for 100 years, and silver is becoming more industrial every day. And we all know what's happening with the rest of the world becoming less able to export to the U.S. That's a pressure on their GDPs, most notably from China.
Yeah, and you can see the ARBs kind of blowing out too, like trading LME prices versus U.S. prices when it comes to silver or gold. Mike, the conversation about revaluing U.S. gold reserves mark to market and then using that to help either fund a sovereign wealth fund, etc. Are you hearing anything more on this at all?
I'm hearing that a lot. Again, Alex, I think it's just an accounting thing. To me, we still own 8,000 tons of gold. That's not going to change. What's been kind of unique in the crypto space is they've been saying things like, oh, maybe the U.S. will sell some gold and buy Bitcoin. And that was kind of pie in the sky. I think that's kind of silly. But as far as, I guess that could be more fuel for a gold bull market. But at this stage, I don't really need that. I'm more kind of worried about it going higher. And a good reason for it to go higher is just a little reversion in the stock market. Like S&P's back down below its 200-day moving average today. And gold's about almost 20% above its 200-day moving average. So it's getting a little stretched, but that S&P is rolling over. That's all that matters.
How concerned are my good friends, my new good friends in the oil patch, concerned about WTI crude oil at $67?
Oh, it's complete consensus now prices are going lower. And you can see that in the curve. People call it, it used to be called a bull backwardization. That's when the future up prices are lower. Now it's called normal backwardization. Why? Because they know they can sell forward, lock in some profits before they get to the break-even cost, which on average in the U.S. is around $56 a barrel. So yes, there's good reasons for crude oil to bounce recently. We're seeing tensions in the Middle East. And we did get to a 3-year low a couple weeks ago at $65 a barrel. But to me, the whole big picture for crude oil is I don't think it's going to stop this downward trajectory until it gets well below that cost of production around 56, which is around $40 a barrel. And that's not profound because that's what it's done for basically the last 20 years. Every time it goes above 100 too much, it has to get way down. And what's the shift? You saw what's happening with BYD today. They have a car now that can charge in 5 minutes. The world's shifting rapidly. My electric car is 11 years old, and I feel like I'm driving a Model T. I've got to get a new one.
Yeah, and you're in Miami, too. You got to be conscious of that stuff.
Yeah. No, seriously. It's such a good point. All right. Hey, Mike, really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much, Mike McGlone, joining us. He covers commodities and commodity strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. All right, coming up, what are we doing? Oh, the keynote, NVIDIA.
Oh,
it's very exciting. It kicks off at 1:00 p.m. Mandeep Singh, a Bloomberg Intelligence senior technology industry analyst, will be joining us. Jensen Huang will be speaking at 1 p.m. Also, Google buying Wiz. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And after 2 sessions of rallies, the market selling off today, although it's off the worst level of the session right now. The S&P 500, 62 points lower. That is down 1.1%. We're at 5612 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 288 points. The NASDAQ 100 down 335 points. That is a decline of 1.7%. Among the laggards in the S&P 500 right now, in terms of the index points, you have NVIDIA, that's down 2.2%. Meta Platforms, 4.2% lower. Microsoft, down 1.6%. Amazon.com, down 1.8%. Shares of NVIDIA among the most active ahead of the CEO keynote address that we're going to get today. Nadia Lovell at UBS says the path ahead for markets will depend on policy out of the White House.
We're clearly not out of the sea of fog yet. You know, the market is likely to remain choppy and volatile within this trading band. It is not clear yet if the bottom is in after we dipped into correction territory last week.
And of course, Federal Reserve officials expected to stand pat on interest rates again at tomorrow's policy meeting. Bloomberg Economics expects officials are going to lift their inflation projection to close to 3%. So, of course, that would be well above the Fed's 2% target. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex, Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City. Sunny New York City, how about that? We're also streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast Live, and that's where you'll find us. Well, one of the big themes in the marketplace in 23 and 24 was AI, and that was really driving not just the tech stocks higher, but the market overall. We got the NASDAQ off about 13% year to date in 2025. So people are questioning, I think, a little bit of the AI leadership story. And there's going to be a big event today. NVIDIA investors look to a CEO keynote of NVIDIA today to maybe rekindle some of the excitement about AI. Mandeep Singh joins us here, senior tech analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Does the tech world, Mandeep, need a little kick in the butt maybe from Mr. Jensen Huang at NVIDIA?
Well, he, if you remember, presented at the CES, and that was a very big event. So if anything, I think this could be even bigger than that, given this is their annual conference. And look, they have a lot of products to showcase. The problem they're running into is the macro story is really not very supportive of,
What I love about Silicon Valley, and this has been my entire career, you go out there, and they are such an optimistic group of people, and their basic feelings, technology can fix everything. Just let us, just don't worry, we'll fix it for you.
Yeah.
Whether, is that still the case out there?
It is, but what do you do with the tariff uncertainty? And if you're an NVIDIA, I mean, the market is still undersupplied. Everyone wants your chips, but the tariff restrictions probably will play a role to how much they can sell to China. Remember, China used to be more than 20% of their sales.
Yeah.
Now it could be almost negligible this year. And given all the focus on China post DeepSeek, I mean, you can imagine how everyone is trying to figure out how the hell did they train on NVIDIA GPUs?
Okay, and that was like literally the first thing that NVIDIA said once the DeepSeek news broke that Monday was like, we didn't sell to China. Like, we didn't do that. It wasn't our bad.
So now there are some proxy countries, whatever you're selling to Singapore can end up, you know, with Chinese companies training their models on those chips. And
well, how much of the tech sell-off, though, in the Mag 7 that we're seeing is just we're reverting from maybe an overvaluation and hype versus reality versus materially something changing with this thesis?
I mean, look, from all angles, if you look at generative AI, this is a multi-year secular trend. We have sized this market, and there could be a pivot from, you know, training to inferencing now, because what we have seen is the receptivity to spend, you know, $10 billion upfront in training the next version of the model is not there. Everyone wants to see ROI when it comes to CapEx. If you are putting $80 billion in CapEx, tell me you are generating $40 billion in revenue from that. And that wasn't there. So I think they will make that pivot towards inferencing, which is more in line with... So inferencing is more, you have a trained model and you're using that in chatbot, Copilot, an AI agent use case, and you're billing the customer for the usage of the chips, which is like the cloud
it's like
model.
Real world application versus like training it to do good stuff or training it to be smart. Then it's actual models. Did that make sense?
And look, I mean, the biggest difference is in the architecture. So with training, you're building a cluster of 200,000 GPUs, even 1 million GPUs, all in one data center. Whereas in inferencing, you're saying, I'm in this location, my traffic will go to the data center that's closest to where I'm sitting. If somebody is in London or Asia, then it will go to the data center that's local to it. So I don't need to build data centers with 100,000 plus chips all in one data center. So that's a bigger difference is now I'm optimizing for where my user is, where my traffic is, and it's all based on latency and how I can serve the customer.
Don't they call that on the edge? Like you have to get literally on the edge of the customer versus say in a big power plant near or data center in Virginia or something. So do you think that Jensen Huang can stabilize NVIDIA stock right now?
I mean, look, if there is one visionary in this world right now who can talk the big picture around AI, it is Jensen Huang, along with Satya Nadella and, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. So, like these 3-4 guys really are driving the Gen AI wave. And Jensen will talk about like multiple markets that they're trying to address. So it's not just data center. He's going to talk about humanoids. Probably quantum computing as well comes into equation, even though it doesn't generate any revenue. And he has said it's more of, 10, 15 years out. But that's the kind of, sway he has right now where people will listen to his future ideas and how he's thinking about taking the company.
And this is 1 p.m. East Coast time?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, who's the audience for this? Is it developers?
Apparently everybody.
Anybody on the enterprise side, all your CIOs, CTOs, they care about what he's going to unveil.
John out there?
Yes,
Good.
We do. Yes.
Kujan Sabani does he's our West Coast tech guy.
Before we let you go, I guess like Google's buying Wiz, it's a big deal, $33 billion. Like, was this a surprise to you?
I mean, the price tag it's their most expensive acquisition. And for a company that generates less than $1 billion in revenue, you always question the multiple, but it still is the fastest growing cybersecurity company. And we have seen in cybersecurity, there's always a CrowdStrike that comes out of nowhere. And now CrowdStrike is a $4 billion run rate company. In the case of Google, it's a capital allocation decision. If they're spending $80 billion on chips and data center, $30 billion is sizable in terms of M&A. So what does it mean for Alphabet's CapEx outlook for 2026 now that they have committed $30 billion here? And
they had $95 billion of cash sitting on the balance sheet as of the quarter end. Rob Schiffman, the credit guy for Bloomberg Intelligence, covers all the technology companies, says they can go raise whatever they want, whenever they want it. I didn't even want to talk to you today. My first request was for Jennifer Reed, who covers all the antitrust for Bloomberg Intelligence.
True. Yeah.
I didn't think Google could buy a paperclip and the DOJ wouldn't come down on them. Are they going to get approval for this?
So, and given they're in the midst of that Chrome divestiture and, the DOJ monopoly lawsuit, look, Google's revenue exposure is still 80% plus is still consumer oriented. They're not an enterprise software company. Cloud is still 12% of their business. So from that perspective, they'll have an easier time convincing the regulators that they can buy an enterprise software company as opposed to a consumer-oriented company.
But one of the reasons why a deal didn't go through in the first place, because Wiz is like, this is never going to go through, forget it. Regulators are never going to like it. Now, granted, that was during a Biden administration, but it's not like President Trump has all of a sudden greenlit $1 million
That's what I'm thinking.
M&A deals.
But an extra $9 billion.
Extra. They have sweetened the deal. So extra $9 billion.
They are paying for that potential risk.
Money talks, as they say.
All right, Mandeep, we know you got to run. Get back to your desk. Spend next 10 minutes. Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst. Again, you're looking at Jensen Huang speaking at 1 p.m.
Yep, Wall Street time.
Oh, no, I guess we're an hour and 10 minutes away. Oh, okay. So you can walk slowly back to your desk.
Get a sandwich.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. All right, coming up, we're going to dissect some of the economic data from this morning, but also push ahead to Fed Chair Jay Powell. I was talking about him being a duck. Then we thought maybe it's a swan. Paddle really hard under the water, but make no waves. Is that going to be the road of least resistance for Fed Chair Jay Powell? Michael McKee, Bloomberg International Economics and Policy Correspondent, will be joining us to take a look at that potential Fed news. He's then running to D.C. For the meeting. Of course, he'll be in that presser tomorrow asking the best questions. Let's just be totally honest. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. I'm Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. We cover all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. We also wind up sourcing our amazing group of reporters and analysts throughout the newsroom, and one of them is Michael McKee, Bloomberg Economics policy correspondent.
Shucks.
He's literally running to a train. No, plane. He flies to D.C. It's very strange. We don't understand it.
Paul and I have discussed
we would
this
all
at
train
length.
it except for Mike McKee. So he's getting a plane. He's going to D.C. He's going to be there for the Fed meeting. He's going to be there at the Fed press conference as well. Hey, Mike, how do they make no waves?
Say as little as possible. They won't change. We know they're not going to change rates because they've already told us that. Then it comes down to they have a statement. They'll change the economic view of the part that says what the economy is doing a little bit to incorporate the fact that this is new information. But then they won't do anything else. The dot plot's not going to change. Probably 2 dots stay as they are, and the summary of economic projections, they probably will bring down their growth forecast a little bit. But beyond that, the idea is to get in and out of town without knowing much. Somebody asked me today what the goal of the Fed was at this meeting, and I said to get to the airport without the markets moving.
Exactly. See? A duck.
Yes, I know.
Swan, paddle really hard under the surface.
Yep.
And then you don't make waves.
Well, they could. There's one area there where they might make news, and that's that they might pause QT because they worry about what happens with the debt ceiling, and the idea of pausing it would then keep them out of trouble, they think, going forward. But the people I've talked to in the markets think that if they pause it, that's the end. They won't go back to it. So that'll be one interesting question that could, there are desks within the trading houses that will care about that, but I don't think it is going to particularly move the overall markets.
How do they, I'm sure the question will be asked about tariffs multiple times. How do they respond to, how do you guys deal with it? Because we as just out here in the public, our heads are swimming out here. How do you guys deal with it? How do you think they have a tactful response to that?
Well, what Powell generally says, and I would expect him to say again, is that we don't comment on fiscal matters. Our job is monetary, and so he won't say anything about whether he thinks tariffs are a good idea or a bad idea. He has gone so far as to say tariffs generally raise price levels, and he could do that again, but he won't say it will be inflationary because it depends on how it's applied. And he'll say our job is to deal with the economy as we find it. And so once we know what the president's going to do, we can model out what might happen to the economy and see if that calls for any monetary policy response. But until then, we just have to sit and wait because it's not our job.
When it comes, though, to that part, the soft data is already reflecting the tariff risk, right? And if you wind up having, they've cited the University of Michigan Sentiment Index before. So if sentiment's being reflected of tariffs, don't they have to address it?
No. He'll be asked about it, and he'll say certainly everything that's going on is a reason why people could be nervous about the future, but we watch what they do, not what they say, is the old saying from the Fed. And until it shows up in the hard data, they can't really do anything about it. You look at the sentiment poll, the sentiment surveys are sort of like political polls. So the political polls told us that Donald Trump was going to lose. So the Fed is going to say, well, let's see if it actually translates into any action.
What's the piece of economic data you think they're focused on the most these days? Is it inflation? Is it jobs? Is it any one have precedence over the other?
It is definitely inflation, because the labor market is still fairly steady. Inflation has been sticky.
Unless you're a federal employee.
Unless you're a federal employee, but again, that's not something the Fed can do something about. But the inflation numbers have been sticky, and the numbers we got today, the final the import price numbers that get plugged into the PCE suggest that the PCE is going to move a little higher with upside risk. And so they're going to have to note that inflation is not coming down, but then that keeps them where they are rather than forces any kind of move.
All right, Mike, go get your plane to D.C. What are you in the air for, like 20 seconds?
If only. Unfortunately, the air corridors between Washington and New York are fairly busy, so sit on the runway for a long time.
Train, you get to see the
it's still if as long as there's not a storm that slows you down, it's still faster than the train.
All right, well, now you just jinxed yourself. All right, Mike, thanks a lot. Mike McKee, Bloomberg Economics and Policy Correspondent. Here is a headline for you. Chief Justice John Roberts of the Supreme Court issues a statement. Apparently, he is calling impeachment for judges for rulings improper. Again, we're not entirely sure what rulings improper would mean, but he is calling for impeaching judges for rulings improper. Mike?
Well, Donald Trump tweeted this morning, and this is a response to, and a lot of people within the administration have been saying that these judges should be impeached who are putting temporary restraining orders on Trump administration moves. He's referring to Judge Boasberg, who yesterday said that the Justice Department has to explain why they ignored his order not to deport those Venezuelans.
And then, of course, the difference between an order versus a written order, also that coming down as well.
This is remarkable that the Chief Justice spoke.
Yes.
This never happens.
We will keep you updated on all of those headlines. That wraps it up for me and Paul. We're going to have ARK Invest CEO Kathy Wood speaking with Bloomberg Sonali Bassick and Tim Stenovic in just moments. And then, of course, we'll have Balance of Power to dive more into these headlines. Happy Tuesday, everybody. This is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The call heard round the world is still underway. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as President Trump gets on the line with Vladimir Putin, now 2 hours into the call, as they discuss the potential for peace in Ukraine. This is 11 years to the day since Vladimir Putin illegally annexed Crimea. We'll have much more on this coming up with Bloomberg's Ian Marlowe. And as we bring you an important conversation ahead with Kathy Wood, we'll distill what we learned when it comes to crypto, AI, Tesla, Elon Musk, and so much more with Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence's senior U.S. policy analyst. President Trump announcing a new self-deportation app. We'll get to that a bit later. We've come a long way from Mitt Romney in 2012, and we'll get into it with our political panel later on this hour. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano and Republican strategist Ashley Davis are with us here for the duration. So welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, on satellite channel 121, and on YouTube, as we now bring you this important conversation with Kathy Wood and my colleague Tim Stenovic live on Bloomberg.
Our Bloomberg TV and radio audiences who are joining us now is ARK Invest CEO and CIO, Kathy Wood. Kathy, good to have you on the program this afternoon. I want to start right with Bitcoin and what you see as the outlook for Bitcoin's price. In recent weeks, you've come out and said $1.5 million per Bitcoin by the year 2030. Since then, though, we've seen quite a few outflows. We've seen a lot of volatility. Sonali just went through that. Is that still your view? 1.5 million by 2030?
Yes, it is our view. I think right now we're in a risk-off period generally. And if you've been watching Bitcoin, it's almost been a leader in terms of risk on, risk off. So I think that's what we're seeing. If we look at our on-chain analytics, what we see is, I'm sorry, I have to get this off. If you look at our on-chain analytics, what you will see is that we are in the middle of, we're a little bit more than halfway through a 4-year cycle. We think we're still in a bull market. And we believe that the deregulation that we're seeing here in the United States is going to be very important to institutions moving into this new asset class. Asset allocators have to have a point of view on this new asset class. And we think by putting it in portfolios, risk-adjusted returns for the entire portfolio will go up.
One question I have to the point you're making here on where the risk appetite stands around Bitcoin versus other asset classes, there has been a serious dip in markets, Kathy. If you had to choose where you would buy the dip the most, would it be in Bitcoin, Tesla, or Nvidia?
Oh my goodness. Well, we post our trades every day, and you'll see that we've been buying Tesla and names that mimic Bitcoin and other crypto assets like Coinbase, like Robinhood, taking advantage of this risk-off period.
So what does this mean in terms of where you see things going? Do you see more of a sell-off before things get better in these risk assets, Bitcoin or otherwise? How do you know that we're not at the lows?
So one of the things we think is going on right now is, and Treasury Secretary Bessent today said he does not believe that we're going into a recession. We think we've been in a rolling recession and that we are actually going to see some negative quarters here. And that's because the velocity of money is collapsing as people, the labor force is worried that, and we're talking about federal, state, and local, quasi-government categories like education and healthcare. There's a lot of fear around job security right now. So we see the saving rate going up. We see the velocity of money coming down, and we do think we'll see 1 or 2 negative quarters. What we believe that will do is set this administration up and the Fed up with more degrees of freedom for tax cuts and perhaps lower interest rates, or at least ending quantitative tightening.
What do you see as the rate path for this year? The Federal Reserve kicking off its 2-day policy meeting today. We're going to hear from Jay Powell tomorrow. How many rate cuts do you see happening this year, Kathy?
Well, we tend not to be very short-term in our focus, but if we're right and inflation is going to surprise on the low side of expectations, we wouldn't be surprised to see 2 or 3 cuts. Now, if you look at an indicator called Trueflation, it's probably the broadest measure of inflation out there. It is saying inflation is down to 1.65%, well below where the Fed is pinning it at roughly the CPI's 2.8%. And we believe that the combination of actually food prices have started coming down. Even egg prices have started to collapse, as a matter of fact. Gasoline prices are coming down. We're seeing some rent prices coming down. So we think inflation is going to surprise on the low side of expectations for those reasons, and because innovation is inherently deflationary. And our 5 innovation platforms are all driving different kinds of deflation. Good deflation, which will cause unit growth, but deflation nonetheless. So we think the Fed is going to have many more degrees of freedom in the second half of this year than most people think. We could see more than the number I just suggested, 2 to 3 cuts.
Hey, Kathy, you and I have spoken quite a bit over the last few months. You were optimistic about the Trump administration, specifically with regard to disruptive technology and your thesis, but also with cryptocurrency. You just spoke about the easing regulatory environment around crypto. I'm curious, though, what you think about President Trump's relationship with crypto. The Wall Street Journal reported that the Trump family has held deal talks with Binance following that guilty exchange plea. And then also you have the president getting into meme coins. You have World Liberty Financial. Are you at all concerned that the Trump family is too close to crypto?
Well, I think the Trump family is very supportive of crypto, which is great. It's completely different from the environment we had been in. Our view on meme coins, we're not as focused on them. We would not be putting them into our various private funds because, and I think that, the combination of AI and blockchain technology is creating millions of these meme coins. We think most of them are not going to be worth very much. We think there are just going to be a few crypto assets that will gain most of the spoils in the entire ecosystem.
Kathy, even some of the people who believe most firmly in the crypto story here they are still worried about those meme coins and a lot of retail investors being stuck holding the bag. And another thing that's happening at the same time is you have a lot of exchanges looking to loosen their listing standards. Do you worry that this could go too far, that too many coins that are going to hurt retail investors ultimately will be listed on too many exchanges?
Well, I think that the SEC did a very important thing in declaring these meme coins not securities. What they essentially were saying is, we are not going to regulate them, and it's buyer beware. And so if I have one message for those listening who are buying meme coins, buyer beware. And I think the message is loud and clear from the regulators. What we think will happen is there will be some fearsome declines in the prices of some of these meme assets. And, you know, there's nothing like losing money for people to learn. And they'll learn that the SEC and regulators are not taking responsibility for these meme coins.
Buyer beware of what specifically? Because you did say that you believe that there are only certain crypto assets that will gain the most spoils. What do buyers need to be aware of?
That the millions of meme coins will probably end up worthless. So when we're talking about the big three, we're talking about Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana. The use cases for those are multiplying. And we think they're going to become very important in the years ahead. Meme coins, not so.
What about Trump's meme coin? Is that one of the ones that you think will become worthless, Kathy?
You know, it's interesting. The meme coins will be collector's items. So digital collector's items. And so, of course, some will withstand will withstand the judgment of time, and that may be one of them. But our working assumption is that when you're talking about millions of meme coins, you know that that's just a step too far, and that most of them are not going to be worth very much.
Kathy, I want to switch gears here a little bit and talk about something that I know you've been focusing on a lot, tokenization. Now, one question I have about this is, do you think the investment community, particularly the venture community, is underestimating how catastrophic this could be to their business model? If you have companies that can raise money through tokens rather than through traditional venture capital and go public this way or list this way rather than through the traditional listing process, is that a sea change coming for the way that this has typically been done?
I actually think it's very complicated, but, you know, in terms of our own venture fund, and we did start an interval fund, which is a 40 Act fund. I mean, we could see tokenizing that, putting it on chain, and enabling many, many more people to get involved with the private world. And I think other venture capital firms could do much of the same thing. I do agree there's going to be a lot more competition, a lot more ways to fund new companies. So that is true as well. So I'd say this new world's going to be complicated. You know, when we hear Larry Fink of BlackRock saying he wants to tokenize everything, you know it's big, because it takes a lot to move the needle at BlackRock. So we're watching the tokenization movement very closely for our own purposes as well.
A little earlier, you said that when you look at these dips, you've been trying to take advantage of them, particularly in part through Coinbase and Robinhood. I have a question about Robinhood in particular. Do you think it looks more and more like Coinbase in the future? And to the extent that you're buying more of it, is it on the thesis of expanded stock trading among retail investors, for election betting, or expanded crypto trading? What of those three things is your favorite thesis?
Well, our main thesis for both is we're looking for the winners in the digital wallet space. Most of us are not going to have many wallets. You can think about this in the same way you think about credit cards. Most of us don't have very many credit cards. So we're looking for those winners. And, you know, Robinhood and Coinbase are coming at this from different angles. Of course, Coinbase from the crypto first angle, and Robinhood from more the equity end of the spectrum. Both of them have to, Robinhood has nailed the user interface. I think Coinbase is putting a lot of effort into getting that right as well. So we're looking at them as two of the bigger winners.
All right, there you have it from Cathie Wood speaking with us here live on Bloomberg in a conversation with Tim Stenovec and Sonali Basak. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We've been listening along here in what is always an interesting back and forth with Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior U.S. Policy Analyst, who we talk to a lot about crypto regulations and some of the other matters that Cathie Wood was talking about. Quick check on the baseline here, by the way. We've been watching Bitcoin tumble today, down almost 3% now, just trading above $81,000. You heard Cathie Wood talking about Tesla, down 4%, $8 a share. Robinhood down 6%, or about $2.50. It's not a great day on the markets, but we could learn a bit from what we just heard, and that's why Nathan is with us. It's good to see you here. Standing by targets for Bitcoin, despite the sort of sentiment that we've seen here since the last couple of weeks, since the big rally that followed the inauguration, the election, and the inauguration for that matter. What do you make of her steadfast view?
I think she's right, but it's just going to take a long time. I mean, when it comes to deregulation, she focused on that. Let's talk about what could happen in 2025. We first had President Trump come out there with this executive order. The strategic Bitcoin reserve did not include the language that many people in the cryptocurrency industry wanted, where they were going to go purchase Bitcoin. But then secondly, you've got this stablecoin bill, this Genius Act, which just passed the Senate Banking Committee last week. We think it's a 70% chance it can get done by July. But then for the rest of the cryptocurrency industry, what about Bitcoin or Solana or Ethereum? Then they're going to have to sit and wait, because the SEC has a crypto task force that's currently working. Their first meeting is on Friday. Everybody can listen to it. But the SEC can only do things within its jurisdiction, and that is securities. And Bitcoin is not a security.
Right.
So for the cryptocurrency industry and this idea of institutional adoption, which is what they're really looking for, they need Congress to pass a bipartisan crypto market structure bill. I don't think that can happen in 2025. So if you're looking for companies like Coinbase and Robinhood to get this regulatory clarity, you're probably looking at mid-2026 before anything really impacts the company's bottom line.
Well, you're no stranger to politics. Isn't that a liability for Donald Trump, who promised to get this done, elected in part because of the progress that could be made, his embrace of crypto?
Well, but there's only so much that you can do without an act of Congress. You know, the Bitcoin reserve was certainly one thing that he could do. We called it that we think it was going to be a rebranding of the already had or already owned cryptocurrency assets. But then, you know, convincing Congress to go out there and purchase more was going to be a tough task. And convincing Congress to create this bipartisan crypto market structure bill is going to be a tough task. The good news for the crypto industry, though, is that they're actually making progress with the stablecoin bill. It passed the Senate Banking Committee 18-6. I did a vote count just before coming on this show. I think it gets 60.
Really?
So even if Elizabeth Warren comes out there and says that I'm going to filibuster, I think there's enough Democratic votes to overcome that. But then the idea is, what do we do with the spot markets for commodities like Bitcoin? The CFTC is the one that primarily the industry wants to have that authority, but it takes an act of Congress. I think it can get there. The challenge is just how much time do they have to debate about it, and whether or not they can get it done when the broader macro agenda could actually, you know, slow things down.
So what's holding up? Is it Democratic opposition to a framework bill? I thought we had kind of gotten our arms around this idea in the last Congress. Why such a long wait?
So I think it's the political capital aspect of it, because look, I think you can eventually get to 60 votes in the Senate, but there are still a lot of skeptical Democrats out there. And there are a lot of folks saying, look, when President Trump has a meme coin and the meme coin goes up, a lot of people make money, and then subsequently it declines a couple of days later. That's something that's a lot of folks in the crypto industry don't like. You know, we just heard Cathie Wood say meme coins, buyer beware, for speculation purposes. So I think what the Republicans did here, and this is specifically, I think, the Republicans in the Senate, is what they did here is they said, look, let's take the stablecoin piece first. That was the one that had the most bipartisan support. Let's get it over the line. Let's get it to the president's desk, and then we'll worry about market structure. Because had they gone forth with market structure, I think they would have been trying to boil the ocean as opposed to boiling that lake. And like we saw with the Safer Banking Act and marijuana in the last Congress, then it just gets messed up, gets delayed, and never ultimately goes nowhere.
If Nathan Dean is with us, we have to ask you about a major headline about the Fed yesterday. Of course, you saw the Bowman headline, and we talked about it with Patrick McHenry, the former chair of the House Financial Services Committee. Michelle Bowman nominated for the Federal Reserve's vice chair for supervision. We talked to Nathan a lot about Basel III, which maybe just went out the window, and the idea of what else could take its place. Patrick McHenry with us at the table yesterday. Listen.
It would not be exceeding the European standards, which is Michael Barr's goal, not what he said, but what the policy looked like. It is a reworking from soup to nuts, throwing it out, starting it over again, and making sure that it's a data-driven operation, not a politically driven, ideologically driven operation like Michael Barr put forward.
Not a big fan of Michael Barr at any point in his tenure holding the gavel. What does take its place?
Well, you know, the interesting thing there is that, you know, I was going to say Chairman McHenry, former Chairman McHenry said is that, you know, they wanted to be in line with European standards. So they've already implemented it. It's called Basel IV. Capital requirements went up around 3 to 4% in Europe. Now, the initial Michael Barr proposal was 19%. He declined it down to 9%. Our view is that when Governor Bowman gets in there, and we think she's going to be confirmed as Fed vice chair, you're going to see more of a capital neutral rule. So maybe think a 0 to 1% increase in terms of capital requirements. Because like Chairman McHenry said, this thing's going to get blown up and then reproposed and restructured. That also signals that it's not going to happen in 2025, probably won't happen in 2026. It could, but implementation of this is most likely for 2027. What bank investors need to know most importantly, though, when it comes to the Basel III endgame is if you get a capital neutral rule and our capital requirements go up 0 in the United States, do European regulators subsequently decline theirs to make it online with international standards? So this idea of race to the bottom is something that's floating out there. But I will also just add that Governor Bowman probably has other things that she wants to do first. This is going to take time. Look for changes to the annual stress testing first. Maybe look for changes to the enhanced supplementary leverage ratio, the ESLR first. But eventually they'll go back to reproposing the Basel III endgame. I just don't think it's going to happen in 2025.
It's going to be a couple of years, it sounds like, if that's the case. So producer James just got the Basel III T-shirts made. They're already going to the flea market, I guess. Collector's items. I knew it. Nathan, thank you so much. Nathan Dean on the heels of Kathy Wood. Great to see you. Bloomberg Intelligence. Find him on the terminal, of course, and online. I'm Joe Math. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite channel 121, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. Watching Wall Street in the wake of all of that conversation, we are headed lower. We'll get an update from Charlie. I think actually we might be doing that right now. We'll do that in a couple. Stand by. S&P 500 down 1%, 63 points. The NASDAQ down more than 1.5%, 287 points. Big news coming from the Supreme Court. This is unusual. We didn't see it coming, but we just heard from the Chief Justice. John Roberts says the impeachment of federal judges, which has been proposed repeatedly by this administration, and God knows Elon Musk has made it a hobby of his, is, quote, not an appropriate response, unquote, to disagreement with their rulings. This is pretty extraordinary to be hearing from the Chief Justice right now, and I'm glad to say that June Grasso is with us, the host of Bloomberg Law. It's been a while since we've been able to compare notes with June, so you know it's got to be pretty important, June. It's great to see you, and I appreciate your stopping your day for us here.
My pleasure.
What is it that pulled John Roberts out into the open to make this statement today?
Well, and as you mentioned, extraordinary, especially for this Chief Justice. I can't remember the last time he's said anything like this, you know, sort of sua sponte, as they said, just out of the blue, because of some of the things that have been going on with, and today with Trump, with that Truth Social post where he called Judge Boasberg, who is the judge in this case involving the Venezuelans who were flown to El Salvador, and the question is whether it was done against that judge's order. So because there are calls for his impeachment, and in fact, as you mentioned, there have been, an impeachment has already been filed against one judge who also made a ruling in the Doge case over the Treasury data. And so with more calls for this, I think he's just trying to step out there and say, this is not the way to go. And it's not the way to go. I mean, impeachment, high crimes and misdemeanors, treason, bribery, not giving a bad ruling to the Trump administration. That is not a ground. What you do is you get a bad ruling, you appeal it if you can appeal, if it's part of the process at that step. The Trump administration is taking the birthright citizenship cases to the Supreme Court. Why are they calling for impeachments at this point? And as you mentioned, Elon Musk has been doing this repeatedly, calling for every bad ruling to be, the judge to be impeached. And that's just not the way it's done.
Donald Trump himself taking to Truth Social today, as you referenced this case involving the deportation of suspected Venezuelan gang members. Quote, this judge, like many of the crooked judges I'm forced to appear for, he writes, should be impeached. All caps, triple exclamation point. But June, of course, this is what Donald Trump does, right? I mean, did the Chief Justice actually need to say something here? Was there a legal mechanism that was about to lead to their impeachment?
Well, I think he wants to nip this in the bud, sort of, because you do have that one impeachment notice being filed, and now you have another GOP representative saying he's going to file for an impeachment of Judge Boasberg, who, by the way, is a well-respected judge, the chief judge, the senior judge on the D.C. circuit, and he's been on the bench since 2011, really well-respected and tough. So it'll be interesting to see what he does in this case with the Venezuelans. But I think, the Chief Justice wanted to make a point of this. And just last week, 2 senior judges talked about the importance of not having impeachments and how it's wrong to have impeachments for judges. So it's something that's been building up. It didn't just happen today, but I think maybe having Trump say that might have signaled to the Chief Justice, I better step in now because this is going to get out of control really quickly. And it's already been a concern. It didn't just happen today. It's been a concern for weeks. The impeachment motion for that judge I mentioned was filed last month. So even though they're not going to be able to get them impeached. I mean, if you couldn't impeach Trump years ago, they're not going to be able to get the votes to impeach them. But just the whole process of putting a judge through that in any respect when it's just about an order, and it's not even final orders, it's preliminary orders that they're saying are so bad that the judges should be impeached. It's just not the way the legal system is supposed to work. And I think the Chief Justice just said, let me stop this right now if I can.
Wow. Sounds like, the Chief Justice is speaking up for his team. He's looking out for the judicial branch in this case because, June, I think we can agree here in our remaining moment, the judicial branch has turned out to be the check on the administration while Congress is still trying to find the door.
Exactly. And now we're faced with the question of whether Trump and the administration are going to obey the orders of this particular judge, the judge in this Venezuelan case. And as you mentioned, I mean, the Chief Justice, it's really extraordinary for him to say this, to step in at this point, or any point really. Usually you hear what he wants to say in some speech he gives or in a Q&A he does at a law school. You don't hear it like this. Here's a statement from the Chief Justice of the United States. It's extraordinary.
Remarkable. I'm glad we could spend some time with June on that. June Grasso, thank you so much. It'll be a fascinating edition of Bloomberg Law, of course, coming up after Balance of Power this evening here on Bloomberg Radio. Thank you for being with us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're spinning a bunch of plates here. A couple of them weren't even in the air when we started here at 12 noon. We want to update the markets. We're also going to update for you what is happening overseas and at the White House today. They are now, 2.5 hours into this phone call between President Trump and Vladimir Putin. Ian Marlowe will join us ahead to talk about what's going on here. We've also got our eyes on the Middle East today with a ceasefire that appears to have just fallen apart. But it's the markets we want to hit right now. And our colleague, Charlie Pellet, is standing by at World Headquarters in New York with his eyes on Wall Street. Charlie, how's it look?
Indeed, lots going on. A lot of moving parts to this market. Joe Matthew, right now, bottom line, lower across the board. 24 minutes to go until we hear from Jensen Huang of NVIDIA. His speech coming up at 1 o'clock Wall Street time. NVIDIA shares right now trading lower. We got NVIDIA down now by about 1.8%. Bottom line here, stocks selling off. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red as investors prepare for the Fed's decision tomorrow on interest rates. They're also assessing the impact of President Trump's trade policies on the economy, and as you alluded to, a number of geopolitical issues. S&P right now down 57, down 1%. We've got the Dow down 293, down 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index right now down 270, lower by 1.5%. 10-year at 4.29%, the 2-year 4.03%. Spot gold up $34 the ounce, looking at a record $3,035, up 1.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.6%, 67.16 a barrel on WTI. You heard Kathy Wood talking about it. Bitcoin moving lower today. Bitcoin right now down by 2.5%, 81,809. Bitcoin moving lower. However, Kathy Wood sticking with her target of $1.5 million by 2030. Again, recapping, stocks lower, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. It's still St. Patrick's Day for Charlie. God love him. The voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. If you were on YouTube, you would have seen that beautiful green tie. Find us on YouTube right now by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. We're 2.5 hours in, give or take a couple of minutes, 2.5 hours into a phone call between President Trump and Vladimir Putin on what is today 11 years to the day since Putin illegally annexed Crimea. They're talking about Ukraine, of course, how to bring this war to an end, although based on what Donald Trump said on Air Force One over the weekend, they've already kind of framed what this is going to be. They're essentially talking about dividing up assets at this point, knowing that Ukraine does not have a seat at the table. We're going to get a readout at some point. There are very few people on this call. It's just the two presidents and a couple of aides listening in. And Ian Marlowe joins us right now, Bloomberg senior reporter covering U.S. foreign policy. It's great to see you. The anatomy of a phone call like this, we don't know what they're talking about, but give us a sense of the sort of process when they get on the line. It's not like Donald Trump's calling a small talk Vladimir Putin. They're, I presume, set up by both offices. They're introduced to each other. Is there a framework for the call? Is there an agenda? Or do you just start ripping?
I think generally there's an agenda on these types of calls, and both sides now know what they want to get out of this. I think the issue for the Trump team is emerging from this still looking strong and not looking like you're getting run around by Putin, who, you know, people have long said kind of wants to engage in this process in part to potentially spin it out. And, you know, continue getting battlefield gains and the rest of it while the U.S. pressures Ukraine. So I think there's a lot of pressure on Trump's team now to emerge from this on both sides, not looking weak vis-a-vis Russia and not looking too fierce when it comes to pushing the Ukrainians to the table, which has been the main criticism, I think.
Well, that's right. Europe. I mean, we are talking about, he says we're talking about land and power plants, dividing up assets. We're essentially talking about how great the reward will be for Russia after a decade of aggression, no?
And Bloomberg is also reporting that one of the Russian asks on this is for the U.S. to halt weapons shipments to Ukraine as well. So there's not only the sort of post-ceasefire negotiations in terms of what sort of things Trump needs to say to bring Russia to the table, but there's also sort of immediate things that Russia is probably going to look for. And you know, Trump, you know, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and others have said they just want to stop the fighting. And they kind of use that as an explanation for almost any question people have about this process. You know, will it involve Ukraine giving up territory? Will it involve security guarantees on the U.S. side? And they just say, look, we just want to stop the fighting, end the bloodshed, and then we can kind of figure out everything. But a lot of people already know what sort of things are being debated here, and they're very concerning for people in Europe and for Ukraine. And so there's not a lot of detail at the moment on exactly what Trump is necessarily offering to Russia to bring them to the table. And at the moment, it does look like Russia has at least some of the upper hand, given how desperately it seems Trump wants a deal and how willing he is to pressure Ukraine to bring them to the table too.
Yeah. We can tell you the call has ended. Just want to be clear here. It ended some time ago, as a matter of fact. NBC News is now letting us know. Typically, the White House will issue a statement saying that the call has ended. That did not happen. A White House official telling NBC News the call ended. It lasted over an hour and a half. So they've been off the horn now for roughly an hour. We still don't have a readout. What do you think happens next?
I'm not honestly too sure. When we were in,
they may not either.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when we were in Saudi Arabia with Secretary Rubio, when they were dealing with the earlier talks with the Russians, I mean, just process-wise, the Russians bring along their own delegation, their own press, and they are, very free and talking to the media about what they want. And so, some of us with the U.S. delegation were learning things via Russian state media and stuff. So sometimes that's the way this process works. The White House might be more formal about it. But I think we'll probably get a readout, and then we'll have a sense, maybe, Trump is unorthodox. He might, jump in front of the cameras and give his sense of what's
happening. We're going to have to see him at some point today, right? We should let our viewers and listeners know that there's a 3 p.m. EO signing that's on the schedule. It's the only thing on the White House guidance today, so maybe he uses that as an opportunity, or they can always add something. I guess a win would be a deal, right? I mean, that's the ultimate win. Would a meeting between these two also qualify as progress?
I think so, yeah. I mean, I think there's the White House is very interested in showing progress on an issue that Trump talked about a lot on the campaign trail, and a lot since he's come into office. He's put a lot of resources into it. There's always the risk with a leader-level summit, Putin, Trump, that you reward, Putin like, in the past he had rewarded Kim Jong-un with a summit that's premature. Yeah. You know what I mean? Before the details have really been hashed out.
Right.
And, so far in this process, we've seen, since the inauguration, we've seen a lot of big foreign policy announcements and the details being hashed out later in a very strange way, sometimes in the courts. Sometimes things fall apart. Sometimes, like with what's happening now in the Middle East, with Israel renewing its attacks, we're seeing things reverse from what Trump and his team had wanted. So we'll see. But I think a summit would be, if it's just Trump Putin, then you're into criticism about whether Ukraine is involved and whether Trump is moving forward with this without Ukraine. So we'll see. We'll see.
Just go to Yalta. I mean, do people realize that's in Crimea? It's kind of amazing how this stuff works. Yalta references running wild this morning. In our remaining 30 seconds, is there a world in which we see Vladimir Putin at the White House? It's been floated as an idea.
And he's talked about Xi Jinping coming to the White House as well. Which
That's
is also,
not real, right? Either of these?
It's hard to see them happen. It's hard to see the team allowing that to happen, but we'll see.
Fair answer. Ian, thank you. I know you've got a lot of work ahead as we stand by to hear more about what happened on this call. It is done. They've hung up the phone, and we're standing by for a readout from the White House. We'll assemble our political panel next. In Washington Live, I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red. We got 20 minutes to go until we hear from NVIDIA's Jensen Huang. Ahead of that speech, we've got NVIDIA shares leading tech lower, down 1.5%. Among other tech names, Tesla right now down 4%. S&P in the red by 55 points, 56.19 right now, a decline of 1%. Dow Industrials down 310, lower by 0.7%. NASDAQ down 261, a drop for NASDAQ of 1.5%. The 10-year 4.29%, with the 2-year 4.03%. Gold now surging $34 the ounce, $3,035, up 1.1%, and Bitcoin trading lower by 2.4%. Bitcoin 81,911. Housing starts bounced back last month as the weather improved, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
In February, housing starts rose for the second time in 3 months, up more than 11%. That reverses January's weather rack drop. Beyond the weather, mortgage rates are weighing on the housing market, with the number of homes for sale the highest since the financial crisis. Building permits, in turn, are down. Potential U.S. tariffs could add another dimension, higher costs for Canadian lumber. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
NVIDIA lower in the run-up to CEO Jensen Huang's keynote speech, 1 o'clock Wall Street time. Chief Justice John Roberts says the impeachment of federal judges is not an appropriate response to disagreement with their rulings. And Texas is reporting 20 new confirmed measles cases since March 14th. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 57, down now by 1%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, great to see you. Charlie Pellet, live from New York, every day here on the fastest show in politics. We're covering politics in Washington. Charlie keeps his eyes on the markets for us. And coming off our conversation earlier this hour with Kathy Wood, a lot to consider there. 1.5 million, standing by the forecast. All right, so here's the news. It's being reported, at least, by multiple sources now that the call has ended. The call heard round the world, even though we don't know what was said on it. Trump, Putin, about an hour and a half. They got 90 minutes under their belts this morning, of course, remembering what comes along with a call like that, using translation and so forth. Sometimes these can be labored. Questions about whether that's a long call, knowing that Vladimir Putin met with Steve Witkoff for something like 4 hours when they had a chance to sit down. And these two, of course, know each other well, and they know what they're talking about. Donald Trump just, of course, last weekend on Air Force One talking about the contours of a deal that in some cases has already been hashed out. He says they're talking about dividing up land and power plants at this point, which may well have been the center of their call. I'm glad to say our political panel is with us. Let's hash out what we know here. Ashley Davis, Republican strategist and partner at S3 Group, back with me in Washington. In New York, it's Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor, senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, and our Democratic analyst. What do you think, Jeannie? I don't know. We don't have a readout. We haven't seen Donald Trump since then. He does have a 3 o'clock event on the calendar that he could turn into a press event, presumably, to talk about this. Was this a success in 90 minutes? What's your expectation?
Yeah, I mean, it's anybody's guess at this point what happened right before the speech. Putin, right before the talk, rather, on the phone conversation, Putin gave a pretty anti-West speech, mocking the G7, saying that they wanted peace and they were still going to try to come after Russia. So you're hard-pressed to imagine he was very conciliatory in the phone call. So I think that's what's got the Ukrainians, Europeans, all of our allies so concerned, is what could possibly have been agreed to. And of course, there's also concern that Donald Trump has echoed Russian talking points about the election, about public opinion polling. So potentially there is concern that he heard from a plea from Putin and he's going to come out swinging against Ukraine. So it's going to be really, really fascinating to hear what the readout on this looks like.
Ashley, you know what it's like to be in the Oval Office on a day like this. We, of course, don't know what was said on the call, but talk to us about the decisions that are being made and some of the choreography that surrounded this. This wasn't like Donald Trump picking up the phone in his bedroom calling Vladimir Putin today.
No, absolutely not. And obviously, just as Jeannie said, this has been weeks, if not months, of negotiations back and forth. But the president really wants this done. He wants a ceasefire. You've seen with his they're not tweets anymore, they're X's,
They're
I
truths,
guess.
I think.
Truths.
Yeah.
That 2,500 people are dying a day. I don't know if that number is accurate or not, but he wants this war over. And I think what Jeannie said is, do we give up too much by getting a ceasefire or whatever else? But I'm shocked, to be honest with you, if we'll see this, if it really happened, is if both presidents were really in that meeting for an hour and a half. Like, just from my experience under Bush, like, he didn't do hour and a half meetings.
Okay, yeah.
Everything was teed up so much that those final negotiations were just for the two principals to kind of come in and
Interesting.
shake hands.
So that's
But-
the style of this administration, or you think other things were happening?
No, I'm just saying my experience with the Bush administration.
Yeah.
In regards to the Trump administration. No, I think he's the one that.
So he's
art
doing
of
the
the
weave.
deal.
He's doing the weave on the phone with Vladimir Putin.
I think so. I mean, that's what I think is going to be very interesting. And I'm assuming he did not want to get off of that phone call, or it was probably in the Situation Room and it was probably live.
Yep, sure.
But he probably did not want to get off that without some sort of deal. That's my gut right now, but I could be completely
No, I love this.
Wrong.
I'll ask you more impossible questions to answer. Jeannie, there have been a lot of references to Yalta today. We remind our audience that Yalta is actually in Crimea. It was 11 years ago today that Russia annexed Crimea. And some of the analysis would suggest that this is entirely an exercise in how much Russia should be rewarded for its behavior. Do you see it that way?
Yeah, first of all, after you guys are talking, I'm trying to think of how does weaving translate into Russian, and what is Vladimir Putin hearing as Donald Trump is weaving? I think one thing that we heard from the National Security Advisor over the weekend was fascinating on this point about Crimea, because he talked about the fact, is it really in our interest, the United States, to drive every Russian out of Ukraine, including Crimea? And that raised a lot of concern that potentially the Trump administration is open to allowing Russia to negotiate to keep some of the land that it took. And obviously negotiations, you have to be able to ask for what you want and work this out. The problem on the Ukrainian side is, of course, they agreed to the ceasefire or the pause without condition. And to the point that you guys were just making, the question is are we going to allow Putin to push for what he wants and not allow Ukraine to get something in return? And that, I guess, is really the concern that we're all going to wait to hear what the readout on this thing looks like.
All right, I want to ask you both about what's happening in a completely different room here in Washington, D.C., a courtroom where the administration was due to provide more information today about its decision to not adhere to a court ruling, to not turn an airplane around that was carrying at least one airplane. There could have been two, we've now learned. More than 200 suspected Venezuelan gang members. They ended up in El Salvador. We talked about this a lot yesterday. The judge says you violated a court order here. The Attorney General, we heard from AG Bondi on Fox last evening, says otherwise. Listen.
This one federal judge, again, thinks he can control foreign policy for the entire country, and he cannot. And right now we're evaluating our options.
Okay, so the administration may continue doing these flights?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Fast forward to today. By the way, there's no decision on this coming following that request for more information. We just heard from the Chief Justice, Ashley, John Roberts, suggesting the impeachment of federal judges is, quote, not an appropriate response to disagreement with their rulings. Very unusual to hear a statement like this from the Chief Justice, knowing that Donald Trump, as recently as today, and Elon Musk on a daily basis, have been calling for the impeachment of judges. How important is this to hear from the chief?
I think it's a very important statement when we just talk about the word of impeaching judges when you don't like a ruling. And that's what he's talking about. He's not, which I think is very important to remember, he's not talking about the case.
Correct.
And
this has come up in any number of cases where we hear about impeach the judge.
And also, there was a lot of talk in the last administration about just the Justice Department being politicized on both sides. I mean, this has been a long, which I feel is a horrible thing for our country to have to be talking about, because that's one thing we should be believing in is the judicial system. However, I'm going to be conservative on this issue in regards to when they did get the ruling that they should turn around the plane. Are we really going to turn around 261 gang members that have committed horrible crimes in this country and are here illegally. So my question would be, why do they have rights one way or the other? And it's just a losing argument, I think, from the general public that we want to bring these people back. But I understand the bigger dynamic of the judicial conversation. But in the words of national security and in the thoughts of what we should do, these people should not be in our country.
What do you think about this, Jeannie? We talked about it yesterday. Whether you think that these people deserve due process is one question. The Chief Justice is trying to stop this conversation about impeaching judges right now, though. Will he be effective?
I don't know. This is very reminiscent of something that Chief Justice Roberts said in 2018 when he said we don't have Obama or Trump judges. And here he goes again. And I do think it is an important moment because so many people have been talking about, have we reached a constitutional crisis or not? And here you see the Chief Justice of the United States, who seldom likes to enter the political fray, taking very, very seriously a very troubling post on Truth Social by Donald Trump today, talking about impeaching a judge that he disagrees with. And the clip you played from Pam Bondi is just fascinating because I don't know where Pam Bondi has been, but it is always one judge who makes a decision. And then if you don't like that decision, you appeal up. And that's what I think is very troubling about all of this, is there are procedures in this country that we follow to ensure that we all enjoy rights and liberties. And, you know, on these 200 plus or minus people who were deported, the fact is nobody knows who they are. It is a big black hole. We don't know if they were gang members. We don't know what their names are. We have to just trust the president. Okay, we trust them. But if next time Kamala Harris comes into office, are Republicans going to want to trust her when she picks up 200 people and throws them out of the country and says, don't worry, we vetted them. They were very bad people. So this is why we give people rights. If they've committed crimes, if they're here illegally, obviously you remove them. But the problem is here, we have no verification on those points. That's why a federal judge looks at each case and says yes or no. And that's the real problem that we're facing here.
Well, maybe the answer to this whole situation, Ashley, is self-deportation. I want you to just park that idea for a second because we've got some history here around this. And Donald Trump is going there again, taking to social media today from the White House an especially crafted video to urge unauthorized immigrants to see their way out, self-deport. There's even an app for that. Listen.
People in our country illegally can self-deport the easy way, or they can get deported the hard way, and that's not pleasant. The Biden administration exploited the CBP One app to allow more than 1 million aliens to illegally enter the United States. Now my administration is launching the CBP Home app to give people in our country illegally an easy way to leave now and self-deport voluntarily. If they do not avail themselves of this opportunity, then they will be found, they will be deported, and they will never be admitted again to the United States, ever again. Okay. You're never coming in.
All right, I think you get the point. If you're listening on Bloomberg Radio, he's sitting behind the Oval Office for this. And of course, it brings us back to the 2012 presidential campaign. Remember, Mitt Romney was laughed at during one of the primary debates when he suggested self-deportation. Analysis following the outcome of that election. As you read at Politico, go back to November of 2012. Fascinating analysis that Mitt Romney's maniacal and crazy policy of self-deportation, these are quotes, alienated Asian and Hispanic voters, helped cost him the election. This individual said he had a crazy policy of self-deportation. He lost the Asian vote. He lost everyone who was inspired to come into this country. That man was named Donald Trump. Ashley, a lot's changed since 2012.
First of all, we didn't have the border crisis that we have or had right now as we did.
But is self-deportation a more serious concept now than it was then?
So I think it is for a few reasons. And by the way, he did put this in, they did start this last week, and you saw one of the Columbia students actually did take advantage of it and leave.
The new app.
the new app. And so I think they're trying to do everything possible to get as many people out that came here illegally. And so this is what they're doing to say, you're not going to be in trouble if you do it now, and you can maybe try it again. And I hear the music. I need to stop talking.
That's all right. We'll have more time with this. Ashley Davis,
But I actually
Jeannie
think it's a good
Shanzano.
idea.
Self-deportation is back on the table. Our great panel will be back with us in our second hour. The phone call has ended between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. We'll have a lot more on that in hour 2 on Balance of Power here on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The call has ended. Trump and Putin. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the two presidents discuss how to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine without Ukraine on the line. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome to the Tuesday edition, the early edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, a lot of references to Yalta today, but it's unclear if these two had any breakthroughs in this call.
Yeah, as we have yet to hear from the White House or from the Kremlin, for that matter, as to what the content of this conversation was. We just know it lasted for some time. Over 90 minutes is what our reporting suggests. But you would think if a deal was actually made, if there were some kind of breakthrough, the White House would be eager to announce it, as President Trump has made it very clear what he wants to achieve here.
That's true. He does have an event on the guidance for a bit later today, but it was closed press, Kaylee. There's still a chance that we'll hear from Donald Trump, even though apparently this call ended some time ago, about 90 minutes ago, if that turns out to be the case. We've had a couple of reports to that effect so far. He could speak. We could also get a written readout on the call, which would be typical. But of course, some of the traditions that we associate with the White House are not always put forth by this administration. We'll just have to wait and see what this day brings.
And that's why we also have to keep our True social feeds up and refreshed, because it just as easily could come from there. So we'll keep watching to see if we get a readout. We also have to talk about the courts today, as the backlash of a federal district judge over the Venezuelan deportation flights over the weekend has now actually resulted in a rare statement from the Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, John Roberts, who says it's not appropriate to pursue impeachment.
Something that the president suggested just today on Truth Social, and has been a daily hobby for Elon Musk to talk about impeaching judges. It looks like he's just trying to stop this conversation. It's not exactly a process underway that he's standing in front of, but we'll have more on that coming up this hour.
Indeed, we will. Just like right now, we have more on what's moving in markets on this Tuesday. Charlie Pellet has a look from New York. Hey, Charlie.
And good day from New York, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all very much in the red. All about NVIDIA at this hour. NVIDIA shares trading lower right now. We have got NVIDIA trading down as CEO Jensen Huang is about to speak in San Jose, California at the GPU Tech Conference AI. It is an event described by the New York Times as the Super Bowl of AI. 25,000 people in attendance right now. We got NVIDIA as he's about to speak down by 1.1%. Yes, we will bring you those headlines as they become available. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Investors preparing for the Fed's decision tomorrow on interest rates. They're also assessing the impact of President Trump's trade policies on the economy. S&P right now down 60 points, down 1.1%. The Dow down 351, down 0.8%. NASDAQ lower by 273, down 1.5% to be sure, trading very close to session lows. The 10-year, 4.28%. The 2-year right now, 4.03%. Gold up $34 the ounce, $3,035 on gold. That is a gain of 1.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, $66.79 a barrel. And Bitcoin, big story today, it is slumping 2.5% right now at 81,896. Again, NVIDIA shares, they are trading lower. NVIDIA right now down by just about 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Haley Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Here in Washington, we are waiting with bated breath to get a readout of the call that we understand lasted for more than an hour and a half this morning between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. Of course, a conversation that was widely anticipated, especially after last week, U.S. and Ukrainian officials agreed to the terms of potentially a 30-day ceasefire. The problem is, Joe, you need Russia to sign up for that as well, and it's a big question as to what Russia would ask for in return to making such an agreement. We expect President Putin may have given President Trump an idea of that today, but we just don't know exactly what was said.
Knowing that there had been talks underway that led to this call, and it was just last weekend on Air Force One, President Trump said discussions had taken place about dividing up assets. Those are the words he used. Quote, "We'll be talking about land. We'll be talking about power plants," unquote, suggesting that they're pretty far down the road on this without President Zelensky at the table.
Yeah, it's these conversations, at least to this point, are happening basically entirely separately, not direct contact between Ukraine and Russia.
Well, as Kelly mentioned, we're waiting for a readout, but we want to bring you to the White House right now. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall is standing by as we wait for news. Tyler, what do we know?
Yeah, hey, Joe. Well, I can confirm that the White House has told us reporters here that we will be getting a readout shortly. What we do know going into these calls is Bloomberg News was reporting that Putin has called for a halt to all weapon flows into Ukraine, or at a minimum, according to sources familiar, no more U.S. weapon flows into the country. It remains to be seen if that's something that the White House would potentially agree to, considering that the U.S. just last week reversed a halt on military assistance and intelligence sharing with Ukraine in order to get them on board to backing this 30-day ceasefire proposal that Kaylee was mentioning there. Our reporting indicating that Russia might be slow rolling these negotiations over these concerns about Western military assistance, Ukraine's sovereignty, and then also, of course, what to do with these seized territories. Now, going into this call, this White House really projected at least some sort of optimism, considering that Vladimir Putin has not publicly committed to that 30-day peace plan. And I had the chance to speak with one foreign policy expert who told me this is really a tightrope act for Russia going forward here, because Moscow does want to see these improved relations with Washington. For example, our reporting indicating that we were expecting commerce ties to be discussed during that call today. And I had the chance to catch up with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent here on the White House North Lawn earlier this morning. And I asked him how the U.S. is going to use its economic might going into this phone call. And he said at this point, it is all, quote, path dependent as the U.S. weighs potentially amping up those sanctions in order to get Russia to the negotiating table. Joe and Kaylee, a lot of big questions still remaining, but perhaps most pertinent, perhaps also path dependent at this point. What are security guarantees going to look like for Ukraine? Up to this point, the White House has not committed to any such guarantees.
All right, Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House for us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thank you so much. We want to continue this conversation now with national security reporter Dan Flatley, who is here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Dan, I don't want to ask you to play a guessing game because obviously no one actually knows yet what was discussed between these two presidents on this call today. But if it's anything short of a deal being agreed to on the Russian side, will this not count as a victory for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Kaylee, I think we're all waiting with bated breath, particularly because we don't know how Trump is going to pull this off. Mm-hmm. From our reporting, we understand that what Putin wants, more than anything at this point, is no more U.S. weapons, no more U.S. aid flowing to Ukraine, which, as you can imagine, for the Ukrainians is very much a deal breaker. And they're not going to be happy about that for a variety of reasons. And Putin, wants at a minimum a slowing or a stoppage to U.S. aid and potentially to aid from some other European allies that are helping Ukraine. So that's a very hard, a very high bar to clear, I should say. So I'm not sure what Trump will be able to offer that would assuage Putin's concerns in that regard. We know it was a long call. Reports are about an hour and a half. So obviously they had a lot of ground to cover. It's interesting to think about how quickly we've gotten to this point. I mean, this war has been going on now for over 3 years at this point. And, it was only in the last couple of months that we had a lot of back and forth. We all kind of remember that Friday afternoon blow up at the White House with President Zelensky of Ukraine. And now we're here. So we know that Ukrainians are at the table. They're trusting the U.S. up to this point. And so now it's kind of all on what's going to come out of this call. One potential outcome would be, hey, look, we didn't really agree to anything. We made progress. We're going to continue talking, but we don't have any concrete agreements. But as you said, there was some groundwork laid out before the call. So I just think we have to see what Trump or Putin says.
Seems like we're spending a lot of time trying to figure out what Russia can get out of this. Right. Not a lot of time identifying what the U.S. can get, or God forbid, what Ukraine's going to get out of this.
Well, I think that we know that, Trump's approach to this has been basically, I'm the deal maker. I'm the only person that can get this deal done. Right. And I want to stop the killing. So, and Trump has, I don't know whether Trump has, I'm trying to think if Trump has directly talked about this, but people around him have talked about the Nobel Peace Prize and other sorts of things. So I do think that Trump wants some sort of deal. The question is, how are the Ukrainians going to feel about that deal? How are Republicans in the Senate going to feel about that deal? And without having typically these types of negotiations take months, if not years. If you look at what's happened in Gaza with Israel and Hamas, that ceasefire, that truce has broken down. So, these things take a lot of time, even to get to the start of this type of truce or ceasefire. And they can break down from there. So I still think we have a long way to go before we actually know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, great. Dan sets us up for our conversation with Wendy Sherman. Dan Flatley, thank you. The former Deputy Secretary of State in the Biden administration joins us live now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Wendy, it's great to have you. The line, of course, in the Biden White House was nothing for Ukraine without Ukraine. Are the Yalta references accurate? And is that the cost of doing business? Do we just want to see the fighting end?
Well, Joe and Kelly, first, it's good to be with you and to be with Bloomberg. I think that some of these references to Yalta are quite apt in the sense that I believe the president believes in what we call great power relationships, that there should be spheres of influence geographically and that people who are these big powers decide how things go forward. Now, that is really not in America's national security interest. It may indeed end fighting ultimately, but at an enormous cost where Putin believes he can take more territory, maybe not tomorrow, but in a year or 2 years. President Trump is very close to President Duda of Poland. And quite frankly, Poland is in Putin's sights, as are the Baltics, Moldova. And so there's great concern here, not only for a potential World War III, but for an incremental change of what's on the map and an end to democracy and the rule of law, something we think is important. When I really negotiated with the Russians, trying to stop this invasion, even though we knew it was a fait accompli, we needed to show we could do diplomacy. Every one of the 30 NATO states that met together, along with others, and the Russians at a NATO meeting said how important it was to establish sovereignty, territorial integrity, the right for countries to make their own decisions. So I agree with your reporter. We need to see what came out of this phone call, but we see an administration that is really taking away some of the tools like foreign assistance, like the Voice of America, that we use to make sure that our interests were pursued and not the interests of Russia or China.
Well, Secretary Sherman, as you talk about this notion of sovereignty and territorial integrity against the contrast of President Trump framing this in terms of the division of Ukrainian assets, is there a world in which you realistically think, when all is said and done, Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity as it existed prior to 3 years ago will remain intact?
I can think of some ideas, Kaylee, but I'll leave it to the negotiators, that would ensure that fundamental principle of territorial integrity. Russia is looking, I believe, for the United States and for the world in the United Nations to declare that some of the territorial gains that Russia has made by its really horrific and illegal invasion of a sovereign country, part of Russia, to name them as part of Russia. I don't think that Ukraine can live with that. I do think there are other solutions, and as I said, smart negotiators know what they are.
The Donbass is, of course, a very different scenario for Ukraine and for Russia. What does that mean in the negotiation?
Well, again, I think in the past, President Zelensky has talked about allowing some form of autonomy as part of Ukraine for the Donbass. We know that there are a lot of Russian speakers. Many people, virtually everyone in Ukraine speaks Russian and Ukrainian, given history. So I think there are a lot of solutions here, but I think the greatest concern for me today is not only that President Trump may give Putin everything he wants and really put Ukraine at risk, but put Europe at risk, and that the president is as well, with the efforts by Elon Musk and Doge, taking away the tools of American power. Those include not only our diplomacy and our strong defense, but it also includes development and foreign assistance and the Voice of America and the ability to do research on cutting-edge technology and cutting-edge technology for the diseases that we all face and the diseases of the future, as well as AI and quantum. And we're seeing our government reduced and our tools reduced in a way that really doesn't help American security. When business goes abroad, they want security. They want assurance. I ran a global consulting firm for over a decade. Started out with Madeleine Albright, called the Albright Group, and then became Albright Stonebridge Group, and now is part of Denton. And I know what business wants And you cannot achieve that kind of security if you don't have all the tools available as a nation. And those include, I can tell you, China and Russia are thrilled with what the president is doing. It is to our detriment, to the detriment of business, and to the detriment of our national security.
Well, and to continue on this point around other aspects of U.S. involvement abroad, I know you signed on to the amicus brief warning of the danger of terminating foreign aid through USAID. Obviously, some of those programs under Secretary Rubio have been, if not effectively reinstated, will continue to exist. But how much damage already has been done to U.S. soft power with the attempted rollback?
I think enormous damage has already been done. I do think children will die, and Americans are just very generous people, have always been tremendous donors to ensure that children around the world don't die. But it's more direct for Americans. We ensure that disease does not reach our shores. I was around during the Ebola outbreak in West Africa between 2014 and 2016. And I can't begin to tell you the number of conversations I was part of to make sure that Ebola did not reach this country because, as you know, people get on airplanes and they travel. And we didn't want Ebola to come here. So it was in our interest to help Liberia and help Sierra Leone to make sure they dealt with Ebola. And we did that with USAID funds. In fact, we had helped Nigeria train nurses, and 200 Nigerian nurses, if I recall correctly, went to Liberia and Sierra Leone to help stop that outbreak. So in other words, there's a chain of events that helps increase our security. The president talks a lot, as we all understand, about the needs to make sure our borders are secure. He talks a lot about the scourge of violence, of criminal behavior, of cartels, of drug dealing across our border. Well, USAID has provided monies in the past to governments in Latin America and Central America to ensure drug enforcement. Those dollars are now gone, and that puts us more at risk. So this is not just being about generous, which Americans are. This is not just about humanitarian concerns, and Americans are. And the last thing I'll say is American farmers have depended on USAID buying their goods to use abroad. For some farmers, that's easily 20, 25% of their business. And so we're hurting American farmers as well. I think it's really important for Americans to understand that these are not dollars that just get thrown away. These are dollars for our national security interests.
All right, we'll leave it on that note. Former Deputy Secretary of State during the Biden administration, Wendy Sherman, here with us on Balance of Power, and we'll have much more ahead on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang takes the stage at the GTC event in San Jose, California. A speech that anyone associated with the AI world is listening to very closely. We're monitoring developments. We'll get you headlines as they become available. But right now, Jensen Huang takes the stage. NVIDIA shares, they are trading lower right now. We've got NVIDIA right now down by 1.1%. NVIDIA, part of a larger, broader tech sell-off today, has sent the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all into the red. So here's where we stand right now. S&P down 61, drop there of 1.1%. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 337 points, a decline of 0.8%. NASDAQ, meanwhile, down 284, drop there of 1.6%. And again, NVIDIA, with Jensen Huang speaking right now, NVIDIA shares lower by 1.2%. The 10-year yield, 4.28%. The 2-year currently yielding 4.03%. Spot gold up $32 the ounce, up 1.1%. 3,032. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.5%, 67.28 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin, major sell-off there, with Bitcoin down another 2.8%, 81,631 right now on Bitcoin. Recapping, stocks lower, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. The S&P right now down by 1.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in an all-green world headquarters in New York. Still looks like St. Patrick's Day up there. Thank you, Charlie, and thank you for being with us on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew, where we were pretty surprised to hear from the Chief Justice today in Washington. Kaylee, John Roberts says the impeachment of federal judges is not an appropriate response to disagreeing with their rulings. And of course, this is something that we've heard about quite a bit from this White House. Donald Trump and Elon Musk have both, in fact, as recently as today, suggested as much. In this particular case right now involving the deportation of more than 200 suspected Venezuelan criminal gang members, a court ruling that suggested the plane be turned around. Of course, it did not turn around. And ever since then, this is a conversation that's been in the air.
Yeah, and it seemed that the judge in this case, Jeb Boasberg, was the subject of this True Social post from Donald Trump. He didn't actually name him. He just called him a radical left lunatic of a judge, but did call directly for his impeachment, which the Chief Justice is saying is inappropriate. So for more on this, we turn to our all-star Supreme Court reporter, Greg Stohr, who is here with us in our Washington, D.C. studio. Greg, if you could just provide, first of all, some context around how unusual it is for the Chief Justice to even issue a statement like this. What does that suggest about the severity he feels about this situation?
Yeah, extremely unusual. And about the only other example I can think of was during Donald Trump's first term, when he issued a statement saying, we're not Obama judges, we're not Trump judges. For him to do this, he really says that he must feel very strongly. He thinks of himself, well, he is the head of the federal judiciary as well as the head of the Supreme Court. He has a role in making sure federal judges are safe and in making sure that the independence of the judiciary is respected. And it's pretty clear this has been building for quite some time, and we don't know for sure that he was responding to Trump's comments earlier this morning, but it sure seems like it's fair to link the two.
To make sure the judiciary is respected. That's remarkable that you just said that. He's basically speaking up for his team, supporting the judiciary branch at a period of time where it has become, according to many, the lone check on the Trump administration.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, how many cases do we have out there right now? And how many cases have judges issued temporary restraining orders where all they say is, hey, put things on hold to give me a few days to figure this out? And what we're seeing is a pattern of the Trump administration saying, no, we don't want to give you you can't have a few days. We need to go ahead right away. We certainly saw that with this flight of alleged gang members, deporting them to El Salvador. And, in that context where judges' authority is being questioned in all manners, as I said, the Chief Justice felt like, this may have been a bridge too far.
Wow. Thank you, Greg. Greg Stohr broke that story exclusively on your terminal and online, Bloomberg.com, as we now assemble our panel for their take on this and some of the other stories impacting today. Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us, our Democratic analyst, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress, alongside Republican strategist Ashley Davis, partner at S3 Group, back with us here in studio today in Washington. Jeannie, I'll start with you here. The fact that the Chief Justice had to say this tells you what?
It tells us that the Chief Justice is as concerned as we have heard other people about the language coming out of the White House. And in particular, Greg is absolutely right. We don't know if this was a direct response to Truth Social. I try to imagine that the Chief Justice is not out reading Truth Social, but maybe he is. I know I do. And this could be a response, or it's been a long time coming. But it is very, very rare for Roberts to jump into the political fray unless he feels it's absolutely necessary. And of course, the idea that you would impeach a federal judge because you dislike a ruling is anathema to anybody in the judiciary, in the third branch of government. And so as the person who sits at the top of that, he feels it's important to speak out on that point and to tell the president, take the process that's available to you, which is appeal a decision you don't like. And I'm sure that's what the Trump administration will do if this comes out against them. But we don't even know that much yet.
Well, we do know a little bit more about another issue, Jeannie, which is the phone call that President Trump had with Russian President Vladimir Putin earlier today. The readout from the White House has just hit. It reads in part, today, President Trump and President Putin spoke about the need for peace and a ceasefire in the Ukraine war. Both leaders agreed this conflict needs to end with a lasting peace. They also stressed the need for improved bilateral relations between the United States and Russia. Putin and Trump agreeing to start talks on a Black Sea security agreement. Again, the need for a ceasefire and peace. But this is a little bit different in tone than what we're seeing out of the Kremlin side of things. According to IFX, the Kremlin said specifically that foreign weapons aid to Ukraine should end, though they do, according to the Kremlin, Putin backs the idea of not hitting energy objects for 30 days, keeping in mind a 30-day ceasefire is what Ukraine and U.S. officials outlined in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, this is the news here. You can read all you want about hopes for peace, about some of their posturing here, but the leaders agreed the movement will begin with an energy and infrastructure ceasefire, technical negotiations on implementation of a maritime ceasefire in the Black Sea, leading to a full ceasefire. The readout says these negotiations will begin immediately in the Middle East, presumably back to Saudi Arabia, Kaylee, where this began.
Yeah, certainly we've already seen 2 rounds of discussions held separately with Russian officials and Ukrainian officials with the U.S. at the table. And I guess the question becomes, is there a point at which all 3 parties come together, or these continue to be done kind of bilaterally?
Oh, that is a huge question here as they talk about, again, the Middle East as a region for potential cooperation to prevent future conflicts, going on to talk about maybe economic cooperation. But of course, ending Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Kaylee, is what this is supposed to be all about.
Yeah, so we want to add the voice of Ashley Davis in here as well. Ashley, obviously, President Trump has made no secret of the fact that he wants to get a deal done. Is having an agreement for an energy-oriented ceasefire for some period of time enough of a victory for today?
I'm actually a little surprised. I mean, I'm reading this as you guys are. I would think that the president is probably a little bothered that he didn't get a complete ceasefire, but this is obviously the first step. I mean, what his big concentration has been on, at least publicly, has been the killing of human beings and soldiers in Ukraine. So that obviously has not happened in regards to stopping fighting. Yeah. But some of the infrastructure that they're concerned about is at least starting a ceasefire. So, listen, is it 60% there? Listen, we're making progress. We didn't make progress for 3 years. So, I mean, obviously the devil is in the details, but...
What do you think, Jeannie, about what you're hearing right now? This is our first chance to take a glance at the readout. We'll probably hear more from the president at some point. As we've mentioned, we've got our eyes on Truth Social, but an energy and infrastructure ceasefire. There's no mention of divvying up land, as Donald Trump suggested last weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it suggests again, and I'm just like Ashley said, just still trying to read through what the little bits we're getting now, but it looks like they didn't discuss the all-important issue or couldn't come to an agreement on the land portion of this. And of course, that has been an enormous concern of both Putin and the Russians and Zelensky and the Ukrainians. You know, talking is better than not talking. They seem to be making some progress if this is to be believed. But just to put in there, Zelensky, the Ukrainians are deeply concerned that these pauses that Putin may or may not agree to are really just time for him to better position himself militarily ahead of resuming the fighting. And of course, they are also concerned that their views on what should and should not happen are not being heeded. And so, you know, there's a long way to go. The problem with bilateral discussions between the U.S. and Russia, or the U.S. and Ukraine, is that this is really between Ukraine and Russia. And those two are not coming face to face yet to have these discussions. So I think we have a bit of a ways to go before we see a real concerted pause in the fighting.
Well, if we still have a ways to go, I wonder how ahead we seem to be getting on the U.S.-Russia relationship. As a headline from the Kremlin just crossed that also discussed was cooperation in energy and on economic matters. Ashley, can we really get back to a more normalized U.S.-Russia relationship without a full ceasefire, not just starting with energy and infrastructure?
Well, I think this is the fine line that the president's trying to walk, because if we're not going to give any more aid, which is obviously very unpopular in this country as a whole, then what will happen to Ukraine if we stop giving aid? I mean, will Europe step up? That's one question. However, and I've been saying this for a few weeks now, this is one chess move in a bigger match. I think that he is starting to build some sort of relationship with Putin, keep your enemies close, because the end game is really China. China,
but you
North
still
Korea.
think he sees Putin as an enemy? Because he doesn't often speak of him in those
I think that this is a negotiation. I think that to isolate him and not have any discussions. I mean, and George Bush did the same thing. Obama did the same thing. To isolate him is probably not the way to go when you have bigger issues around the world in regards to if China and Russia are allies together, fighting the rest of the world in Iran and Iraq and North Korea. That's not good for America. So peeling off Putin, or at least minimizing Putin a little bit, can be helpful for that bigger geopolitical issue.
They spend almost as much time talking about the Middle East in this readout as they do Ukraine. Jeannie, the leaders spoke broadly, according to the White House, about the Middle East as a region of potential cooperation to prevent future conflicts going on. To write, the two leaders share the view that Iran should never be in a position to destroy Israel. Yesterday, we spent a lot of time talking about a potential preemptive strike against Iran, some of the hot talk that we've heard from President Trump with regard to their being able to access a nuclear weapon, and essentially Tehran thumbing its nose at creating a new relationship with the U.S. What do you make of the inclusion of this line in a readout of a phone call about Ukraine?
I think this was critically important for the White House. They wanted to get this in here. I mean, we saw the attacks on the Houthis over the weekend. We know that they have been trying to approach Iran about their nuclear weapons. We know Iran is without defense right now. And of course, isolating Iran and befriending Putin would be a big coup for the White House. That said, what's fascinating too is to think about the juxtaposition. Donald Trump, when it comes to Ukraine, he really wants peace at any cost. But when it comes to what's going on in the Gaza Strip, it is peace with a cost. And that is a big, big distinction. And you have to ask yourself why. I agree with Ashley. He would like to pivot to China. But so far, the administration has taken very few steps in that direction. Maybe we see that going forward.
Well, and also, as Jeannie points out, the administration as a whole, we should consider the other characters in this than the president himself. Steve Witkoff, for example, has a hand in both of these theaters. He was in Moscow, but he also has been actively involved in the Middle East. That is actually technically what he was envoy for, whereas Keith Kellogg is no longer envoy for both Russia and Ukraine. It's just Ukraine only. Now, who are going to be the decisive people to watch moving forward, Ashley?
I think the president, I also think the vice president will continue to play a role. I mean, his role in this international theater has been very interesting. I also think the National Security Advisor, the Waltz, former Congressman Waltz from Florida. So I think there's many different dynamics. Obviously, Secretary Rubio, there are going to be, but listen, I think this is something very personal to him, both the Middle East and Russia, Ukraine. I think he's going to continue to stay very, very involved.
All right, Ashley Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our political panel today as we deal with this breaking news. Again, the U.S. and Russia in this phone call between Trump and Putin deciding a ceasefire, a 30-day ceasefire will begin with energy and infrastructure, though talks on a full Ukraine ceasefire will start immediately, according to the readout. So for more, we go to the White House, where joining us live is Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. So Tyler, obviously we have more information than we were working with some time ago. Is the White House framing this as a good thing for President Trump? Did he accomplish what he wanted to today?
Right, Kaylee, so far all we've gotten is this readout, but the White House did go into this meeting rather optimistic about the chances to come out with something tangible. Interestingly enough, as you've been discussing, the statement talking about how both sides agree there needs to be a lasting peace, that already is raising questions about what that lasting peace would look like, considering we know that Vladimir Putin is against putting peacekeepers on the ground in Ukraine, something that our European allies have been pushing for, Ukraine has been pushing for, trying to get what sort of firmer security guarantees we could see from the White House. We also saw in this readout that they are stressing this renewal in bilateral relations after there really hasn't been much direct contact with Moscow in recent years. Of course, these direct talks are reversing what was a longstanding U.S. policy not to negotiate directly with Russia. I mentioned earlier this hour that I had spoken to one foreign policy expert who said that this really is going to come down to a tightrope walk act for Russia, because the Kremlin does want to renew these bilateral relations with Washington as it seeks, for example, greater access to Western financial markets. And I wanted to pull out one quote that you guys have already mentioned, this idea that the leaders agreed to, quote, the movement to peace will begin with the energy and infrastructure ceasefire, as well as technical negotiations on the implementation of a maritime ceasefire. You'll recall this actually mirrors very closely that peace plan that Zelensky had put forward to our European allies the day after that Oval Office meeting devolved here in Washington. Zelensky had floated that he wanted to first see a ceasefire in the sky and the sea, as he called it. It does appear that that message, at least so far, has gotten through.
Tyler, optics, everything on a day like this at the White House. We haven't seen President Trump yet, and there's no indication on the guidance that we saw earlier that would happen. Are we hearing anything about a news conference, a statement from Donald Trump or any of his surrogates who might be speaking more about this?
Well, we are, of course, watching closely his Truth Social platform, where he often comes out to give us his personal take on how the readout could go. Still on the schedule is that 3:30 p.m. Eastern executive order signing. As of now, it remains closed press, but we'll have to see if that perhaps opens up, as these events typically do, for President Trump to come out and make this statement. We'll be watching closely all of the senior administration officials today. Earlier, we heard, for example, from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who said that on the table was the potential for the U.S. to ramp up sanctions. He said they're currently at a level 6. We could see them go up to as high as a level 10 if that's what it takes to get Russia to the negotiating table. As of now, it appears that there has been forward movement, at least according to this U.S. readout. So perhaps that is not the path forward that the U.S. is going to have to take, but we're still watching closely what other concessions, what other ideas we can get out that this pair spoke about on the phone call today.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall live at the White House with the readout in hand following President Trump's telephone call with Vladimir Putin, more than an hour and a half long. Dan Flatley is back with us now in studio here in Washington, of course, covering national security for us at Bloomberg. Dan, last time we spoke, we didn't have any details. Now that we do, can either of these leaders claim a win?
It's a good question, Joe. I think time will tell. We'll have to get some more details about what transpired behind the scenes. What we do know at this point is that there is this agreement, we can call it, on energy and electrical infrastructure for a certain period of time. An agreement to begin discussions on a maritime ceasefire and continuing peace negotiations in the Middle East.
None of this keeps neighborhoods from being bombed, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a win in the general sense, in the human sense, as you point out, that there will be less bombing, less killing for the foreseeable future, assuming that this holds. It doesn't address, of course, troops on the ground. It doesn't address territorial disputes. It doesn't address a number of the issues that the Ukrainians wanted to discuss, including security guarantees and things of that nature. It leaves Putin the option to continue to press on a cessation of arms and materiel to Ukraine, supplies of that material by the U.S. and other allies. So, look, it's promising, one might say, in its bold strokes, but still a lot of details and implementation that has to come with this. So, hard to say.
Well, and is it safe to assume, because Ukraine already had with the U.S. agreed to a full ceasefire for 30 days, that they will be amenable to at least a ceasefire in these specific areas with which we're speaking about?
Yeah, that's a great question, Kaylee, and I think that's something that we're going to be doing some reporting on to understand. There is a potential scenario in which the call started, Trump or Putin presented their terms. They couldn't agree to, let's say, I don't know. I'm just sort of speculating a little bit, but one could imagine that, they may not have been able to come to terms on that 30-day ceasefire. They may have settled on something a little bit different. But again, energy and infrastructure is not a small thing. This has been a part of the Ukrainian grid network territory that has been targeted by Russia. The Ukrainians have targeted some Russian assets, energy and infrastructure assets as well. And really, this has been a war that in many respects has involved energy in a lot of different respects. The Russians make a lot of their money, if not, a majority of their money from selling energy into the West and now into India and China. The Ukrainians brokered deals over the years to allow Russian energy to transit their territory in the hopes that it would prevent a war. So we're sort of back to energy and infrastructure at this moment. And so I think that is kind of an interesting development, not one that we were expecting, although, Kaylee, as you say, it does stop short of this 30-day complete cessation of hostilities that we were
Beyond that, Dan, this readout from the White House says the blood and treasure that both Ukraine and Russia have been spending in this war would be better spent on the needs of their people, projecting to this idea of a full ceasefire. That wouldn't have been the case if Russia had not invaded Ukraine and continue its occupation. That doesn't seem to be reflected in any of the language coming from the White House lately.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's not a small point, Joe. If this deal had been negotiated under the previous administration, under the Biden administration, we may see a different framing of this whole discussion. That's been Trump's point that he's made time and again all along, that you have to talk, you have to have these negotiations in order to bring this conflict to an end. So I wouldn't expect Trump to come out and say, the illegal Russian occupation of Ukraine needs to end today, so on and so forth. He has not in any of his previous statements previewed anything like that. So it's not unexpected for Trump. It's certainly unexpected, if we go back to 3 years ago, again, to where this all started when Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky addressed a joint session of Congress. And you had members of Congress pouring out of that auditorium talking about how inspired they were by the Ukrainian resistance to the Russian occupation, talking about Zelensky as a hero, talking about the illegal occupation of Ukraine and all of that. We're in a different place now. It's in some ways 3 years is a very long time. It's a very long time in war, no matter how you cut it. But it's a very short period of time when you think about where we were three years ago and how much the rhetoric has changed. And I think that politically Trump feels that he has a mandate to bring this war to an end on whatever terms he sees fit. And, that's certainly been Vice President J.D. Vance's perspective as well. And so here we are. And we'll see how these negotiations play out in the Middle East. We'll try to learn some more details about how this call went down and what was discussed and how things may have changed. And I'm sure that there will be a lot more reporting to come about how this will be implemented and maybe some of the nuances that we don't know at this point, how those will come into play. But I think for now, you know, if you were looking at this call and waiting for the outcome very nervously, you know, you probably are feeling maybe a little bit better than you might have initially. But I'm sure that there will be people that aren't happy with this result for a number of reasons, and some of them good reasons too. So, you know, obviously more to come.
Well, and it's interesting that we get this news after today, seeing what we saw in Europe and Germany specifically, where the parliament has essentially okayed now a full shift away from the policy of austerity and allowing debt to be essentially not a factor when we consider defense spending. And it makes me wonder about the role Europe is going to play here. If they really have any part to play in these conversations that will be happening over 30 days and beyond, and how quickly Europe is actually able to get itself to a place in which they can provide a security backstop if we ultimately don't end up with a U.S. guarantee on that.
Yeah, you know, this is history, but, you know, since the end of the Cold War, really since the end of the Second World War, the U.S. has been the security guarantor for Europe. So this is a huge sea change, and for Germany to be leading the charge on this is notable. I think it was the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer that spoke with Trump ahead of the call and really impressed upon Trump the need for some type of security arrangement around this deal. So we do expect the Europeans and the British to be involved in this. I think it's an open question of how involved they will be. It's going to be a different role for them than they've played you know, in the past, but it's certainly, I think that again, we talked about this earlier, but the White House meeting between President Zelensky and President Trump and Vice President Vance was, I think, among other things, a major wake-up call for Europe. And they have decided that they're going to have to play a bigger role in European defense. And again, you know, just to go back to Trump's presidential campaign, this is something that he's talked about time and again. So, you know, again, it's and we talked about Israel and Gaza earlier and how hard it is to keep these agreements together. So I still think there's a lot more to come on this.
All right, certainly so. We appreciate you joining us on this breaking news. Bloomberg national security reporter Dan Flatley. Again, the big headline here, the U.S. and Russia in this phone call between Presidents Trump and Putin agreed to a 30-day ceasefire beginning with energy and infrastructure specifically, though talks for a wider ceasefire will begin immediately and take place in the Middle East. We want to get some more reaction now here on Bloomberg Television and Radio from General Ben Hodges, the former commanding general of the United States Army Europe. General, welcome back to Balance of Power. When we consider all of the ways in which this phone conversation could have gone, is this ultimately a good outcome, the beginnings of at least a ceasefire in part?
Well, of course, I have to tell you, I was expecting the worst. I was expecting that we were going to hear that the president had agreed to recognize Russian occupation of Crimea, agree to Russian demands for elections in Ukraine and things like that. So the fact that we didn't hear those is better than if we had. But we have to be very clear that I think Vladimir Putin has actually zero interest in any true long-term settlement as long as he remains in power, and that his ultimate objective still remains the destruction of Ukraine. So I didn't hear or read anything about Russia backing away from their ultimate objectives. So we should be very clear about this.
So to that end, General, and it's great to have you back here as this news breaks today. If you're a member of the Ukrainian military, if you're a soldier or an airman deployed, you're waking up tomorrow morning to the very same world that you were in today, correct? There's no ceasefire when it comes to military. The battlefield will continue. Donald Trump talked about some of the Ukrainian forces surrounded by Russians, that he was going to spare them. We didn't hear a reference to that in the readout today either. So the fighting continues.
Well, and you know, I'm sitting here, of course, this is in just the last few minutes, but I'm trying to digest a little bit. What does it mean? You're right. There's nothing that is better for any soldiers on the battlefield. And when we talk about energy and infrastructure, that sounds to me that Russia is acknowledging that Ukraine was hammering their oil and gas infrastructure. And so, of course, they want that to stop. Now, I'll be curious to see, does that mean that Russia will also stop attacking Ukraine's power generation, for example? I will want to see that if that's really going to happen. And I think that the fact that when the United States comes out of a call with Putin and says, "Oh, it's going to be a great relationship," Vladimir Putin is convicted in the International Criminal Court. So he is responsible for the death of tens of thousands of innocent people. So I don't understand how the president of the United States, at least in normal times, would come out and say, we're going to have a great relationship with the Russians.
Well, and especially when we look at the readout we got from the Russian side and what the Kremlin is saying, they specifically make reference to the idea that U.S. aid flow to Ukraine should stop. General, what would happen if the U.S. were agreed to cut things off?
Well, I think there's two or three parts of this. Once again, all the demands, all the things that have to cease or stop are those things that affect Ukraine negatively. I still, to this day, have not heard anything from the administration that says Russia must stop doing X, Y, Z. So I think that's what I think about when I hear what you just pointed out, Kaylee. Now, of course, the other part of this, the hubris of the U.S. administration. Ukraine is not bound to any of this. Europe is not bound to any of this. And so if the United States makes the terrible decision to abandon a democratic country fighting for its survival against Russia, then Ukrainians are not going to stop. And Europe is going to have to fill in the gap. And, I'm here at a conference in Berlin right now. That's exactly what people are talking about, is how they're going to increase deliveries, because this discussion between President Trump and President Putin has been done without meaningful European involvement or even Ukrainian involvement.
Well, with that said, you were commanding general, U.S. Army Europe. What are military leaders in European capitals, our allies in Europe, saying about this today? How worried should they be, whether you're talking to leaders in Poland or Estonia?
Well, first of all, of course, we still have NATO, the most successful alliance in history of the world. Yes, of course, there's problems. There's concerns about American commitment. But the fact is, so much progress has been made since really 2014 to improve capabilities and structures and readiness of different nations. So we're in a better place than we were now, the alliance is, than it was 10 years ago. And particularly, like I'm sure many of your listeners know, Joe, that Germany today, the German parliament passed law that changes their entire budgeting system so that now they will be able to spend hundreds of billions of euro on defense. So this is not the same old Europe from just a few years ago, and they will, in fact, be able to provide much of what Ukraine needs over time. And I think we, the United States, we're going to regret having lost real influence in Europe because of that.
General, we just have a minute left here, so I apologize that we have to keep it short. But what would you expect to hear from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in reaction to this?
I think that President Zelensky will say nobody wants peace more than Ukraine. This war started when Russia invaded Ukraine. Russia could end it tonight. They could, if people really want peace, they could end it tonight. That's what the Ukrainians want. But the Ukrainians also know that you cannot accept the Russian version of peace, because that means total subjugation of Ukrainian people and the destruction of the Ukrainian state.
General Ben Hodges, it's great to have you back with us, sir, and appreciate your jumping on the line with us with breaking news. The call between President Trump and President Putin leading to a 30-day infrastructure and energy ceasefire. Kaylee, we might still hear from the president later on today.
Yep, just about an hour and a half from now, he's scheduled to be signing executive orders. It's not open to press at this point, though. Historically, we have seen that he does use it as an opportunity to answer questions from journalists. We'll, of course, have it all covered for you in the late edition of Balance of Power.
And a lot more on the call coming up next, and the markets today, as we hear from Jensen Huang coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Yes, it is Tuesday, March 18th, 2025, and we've got stocks, they are lower across the board, kind of bouncing around their lows. I'm Carol Masser here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City, and Tim Stenivek out there on the West Coast at the San Francisco Bureau. And Tim, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, there is. We're watching tech stocks specifically, especially NVIDIA under pressure. This is Jensen Huang takes the stage at GTC. It's called the Super Bowl for NVIDIA, Carol Masser. But tech stocks having another bad day. You were gone for 2 days. We saw 2 days of buying on the major equity indices.
What are you saying?
Now you're back, Carol. Stocks are in the red. I don't know what to say.
I know, they are in the red. We're going to talk about those big tech names. Also, we're going to get into what is a very big story at this hour, and this has to do with the future of Russia and Ukraine. We know President Putin and President Trump having about a 90-minute phone call, a bunch of headlines. We're going to make sense of what it means. Is it a step forward, or is there still a lot to be done? So we're going to get into that in just a moment, Tim.
Also, the mission of the Federal Reserve in a volatile world. Just 1 day before that Fed decision. Of course, we are going to hear from Jay Powell tomorrow, but the Fed already hard at work on that second policy meeting of the year.
All right, and as you mentioned, big tech certainly front and center. We're going to hear from the NVIDIA's CEO, co-founder Jensen Huang, big keynote on AI. So we're going to get into that in just a moment. Also, Alphabet doing a big deal, so we'll talk about that in just a moment. And then we've got the first broadcast interview ever of the CEO of HSBC USA. So we'll get to that all over the next 60 minutes. First up, though, let's get a check on that trade on this Tuesday. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Carol Masser. Welcome back. Indeed, a lot of red on the screens today, but NVIDIA, one of the major tech stories that we're watching for you at this hour. NVIDIA shares, they are slumping now, down 2.5%. NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang, starting his keynote speech last hour at the company's GTC conference, which he referred to as the, quote, Super Bowl of AI. The stock has lost some steam. It is now trading lower again. NVIDIA shares down now by just about 2.6%. One announcement that did come out, GM and NVIDIA will be working together to build custom AI systems using NVIDIA accelerated compute platforms to train AI manufacturing models. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Tech selling off. We begin with NASDAQ, now down by 308 points, down 1.7%. S&P down 63, down 1.1%. And the Dow down 290, a drop there of 0.7%. The 10-year at 4.27% with the 2-year currently yielding 4.02%. Gold now up $32 the ounce, $3,032 on gold today, up 1.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%, 67.06. And Bitcoin now slumping by almost 3%, back at 81,490 on Bitcoin. So again, recapping, tech stocks leading the way lower. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. NASDAQ and the NASDAQ 100 index both down by about 1.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. We did mention our big story at this hour. President Trump and President Putin of Russia speaking today in a long phone call, about 90 minutes, on how to bring an end to the Russia-Ukraine wall. President Putin committed to limit Russian attacks on Ukrainian energy assets, but did decline to agree to a broader 30-day ceasefire as the United States had sought. With more, let's head to the White House and to Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall. She's there on the lawn of the White House. Tyler, is this a step forward to ending the war between Russia and Ukraine?
Well, Carol, the White House would like to paint it as such, but importantly, you mentioned there Vladimir Putin falling short of backing a 30-day ceasefire proposal that the U.S. had been hoping for. Importantly, that White House readout goes on to say that negotiations will start for a maritime ceasefire on the Black Sea, followed hopefully by talks for a full ceasefire and then a more permanent peace. Importantly, I just want to point out that the last time Zelensky was here at the White House, that Oval Office meeting devolved. He then went to Europe and presented to our European allies a similar path, that he wanted to see a ceasefire in the sea and the sky, as he called it. You know, Bloomberg News had been reporting that Russia might have been trying to slow roll these negotiations earlier this morning, breaking the headline that Vladimir Putin would like to see a halt of all weapon flows into Ukraine, or at least, according to sources familiar, the halt of U.S. weapon flows into Ukraine. It remains to be seen if that is something this White House would really get behind, considering just last week it did reverse its own halt on U.S. military assistance and intelligence sharing in order to get Ukraine to sign on to this 30-day peace proposal. Carol, just quickly, still big questions, particularly considering that this readout does say that both countries want a lasting peace. That is raising questions about what that really looks like, considering that we know that our European allies and Ukraine have been asking this White House what sort of firmer security guarantees they're willing to provide.
Hey, Tyler, just very briefly, 15 seconds. Do we know what Ukraine would be giving up in exchange for this ceasefire?
Well, that really remains to be seen. At this point, they have said that they are willing to negotiate, but they need Russia to also come to the table. Ukraine has asked the U.S. to ramp up sanctions if they do not get this 30-day ceasefire into effect as quickly as possible.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Hey, Tyler, thank you so much. Tyler Kendall, Bloomberg News reporter there on the lawn of the White House. All right, let's stay with this story, because back with us for someone to share her expertise on Russia, its longtime leader, is Dr. Angela Stent. She's senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, a former national intelligence officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council, and she's also the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest, which I am guessing she is probably working on updating. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Dr. Stent, always good to have you with Tim and myself. First of all, I'm just curious about the optics of how we got to today and whether or not you see this conversation and the headlines that we have seen out of this conversation between President Trump and President Putin. Is this progress? Is this a step forward?
So the way thank you for having me on again. The way we got here is right. The President Trump said during the campaign that he was going to end this war in 24 hours. It would never have started had he been president at the time. It took a little more than 24 hours to get this particular phone call with Putin, although we know that he had previous ones after his election. And so he got the Ukrainians, by putting pressure on them, to agree to a 30-day total ceasefire, and that's what he said he wants from the Russians. I've just been reading the Russian readout, the Kremlin's readout of the talks. It's a little different from the one that we got from the U.S. side, and it mentions that Trump asked Putin for a ceasefire on hitting energy and infrastructure targets, and it said that, Putin was favorably inclined to it. It didn't actually necessarily say that he agreed with it, and a lot of it had to do with the restoration of U.S.-Russian relations, and apparently they're going to organize hockey games between Russia and the United States. But the thing that's most notable in the Russian one, and I think your correspondent already alluded to it, is that Putin's saying that they have to get to the fundamental causes, the root causes of why this war broke out. And that's going to go right back to NATO, to Ukraine wanting to be part of the West, and to Putin essentially saying that can't happen. So I will be curious to see how this works out. I'd also like to know how they're going to enforce this very limited but still important ceasefire. Don't forget, Russia has destroyed 70% of Ukraine's electricity production during this war. How are they going to monitor this, and then what comes after it?
But Angela, does it seem like to you that it is indeed the beginning of the end of this war?
It may be. I think it's certainly the beginning of the U.S. and Russia reestablishing relations, and we've heard that from President Trump. Is it the beginning of the end of this war? I think the jury's out on that. I think we have to see how long Putin drags out the negotiations before he agrees to a total ceasefire. And again, he hasn't really shown that he's interested in ending this war anytime soon. He's much more interested in restoring these relations with the U.S. and ending his isolation.
That's interesting. The other thing I wonder, Angela, and something that we've talked about with you before, I mean, are there ever really any guarantees that President Putin won't try to invade Ukraine or another country again? And how does the outcome of this negotiation for an end to the war kind of determine the likelihood of that happening again?
So, as President Zelensky, unfortunately for him, pointed out in the Oval Office when he then got the vice president, very angry with him, Russia has violated every ceasefire it's signed with Ukraine, certainly since the annexation of Crimea in 2014. And Russia has also violated every treaty it's signed with Ukraine since its independence. So I think one has to be very skeptical. And this is, of course, why President Zelensky, again, unfortunately for him, in the Oval Office, wanted to talk about security guarantees, because without very robust security guarantees, there's absolutely no reason to believe that Russia wouldn't try and invade Ukraine again. The best security guarantee we know would be Ukraine joining NATO. That's been taken off the cards now by the Trump administration. But it needs these guarantees. And the Europeans, the French, the British, and other European countries have said they're willing to provide security guarantees, boots on the ground to it be a stabilization force once the war ends. But they say they need American backup for this. And that's something which the Trump administration has not committed itself to.
Angela, let's say this is the beginning of the end of the war, and it does end. What does Russia look like on the other side of this? Is it stronger or weaker than it was? Is Putin more emboldened than he was pre-invasion?
Yeah, so what it looks like is, I mean, the economy is not in good shape, and it's going to get worse the longer this war goes on for Putin. So if the war ends, that would, and obviously if the sanctions are removed, which they would be if the war ends at some point, then that would be very beneficial for Putin. But yes, he comes out of this looking stronger. He invaded another country unprovoked, and presumably, I mean, we have to see if Ukraine has to make territorial concessions to Russia, he will then, have taken 20% of Ukraine. And unless there are these very robust security guarantees, he could invade again. And now he'll be invited back to the United States. Maybe the Europeans won't want to deal with him for any time soon. But Russia's actually strengthened its international position in many ways while it's been fighting this war.
You know, I think about something Tim brought up, and it just reminded us, was it a debate where Mitch Romney said, he was asked, I guess, or the candidates, was it 2008 or before that?
Yes, 2012.
2012. And what was the biggest, right? What was the biggest concern or national security concern for the United States? He said Russia and was kind of laughed off the stage. But is there some credibility, Angela, in President Trump trying to create some kind of economic cooperation or more economic cooperation between the U.S. and Russia to create a different future and relationship with Russia going forward? And is there some good to that?
Well, in the 1990s, there were a lot of American firms that were very active in Russia, energy companies, large firms, small firms. They were making money, and they were doing quite well. And yet the political relationship between the U.S. and Russia was very difficult. There were a couple of high points after 9/11 when the U.S. and Russia, with Putin, worked together in terms of the beginning of the U.S. campaign in Afghanistan. Also, I should point out that there were thousands of American business people in Ukraine when Russia invaded. That didn't stop Russia from invading. So, of course, there are arguments to build up economic ties with Russia. But I think history shows us, and even the experience of the last 30 years, Putin always likes to separate economics from politics. And you can have a good or a strong economic relationship with Russia, and it doesn't seem to have that much impact on what Russia does politically or militarily, particularly under Putin.
I asked what Russia would look like after this, but what about Ukraine? Because this is a country that 3 years ago, we were talking to you and so many other people thought this war would be over just in a matter of hours, a matter of days, a matter of weeks. But look what Ukraine has been able to do to defend itself. What does Ukraine look like on the other side?
Well, on the good side, Ukraine now has the strongest and largest army in Europe. It's developed very sophisticated technological capabilities. It's been using electronic warfare. It's much more sophisticated in that. On the other hand, of course, its economy has suffered greatly, and it's had cities and villages obliterated by the Russians. So it's going to need an enormous amount of economic assistance and investment if it is to recover. It's also lost a large number of soldiers. We don't quite know, but I think for both Ukraine and Russia, it's in the hundreds of thousands. And it also has millions of Ukrainians are now living abroad because of the war. They need to come back and they need to help rebuild the country. So economically, it's in very poor shape, even though other aspects militarily it's better off. But it will still be in a very fragile state at the end of the war.
Angela, I was thinking about this a lot. Like, what is the relationship between President Putin and President Trump? And I know we've talked with you about this before. And what is it? Is Russia a great power? Is it a great economy? You already referenced that it wasn't. Their businesses, their alliances, their leadership. I mean, is it an economic and political model to emulate? I'm asking a little bit facetiously, but I'm trying to understand, why there is this relationship.
Well, it's not an economic model to emulate because it's essentially a hydrocarbon exporter. It doesn't have a very modern economy. I always, when I teach my students, I say, tell me how many products in your home are from China and how many from Russia. Well, you know the answer to that. There are many of them from China, they're none from Russia. So it earns a lot of money by selling hydrocarbons, but it doesn't have really a modern economy. It has a shrinking population. It has a major demographic problem, and it's had that ever since the fall of the Soviet Union and even before then. But militarily, it is a superpower. And that's in history. Russia has always been a great power because of its military, not because of its economy. And so it is, I think the largest nuclear power, the U.S. and Russia, the two nuclear superpowers. The Russians have more warheads than we do. And so in that sense, it's a great power. And because of the hydrocarbons, and of course, its location. It's the largest country in the world, sitting astride Europe and Asia. So it has many strong endowments, but it economically, it really does need to modernize.
Hey, just 30 seconds left, Dr. Sten. It does raise the question, though, how the rest of the world keeps Putin in check, given the strength of its military and given his ambitions. How does that happen?
Well, we know that he has ambitions that go beyond Ukraine, and that's why the Europeans are very worried about it. And now you see France offering, a nuclear umbrella to the rest of Europe. You see some European countries, even Poland, talking about should they acquire nuclear weapons. So this is one of the impacts of this brutal war, is at least countries in Europe reminding themselves that they're still vulnerable to a potential Russian invasion. And some of them are talking about the possibility of a war with Russia within the next 5 years.
Bottom line, 10 seconds. This is a good move. This is some progress.
On the call, yes, it is. I mean, hopefully, if they implement this first ceasefire, of course, it's a good move.
All right. My guess is we're going to be coming back to you a lot more still on this. And we so appreciate that we can. Angela, thank you so much. Dr. Angela Stent, Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution, a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, and her book, author of Putin's World. Be sure to check it out. Hey, coming up, we're going to get a check on global banking as the CEO of HSBC US gives Bloomberg her first broadcast interview. That's next.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. One day ahead of the Fed decision. We have got stocks lower across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all declining right now, looking at a 62-point loss on the S&P 500 index, down 1.1%. Dow Industrials down 244, decline right now of 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 311. For NASDAQ, a drop right now of 1.7%. Heavy selling resuming in Wall Street's largest tech companies, case in point, NVIDIA. Even as Jensen Huang speaks, we've got NVIDIA shares down now by 2.7%. The 10-year yield, 4.26%, with the 2-year currently yielding 4.02%. Spot gold up $32 the ounce at $3,033. Could see a record close on gold, up by 1.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 66.80 at a barrel. And Bitcoin right now down 2.8%, 81,624 on Bitcoin. NASDAQ says it will opening a new regional headquarters in Dallas to serve as a hub for clients in Texas, and is planning additional investments in the state. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 57, lower now by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stenvik, live here on Bloomberg Business Week. Well, the ADRs of HSBC Holdings are up nearly 19% year to date. This as the bank is undertaking a broad restructuring plan that includes winding down some businesses and slashing management ranks. Let's get more on the company. And for that, our own Sonali Basak is sitting down with the president and CEO for HSBC US in her first ever broadcast interview right now on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg TV. Sonali, take it away.
Carol, thank you so very much. I'm standing by, of course, with Lisa Miguel, who is the U.S. CEO of HSBC, as well as the head of banking. And it is your first interview live since taking the role. You started on the first day of January.
Yes.
You've been moving very quickly. And have you been met with the craziest markets? Could you have expected that this is what you'd be walking into?
Well, thank you so much, Sonali. It's an honor to be here. I'm just absolutely thrilled. So, look, this is a fantastic role as CEO for the U.S. It is a really interesting time to be in the U.S. The market volatility is challenging for clients. We're very proud of our global connectivity, our global network, the product depth that we have. But clients are using this now more than ever to help navigate a very difficult environment.
Yeah, speaking to the environment a little more, the unique view you have is HSBC is a big global bank. And for the first time in a long time, you're seeing Europe outperform, you're seeing Asia also outperform, and that American exceptionalism story come under question. What does that look like from your view, and is it sustainable?
Yes, it's a great question. So we're helping our clients navigate the tariffs. Tariffs are nothing new. We have 160 years of experience, 150 years in the United States. So we've navigated tariffs before. I think, and by the way, we're the #1 trade bank in the world. We did $857 billion of trade financing last year. So clients need our insights now more than ever. I think the challenges in the U.S., yes, there's uncertainty, policy uncertainty. By the way, there's still 2 conflicts on in the world. And so leveraging our 50-plus country presence and the expertise that we have and the experience that we have developed over the years, helping clients navigate. You know, I think clients got a great experience through COVID, as much as that sounds. They had the ability to navigate a very difficult time and adjust their supply chains. So some of those learnings are actually coming into handy.
Yeah, what does that look like now with that kind of experience in the world of trade finance? Does this set of tariff pressures coming from the United States and even reciprocally, is it jarring to your clients? Is it something that is stopping activity in a way that is going to be difficult to bring back?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it is difficult to make long-term strategic decisions today. Now, we're going to know more about the tariffs and what exactly is happening April 2nd. So we're standing by on that. However, trade needs to happen every day, and there are flows that are important to continue to support. I think clients are hesitating a bit on the long-term decisions. However, most of them are fairly diversified in their supply chains, so they can work really well despite the noise. I think the other thing about the U.S. is that, yes, there might be some weakness in the stock market. Yes, GDP might moderate. Yes, there may be inflation. But we're also helping clients do business all around the world. And there are growth corridors in areas where we can support what they need to do.
What are those growth corridors? Because back to the question about U.S. investors looking to put money abroad.
Yes.
How much are they doing so? How much are they coming to you and said, we want to invest our dollars outside of the U.S., tariff or no tariffs?
Yes. So it gets to a bit about the importance of the U.S. as a deep capital market with, investors that have significant capital to put to work globally. So they are looking to us. I would say there are a couple of exciting corridors that we look at. One is probably India. 6.5% GDP growth, 1.5 billion population, this made in India trend. We have a significant presence in India, so our history there, that's been wonderful, the US to India corridor. The other is the Middle East with UAE and Saudi, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where we've been for 130 years. We have 6,000 people. We're 3 times bigger than the next competitor. And then probably Southeast Asia, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Thailand. Again, these are areas where I think we've got 5,000 trade specialists in over 50 countries. So we've got the ability to help clients navigate today.
What about the other way around? How do you talk to your counterparts across HSBC in terms of the interest coming into the United States?
Yes.
Are people putting dollars to work right now on that U.S. exceptionalism story? Or are they holding off the way you see the public market investors doing so now?
Yes. So I am seeing still investment commitment in the United States. And we were just with Governor Kathy Hochul and talking through this last week. So there are new plants, there are commitments. I think the PIF made a significant commitment to the president. So we are still seeing that commitment and the plants and the investments in infrastructure. If you think about the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the size and scale of the population. What did we do? 29 trillion of GDP last year. It's a quarter of the global GDP. It's a big consumer market. So, the depth, scale, and ability to grow your business in the U.S. is really unparalleled. So we're helping on the inbound side as well as the outbound side. But I also think that, helping clients navigate where should they invest, where should they build, are 2 different things, but we're uniquely qualified to do that.
You're helping clients manage large strategic decisions at a time where HSBC is making massive strategic decisions of its own. Your CEO, Georges El-Hedri, had taken over back in September. You took over just in January of the U.S. division. He said in February that the company is finalizing a review of the investment banking divisions. You've scaled back in a big way in the United States. So what does your business look like today? Where are you not, and where are you going to operate?
It's a great question. First of all, I'm thrilled, that Georges is taking these decisions, because when you run a 160-year-old financial institution, you have to be really clear about where you're deploying your resources. So that'll be capital, talent, investments, and you want to invest in technology and AI and continue to grow. So he's taken some very bold decisions. He's aligned our company into, the UK hub, the Hong Kong hub, the corporate and institutional bank, and international wealth and premier banking. That's fantastic. It's simplified, it's agile, it's more client focused. I think we had an opportunity to do that, and he's moving at pace. So here in the U.S., the U.S. contributes significantly, over $5 billion last year, to Asia and the Middle East through trade, payments, FX, and our broader markets business, as well as financing. So we're a $3 trillion bank. We are significant, so we can support clients in financing. That'll be debt capital markets and leverage finance. In the global transaction banking, it'll be, as I said, the payments business, where we processed 500 trillion last year. We do 188 trades a second. And then we also have FX, where we're trading in 130 currencies, as well as the trade I referred to. So these are really amazing sort of jewel of the crown type of businesses, and the ability to help clients navigate. So in the US, that's what we're going to be focused on, the global transaction banking and the financing. M&A and equities, we were less competitive. So I think, making sure that where we have strengths, is where we focus.
How do you
It's better for
explain the
clients.
commitment that you have to the existing investment banking businesses? Because M&A for a lot of other banks had been kind of the core of the operation, but you're making debt capital markets, it seems, like the core.
And leverage finance. Well, because we have the balance sheet and we have the ability to support clients in our multiple lending products, which is highly correlated to the capital markets. And so allowing them to access the debt capital markets wherever they want to issue is really important. On the leverage finance side as well, our financing, our powerhouse, our ability to help clients grow and build is really unparalleled. So those are our power alleys and can help us on the international side to navigate and help clients navigate as they grow the business.
So if you think about the global scale of HSBC and the transformation that the bank is enduring, where do you say the U.S. is in that transformation story?
So the U.S. is on a fantastic path, and we were ahead. I mean, I think we talked about, I packed my bags and I was here in a few days to start. And so we're moving at pace, and I haven't seen an organization move this fast in banking. But the U.S. is, again, the core of the business we have in a market share perspective. If you think about where HSBC is strongest, we're the #1 in market share in every product that we care about. So, payments, trade, FX, debt capital markets, again, so that is amazing. The other thing to think about is that we can bank clients from an innovation banking perspective. We have 100 bankers that are focused on, healthcare and technology and, just venture stage companies, like over 1,000 of them. And, that team that we were able to get from SVB, amazing team run by Dave Sabow, who's based in the United States. As those clients grow and build, we can support them as they expand overseas.
Really an amazing transformation story. Lisa Miguel, U.S. CEO of HSBC, we thank you for sharing the story of the transformation of the bank and, of course, where clients are looking to invest today. Carol.
All right, Janali, thank you so much. All right, let's get to one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg today. This has to do with U.S. Chief Justice John Roberts saying the impeachment of federal judges is, quote, not an appropriate response, end quote, to disagreements with their rulings, issuing an extraordinary statement just hours after President Trump called for the removal of a judge in Washington who tried to pause the deportation of hundreds of alleged Venezuelan gang members. A lot going on here, a lot to unpack. Following all of this is our own Bloomberg legal analyst, June Grosso. She's also host of Bloomberg Law every evening at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio. She joins Tim and me here in studio. All right, June, lay it out to us. It feels like a big deal. How did we get to a point where the Chief Justice made these remarks?
So it started on Saturday, actually, with court hearings on Saturday, because the Trump administration is using this law passed in the 1800s that's only been used 3 times, all the times in war, to say that the Venezuelan gang members are infiltrating the United States. It's a danger to the United States. It's an infiltration, comparing it to like a legal invasion.
Right.
And so some Venezuelans' lawyers went to court and told the judge that the Trump administration was actually sending hundreds of Venezuelans already to El Salvador to be held in prison there, an unusual arrangement. And the judge said, if they're in the air now, turn them back because I want them here. In other words, so in other words, stop what you're doing and turn them back. And the Trump administration didn't do that. And so this has escalated because the judge then called them in yesterday and asked for information. When did the planes take off? First of all, they claimed he had no authority under this law. They said that if the planes were in the air already, that he had no authority over the planes. And they made several different arguments, but they also said the planes were already in the air. So he said, I want the times. They wouldn't give him the times. So he said, I want it in writing tomorrow. So today they submitted at around 12, they submitted this paper where they gave some of the information. They said that when he gave his order at 7:20, his written order, the planes were already in the air. But he gave an oral order before that. So, and this is the chief judge in D.C. He's been on the bench since 2011. He is an experienced judge. So today, Trump came out and he didn't call him by name, but he called him a radical left judge and called for his impeachment. And I think this is the first time that Trump has actually, he said so many things about judges that you don't even want to repeat them. Remember poor Judge Merchan in New York? Right. He was subject to months and months of this. But he's never, to my knowledge, called for impeaching a judge. So then the Chief Justice, I think, decided, I have to get out ahead of this. But, a Republican has already filed articles of impeachment against this Judge Boasberg. And actually, last month, another Republican filed articles of impeachment against another judge. So this is not what, impeachment is not, this is not for what impeachment is for.
June, is the legal system working here? Because to a certain extent, the members of the Trump administration have not responded to everything that this judge wanted to see. Is the legal system, though, working?
Well, you know, it is working, and that's why the Trump administration, I think, is so much up in arms, because this judge is, but he's taking it one step at a time. First, he has to find out the facts, what happened. So what I think is going to happen now is, since they haven't given him all the information, they've given him some, there's going to be another hearing, I believe, on Friday, and he's going to call them in and get the information from them. And then he'll take the next step. You know, are there going to be contempt citations because they haven't obeyed the order? And what's going to happen? I mean, now those Venezuelans are on foreign soil, and the judge himself has said that he has no control over what happens in El Salvador. But just remember, too, and the ACLU brought this up, they say that they're 250 Venezuelan gang members, but they've been wrong before when they've deported people. They've mixed American citizens up. I mean, there could be other people there who are not Venezuelan gang members.
June, there's the law system working, and then there's the U.S. Chief Justice of the United States,
Right.
John Roberts, coming out and making a comment that some would say, wait a minute, Mr. President, you can't do this.
Right. And it's so unusual. Now, remember in 2018, when Trump was calling judges Obama judges, and the chief came out and said there are no such thing as Obama judges or Trump judges. But he didn't say that in a statement. As I recall, he said that in a speech that he was making on something else. It was sort of like as an aside. For him to, you know, deliberately write a statement like this says that, you know, you have to stop this. What you do, if you don't like an order, you appeal. That's the way the justice system has always worked. You don't say, for example...
There's a due process, right?
Like the borders are, Tom Homan has said, we don't care what judges say. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. So are they obeying the judge's orders? To some extent. But also there's a lot going on that we don't know, where it seems they're slow walking things, or they're just ignoring certain parts of it. So this is like critical for the justice system. And I think the Chief Justice saw that and said, I'm going to try to nip this in the bud right now before it gets any worse. But, you know, meanwhile, you still have people filing articles of impeachment against a judge who's just doing his job.
Exactly, exactly. All right, great context on a story that I would assume, again, another story today that we're going to hear a lot more. June, thank you so much. Bloomberg legal analyst June Grasso. She is host of Bloomberg Law. Catch that at 6 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio. All right, let's get back to the markets. We are seeing a fair amount of selling, especially when it comes to some of those big tech names. We're going to talk about them in just a moment, but let's get back to Charlie Pellet with a Bloomberg Business News Flash.
Hi, thank you very much, Carol Messer. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all trading in the red right now. As you correctly point out, we've got tech helping the sell-off today. Big tech names selling off. Case in point, NVIDIA. Jensen Huang spoke. NVIDIA shares down 2.3%. Tesla, a major decliner today. Tesla down another 4.8%. Right to the numbers. S&P down 56, down 1%. Dow Industrials down 232, a decline of 0.6%. And the NASDAQ Composite Index lower now by 279 points for NASDAQ. That is a slump of 1.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index, full of those big tech names, down 1.5%. The 10-year 4.27%. The 2-year 4.03%. Gold up $34 the ounce at $3,035, up 1.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, $66.93 a barrel. And Bitcoin, a major sell-off there. Bitcoin now down 3%, $81,478. Sarepta Therapeutic shares are plunging after the company said a young man treated with its gene therapy died of acute liver failure. The patient had received Adavis, Sarepta's one-time treatment for Duchenne muscular dystrophy. The company said the death marks the first case of fatal liver injury linked to the gene therapy. Right now, Sarepta shares, they are plunging by 25%. Recapping the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red, with the S&P down now by 1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, got it, Charlie. Thank you so much. Carol Massar here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Tim Stanovic out there at our Bloomberg News Bureau in San Francisco. This is Bloomberg Business Week. And one of the things we wanted to talk about is, of course, the upcoming Fed decision tomorrow. We did see the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta's GDP now index, suggesting U.S. gross domestic product will retract 1.76%, so a negative 1.76% in the first quarter versus a negative 2.06% in its previous release on March 17th. So you've got that going on. Meantime, U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, well, he doesn't seem too worried about U.S. growth. He spoke on Fox Business this morning.
The underlying economy is healthy. There is no reason we have to have a recession. Could we have a pause as we go from this incredible level of government spending, which is just unsustainable?
That, of course, is U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent earlier today on Fox Business. So let's get into it. The U.S. economy, tomorrow's Fed decision. Back with Tim and me is Dr. Stephen Skanke, Chief Economist Advisor at the Chief Economist at the Wealth Advisor, Keel Point. He's also a former U.S. Treasury and White House National Security Council staff member. He's out there in Washington, D.C. Then right here in our New York studio is Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul. Hey, Stuart, I want to start with you. The Fed is expected to hold rates steady this week. Is tomorrow's decision really all about the dot plot?
Is mostly about the dot plot, and beyond what we actually get from the median FOMC members' expectations for the path of interest rates, we're also going to get a few clues about what they expect for the economy and what's going to be guiding their interest rate decision. So we're also probably going to see a downward revision of their expectations for 2025 growth, and we're also probably going to see an upward revision of their estimates for core PCE inflation for the year ahead. And between the two of those, the question is what ends up dominating? Is it the cooler growth that'll lead to more rate cuts? Is it the higher inflation that'll keep them on hold? We're expecting the median dot to still show 2 cuts in the year ahead. But if anything, the distribution of dots, we think, will be skewed to fewer cuts this year because of that uptick in inflation expectations.
Steve, is that the focus for you too, the dot plot? Is that what you're focused on as well?
Certainly it is, because it gives us some better understanding of what they're thinking about. That's sort of the first step, and then what Chair Powell says in his press conference. They've had a lot of disparate information in the various Federal Reserve bank branches, and it'll be interesting to see how that gets reflected in the board members' expectations.
Well, and I guess one of the interesting things, too, is, and, let me ask you, Steve, we just know the Treasury Secretary, it's kind of interesting, saying the underlying economy is healthy, no reason that we should have a recession, and yet nobody's really ruling it out, right? Can you ever really rule out a recession?
Certainly not, because while the economy came into this year very strong, and even today with slower than trend growth in retail sales and all of the negative consumer sentiment that has been causing consumers to pull back in their spending, the economy is still robust. The labor market is strong, and yes, there's changes at the margin. But it would take a lot to tip the economy into recession. But at the same time, and I think this is what frightens markets the most, is that the president, his Treasury Secretary, his Commerce Secretary have all said that basically they're okay if the market is down and if we tip into a recession. They're not worried about it because their larger plan is to reset, reboot, rebuild, recalibrate the economy, and they seem to be willing to accept that as a necessary cost if that should happen.
I just got to say, as you're saying this about, I'm seeing Stuart kind of smile a little bit. Stuart, you're smiling. Why?
Well, because I think that policymakers, even in the White House, they do care about economic outcomes. Of course, they say that there's going to be a bit of an economic realignment, but if we think back to past presidents, we saw George W. Bush inheriting in the first term the bursting of the tech bubble. We saw Obama inheriting the global financial crisis. S&P 500 in the first, let's say, 100 days that they were in office was off at most probably about 15%. there's only so much that sort of self-inflicted pain from policy decisions, policy announcements, tariffs being imposed and then being walked back that the White House can really stomach before they feel some pain. The key difference, of course, would be that was Bush's first term, Obama's first term. They were running for re-election. If Trump is seeing this truly as his last term and not part of some broader MAGA movement, maybe Steve is right. Maybe he's a little bit insulated. I think that policymakers tend to be responsive to public sentiment. I think that they tend to be responsive to voters. And when you only have, let's say, for example, 3 seats in the Senate that are going to be up in 2026, I think that, I think that it's probably a closer call than it might sound. They might be more responsive than you're suggesting.
So what are you saying, Stuart? Are you saying that policymakers will continue to be responsive, or they have this insulation because the president is not up for re-election and there aren't that many Senate seats that are coming up either?
I think that they're saying that they're going to be less responsive than they have been historically. I think that there will come a point in time where we do get a little bit less rhetoric out of the White House and a little bit more of a reaction to both the printed data and financial market activity. Carol very wisely noted that the Atlanta Fed's GDP nowcast looks pretty dismal for the first quarter. We don't think that it's going to be quite that bad, but printing, let's say, an annualized pace of 0.5% in the president's first term, the president's first quarter of this term in office, is not going to be something that's easy to brush off from a public sentiment perspective or from a markets perspective.
Steve, you worked in government, you're former U.S. Treasury and White House National Security Council staff member. What do you make of what Stuart is saying with regard to the responsiveness of policymakers?
Well, the story that they're telling right now, and that the president is telling, and his cabinet just sort of marches in step with him, is that there is going to be pain, there is going to be adjustment, and he's willing to take that. I think what's different this time, and I don't disagree with Stuart, that the White House and congressional policymaking offices, elected officials, are sensitive, and they don't want to get hoisted. But I think what's different is that this president sees this as his last opportunity to do some things that will, in his opinion, remake the economy into a better place for the future. And anytime you do that, that's going to cause disruption, and in fact, a lot of it. Now, the other thing that I think we have to be careful about is that they can do a lot of things that reduce confidence, lower industrial production, lower consumer spending. And by the time they decide they've maybe pushed too hard, they probably have already set in motion the process of the economy falling into a recession.
Well, and we know we've heard from the administration officials. It's like, okay, we're going to do this, and then we're going to get the tax cuts, and then it's the reverse of the first time around. I mean, Stuart, he is said to be remaking the economy, but there is pain, and if he gets it wrong, could we see something problematic and maybe a longer-standing recession? Just got about 30 seconds.
We're not expecting so much of a long-standing recession. We're expecting about 1.5% full-year growth for 2025. That's still about half the pace that we saw printed in each of the last 2 years, a bit more than half of that. So not really a long-standing recession, but it's not exactly something that's going to bolster your voting base, and it's not something that you can take into the midterms with a lot of confidence.
Not growth, at least for a little bit, or less growth. Guys, thank you so much. Steve Skanke over at Kill Point, and of course, Bloomberg Economics U.S. economist Stuart Paul. Coming up, we got to talk a little bit about NVIDIA. Big speech by Jensen Huang. That's coming up.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovec, Tim out there on the West Coast in our San Francisco News Bureau. I'm here back at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. Hey, folks, we are watching shares of NVIDIA. I just want to pull it up on my Bloomberg because I know earlier it was trading lower. It's off its lows. It was down as much as 4%. Right now, shares of NVIDIA just down about 1.7%. Shareholders getting a keynote from Jensen Huang, a keynote speech at the company's GPU Technology Conference, AI conference. And I guess they're hoping for some much-needed optimism and momentum into the stock. Let's get through some of the headlines that we got from NVIDIA and talk about it a little bit with Bloomberg News Managing Editor of Technology and Global Security, Lynn Dewan. She joins us in studio. Lynn, there are a few headlines, and I just want to bring them out to our Bloomberg listeners and viewers. NVIDIA, the CEO says Rubin Ultra is coming in the second half of 2027, says the next chip upgrade is 1 year out, and that is the Vera Rubin. Hopefully I'm saying it right. Says the company transitioning to Blackwell Ultra in the second half. And there was also a headline which when you walked in, you said this is kind of interesting. NVIDIA says integrated silicon photonics chips due in the second half of 2026. So we're looking to next year. What's important? What's of note? What's significant, you think, for our listeners and viewers?
I mean, I think that we're finally getting to the meat of NVIDIA's business here, right? Like for the past half hour, he's been very focused on the software side of things. He's been emphasizing these partnerships that NVIDIA has struck with the likes of GM and some telecom companies and developing 6G networks. I mean, what is a 6G network? I barely understand what a 5G network is. And so you could see that the stock wasn't holding up super well on these kinds of announcements. Certainly NVIDIA's Jensen Huang isn't the kingmaker that he was a year ago when he held this event and just started dropping names and the stocks were moving up on all of the name drops he had.
Right.
But now, like just in the past literally like 15 minutes, he started or not he, but NVIDIA has started talking about all of these updates on the chips, on the Vera Rubin, as you say, the Rubin Ultra. I found the integrated... These are the next iterations of the chips. I found the integrated silicon photonics chips one really interesting. It seemed like the nerdiest of them, and yet maybe really groundbreaking for AI processing in particular, because that will allow AI to process with chips that are faster, more equipped to handle massive data loads, and that's what AI is.
Kind of where we're going, right?
Massive data loads in order to generate a response. On top of that, energy has been this huge suck from AI, right? Like these data centers are using gigawatts and gigawatts. That's why Sam Altman is out there trying to spur the next renaissance of nuclear reactors in the US. And these integrated silicon photonics chips use less energy, which is like one of the biggest perks of them. So I think it's really interesting that they aren't just, pushing on the software stuff that people see as like the future and what's necessary for the AI boom to be sustained, but they're starting to deliver on the time frames for these more advanced chips that have really been their bread and butter to date.
Does it satisfy investors or perhaps critics who worry or concerned that NVIDIA's best days are behind it?
I mean, one of the concerns, as Tim just mentioned, that NVIDIA, have we gotten all the good news? Are the best days behind it?
That's right. And, it's funny you should ask that because our equities team just put out a pretty smart sidebar based off of the share reaction to Jensen Huang's comments, and it's not looking great. I think that if there's anything to interpret from the share reaction, it's the fact that the comments are stoking fears that the AI boom has reached a peak. As opposed to continually booming. I think what we used was fears that it has dramatically cooled. I will just offer a counterpoint in the fact that literally every hyperscaler out there has reaffirmed massive spending, and that our own Bloomberg Intelligence colleagues put out a report on Monday that was like, DeepSeek wasn't a wake-up call that the AI boom is over. DeepSeek is a wake-up call that the AI boom is accelerating into the era of inference. And so I don't know if the market has it right. I mean, I guess time to tell.
Well, are all these companies that bought Blackwell chips, are they going to have to just turn around next year and buy Reuben chips?
Oh, and they
when
will.
They come out?
They'll keep buying. It's not like these chips are going to go to waste. They're going to need chips now. They needed chips yesterday. They're going to need chips into the future. I think we literally just put a story out in the past 15 minutes as Jensen Huang was talking about the OpenAI Stargate joint venture.
Right.
It's going to hold up to 400,000 NVIDIA chips. And this is the first data center of 20 data centers that this Stargate joint venture is funding. So I don't think we have to be afraid of chips being wasted.
Can you be really quick, 25 seconds on Google buying this global security firm Wiz for $32 billion? What do we need to know just quickly?
The next most obvious question is whether Trump is going to approve it. That's the biggest question mark, and that's why Google is on the hook for a multi-billion-dollar breakup fee. I guarantee it is because it's a very uncertain regulatory environment for a deal this big.
It's a deal that makes sense, though, real quickly?
It's a deal that makes a lot of sense for Google if they're trying to go head-to-head with Microsoft in cloud security.
All right, cool stuff. A lot going on, certainly, as we know, in the world of technologies. As always, Linda Wong, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Bloomberg News Managing Editor of Technology and Global Security, cybersecurity, that is. Hey, for those of you watching on TV, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Tim and I continuing our bi-coastal edition of Bloomberg Business Week. We continue on radio. This is Bloomberg.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump held what he called a very good and productive phone call with the Russian president today. Ending the war in Ukraine was the main topic. CBS's Ed O'Keefe reports there will be future negotiations.
We'll wait for more details on where exactly these ceasefire talks would commence. What exactly did Russia ask for during the call? What else was discussed? There is some reporting from the Russian news agency TASS that the two presidents agreed to keep in touch. There may be some kind of a prisoner of war swap being prepared between Russia and Ukraine, and that they will keep talking about what part of Ukraine's territory exactly is really up for discussion.
In the Middle East, Israel has resumed airstrikes in Gaza. Israel's defense minister says Hamas must understand the rules of the game have changed. It refused to go along with the Trump ceasefire proposal. At the UN, the Palestinian representative.
Palestinians are being killed indiscriminately, are being denied humanitarian aid indiscriminately, are being maimed and detained indiscriminately.
Charles Kupchan of the Council on Foreign Relations.
I don't think we're at the beginning of a month-long military campaign, and i.e. the war has started again. I think what we're seeing is Israel ratcheting up the pressure.
Supreme Court Justice John Roberts put out an unusual statement today rejecting calls for impeaching federal judges. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson says it's a rare display of conflict between the executive and judiciary branches.
Trump's postings on social media did send the message that the executive branch and Trump don't want to follow the orders of the court, and that they will try extreme measures like impeachment to get rid of federal judges.
A federal judge in Maryland has ordered the reinstatement of some federal education grants that were canceled by the Trump administration as part of its crackdown on diversity programs. Stranded astronauts are just hours from returning home. Peter King reports.
Their flight started last June 5th with much hope for Boeing's new spacecraft.
Let's put some fire in this rocket.
Problems with the Starliner's thruster rockets pushed NASA to have Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams stay aboard the space station until they could return on the more proven SpaceX Dragon. The trip home with two crewmates started early this morning.
And undocking confirmed.
Splashdown is expected just before 6 Eastern time in the Gulf, about 70 miles south of Tallahassee. Peter King, CBS News, Orlando.
On Wall Street at this hour, the Dow Jones Industrials are down 275 points. This is CBS News. Some real heroes emerged during last week's wildfires in Oklahoma. Michael Wallace reports.
Mechanic Jess Monroe had just lost his house to the flames when he saw on social media a volunteer fire department's truck in nearby Turleton had broken down. So he went to help.
Figure if we can get this truck up and running, there might be one house left standing in the end.
6 other mechanics, including Eric Knutson, showed up. They got the fire engine running again.
That fire needed every truck that they could get to help at least stop it.
Knutson even took Monroe into his home.
Trying to find a new house, really. Taking it one step at a time.
Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A Louisiana death row inmate is asking for his execution to be halted. It would be Louisiana's first nitrogen gas execution. A 53-year-old death row inmate in Arizona has asked for a decade to be executed. He killed his girlfriend's boyfriend, says he wants to give the victim's family closure. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, we are just under an hour away from the closing bell on this Tuesday. Carol Massar back in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio here in New York City, and Tim Stenovec out there on the West Coast, our Bloomberg News Bureau there in San Francisco. Tim, a lot coming out from your world today.
Yeah, there really is. All eyes are on what's happening in San Jose with NVIDIA's GTC. It's called the Super Bowl for NVIDIA. Historically, Carol, it's a day where NVIDIA stock has actually risen. You hear a lot from Jensen Huang, who's still there making announcements. We just talked about some of that with Lynn Duan. But shares of NVIDIA are lower today. Not necessarily as a result of what's going on, but there's pressure on the entire tech sector today.
Yeah, and to be fair, right, it's been struggling for a while here. It's really come off a lot from its recent highs. So we're going to get into that, what we're getting out of that event. Also, we're going to talk fixed income, really important considering the Fed meeting and Fed decision tomorrow. We're going to do that with Thornburg Investments, head of fixed income. Yep, we'll talk sovereign debt, U.S. Treasuries. But Tim, we'll see what he's finding maybe perhaps in the world of corporates.
And let's go to space, because that's where 2 NASA astronauts are as they make their way back from being stuck in orbit for 9 months. They're finally headed home, Carol. They're on that SpaceX craft. They're expected to touch down just before 6 p.m. Wall Street time tonight, just south of Tallahassee in Florida.
We'll also get an update out of the White House in terms of that pretty long phone call between President Putin and President Trump. So we'll see if there's any new details around that conversation. And then I love this. Shred happens. What's up with that,
It does,
Tim?
I'm told.
What is that?
Well, self-taught cook and Instagram influencer Arash Hashemi, he's going to join us. He's got a new cookbook out, plant-based. You might know him from Instagram. He's got more than 4 million followers, but if you look at his follower account on other platforms, it's up to 6 million. So a lot of people follow what this guy's doing. He's going to be in the studio in New York. You think he's going to bring any food, Carol?
I don't know. Fingers crossed, because you're going to, if he does, you're going to be really sorry, because you're always hungry around that time. All right, folks, a lot coming up over the next couple of hours. Let's get to the trade, because we're bouncing around our lows of the session. We are off our lows, but nonetheless, we're seeing some pressure.
Carol Massar, I got you covered on markets. 52 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000 index, all trading lower right now. Big tech leading the way down. S&P 500 index lower by 61 right now. 5613 where that index stands. To keep it all in context, down 1.1%. The Dow down 285 now, down 0.7%. The NASDAQ Composite Index down 285, down 1.6%. The NASDAQ 100 Index also down by 1.6%. Equities slid. Mega caps, by the way, hitting their lowest since September. The 10-year 4.27%. The 2-year 4.03%. Gold now up $36 the ounce, up 1.2%, $3,036. While West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, $66.87 a barrel on WTI. Bottom line here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. As for the market backdrop, Victoria Fernandez is chief market strategist at Crossmark Global Investments.
We do think we're going to be in this extended period of negativity, of uncertainty. Consumers are going to pull back. You know, could we have this 3 to 5% jump from the pullback we saw last week from Thursday's lows? Yes. But do we think Thursday was the all-time low? I'm not so sure we can say that. You've got a lot of elements yet that we haven't seen.
Victoria Fernandez of Crossmark interviewed this morning on surveillance. As I mentioned, big tech lower, NVIDIA. Everybody's watching that stock today, down now by 2.3%. Tesla down 4.7%. Meta Platforms down 3.4%. Apple down 0.9%. And Alphabet down 2.3%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, the great AI spend is front and center, as you know. This is NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang delivered a keynote address at the NVIDIA GTC AI conference in San Jose, California. As you just heard from Charlie, NVIDIA shares down about 2.3% today, along with most of big tech. The stock has lost 21% since hitting a high back in early January. We got a lot of headlines coming out. Jensen reportedly still speaking, Carol, but we're getting some news about the company's outlook, what it's developing, some new hardware. NVIDIA says that it's transitioning to Blackwell Ultra in the second half of the year. That next chip upgrade is about 1 year out, Carol, and it's Vera Rubin. So the successor to Blackwell, which has been all the rage right now, is that new one, Vera Rubin, and that's about 1 year out.
Well, listen, you know, it's interesting, right? We've all been focused on this because we definitely have seen investors pull back, you know, amid overall market malaise and certainly a pullback on some of the big tech names. But NVIDIA is so much, you know, connected with the AI spend that we've seen over the last 2.5 years. So we're looking for some confirmation or further confirmation, you know, that indeed this is happening. You know this event. You know Jensen. He tends to be pretty up.
The idea behind agents, a little bit of this before we went on air. And he was talking about agentic AI. And this is the idea behind agents, those things that you can pay $200 a month to OpenAI for and get ChatGPT's agent to book a flight for you across the country. They can do that now. He says that will become more and more widespread. We're also seeing some other news come out of this event, Carol, that has to do with assisted driving. NVIDIA said that it's going to help General Motors with driver assistance technology and work with the telecom industry on new 6G networks. Jensen announced the initiatives during this keynote. He did say that NVIDIA is working with GM to use AI in next-gen cars, factories, and robots. And that really goes with the idea of physical AI. This notion that, okay, the next big thing after these LLMs, this is after the Anthropics, after the Claudes, after the Llamas, is physical AI. And that's how AI works in a factory, for example, or works out on a street, or yes, in some cases, maybe even in our homes with some sort of humanoid robot. Physical AI is the next big thing.
Well, I love that you went there because I'm looking at a story by Aronian King and Brody Ford, and they're reporting about how NVIDIA is looking to expand AI reign with personal supercomputers. I mean, there's a lot of things that they're looking to kind of show that there's going to be a continued spend, certainly on their chips. And what it is, NVIDIA unveiling plans for personal AI supercomputers that will let developers, researchers, and scientists develop AI models on desktop machines. And so the company introducing that successor to NVIDIA's Blackwell processor called the Blackwell Ultra, that's due in the second half of this year, followed by a more dramatic upgrade, which Tim was talking about, the Vera Rubin, in the later half of 2026. And I will say that he did also talk about kind of the spend that we've seen. NVIDIA says the top 4 hyperscalers bought 1.3 million Hopper chips in 2024. Sounds like a lot. And that the top 4 hyperscalers have bought about 3.6 million Blackwell chips in 2025. So we see the spend is there. I think one of the concerns, Tim, has been how much of their business is concentrated in those hyperscalers and whether or not that makes NVIDIA vulnerable. It doesn't look like it's making it vulnerable, at least not right now.
Well, you heard Lynn Duan, who covers technology. We were just speaking with her in the last hour, and she mentioned this report from Bloomberg Intelligence that came out yesterday. These hyperscalers are projected to spend $371 billion on AI facilities and computing resources in 2025. That amount is set to climb, Carol, to $525 billion by 2032. So it grows at a faster clip than analysts expected before even the success of DeepSeek. It also raises the question about, okay, where's the investment going as the industry moves from this idea of training these models to actually using them? So it's training versus inference. And if you've used ChatGPT, for example, you ask it a certain question, and perhaps what you see is a few seconds, and it says it's inferencing. And what it's doing is it's thinking, it's trying to answer that question. That, of course, takes processing power, but it's different types of processing power than it takes to actually train the model.
Yeah, no, this is a really important point. Like, what is the next stage, and then what is needed? The other thing is DeepSeek, and we've seen Alibaba come out with an AI model, and so whether or not there's going to be different iterations that maybe don't require, as you were, mentioning, like maybe they don't need as much chips, they don't need as big a spend, and so how does that kind of dramatically, potentially rewrite the AI spend model? I don't know. At the same time, I saw a story about Alphabet and Google and healthcare and AI. And so every industry, and certainly the hyperscalers, are looking to work with all different types of industries, right? To continue to think, all right, how can they use AI? How can they monetize it? And how does that kind of keep this story, this narrative, and this spend going?
Well, one thing that I've been thinking a lot about, and we spoke to Gina Martin Adams about a year ago about this, is this idea of when the beneficiaries of this technology start to shift a little bit. Certainly the hyperscalers and the chip makers have really been the beneficiaries when it comes to this spend. But at what point do we see this technology start to go to other companies in the S&P 500? Certainly there's this element of, becoming more efficient as a result of AI. We hear a lot about customer service. We hear a lot about agents replacing actual human beings, or at least augmenting human beings when it comes to customer service. But are we actually going to see those productivity gains as a result of this technology? Or are we thinking, are we kind of thinking about it the wrong way? Are we thinking about it in terms of like flying cars and, humanoid butlers?
Give me both. No, but I guess we just don't know, right? And that's part of the problem. I mean, this event, and you know this probably better than I do, this GTC AI conference, as you mentioned, and it has been described as the Super Bowl of AI, it's hyper focused on AI and how it can be used or how it is being used. And we know that these stories, like all of a sudden something comes out and it's just a reminder that this industry, this technology can be disrupted, as it has been with DeepSeek to some extent. But you do wonder, I don't know, I'm curious about on the ground, like the euphoria. Is it still there that we've seen over the last 2 years, or is it a little bit more measured? I don't know.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. If you drive in from the airport here, from San Francisco's airport in the southern part of the city up to the city, every billboard you see is about AI. Maybe I saw an Airbnb billboard as well, but everything's AI. They're startups, they're huge AI companies, and they're talking about technology. A lot of software as service, a lot of Salesforce AI billboards as well. You certainly do see that everywhere. You don't see that in other parts of the country, Carol. This is so unique to Silicon Valley. I mean, if you think about the advertisements that we see when we're driving to the airport from New York City, it's all hospitals. It's healthcare.
Exactly, right? Like, know your market, or you understand. It is interesting, too. I'm looking at a Wolf Research analyst, Chris Queso, saying in a note previewing the event, AI stocks have been down sharply on recession fears, and while we think AI spending is the last place cloud customers would wish to trim budgets, if the areas that fund those budgets suffer, that could put some pressure on CapEx. So this is like, there's so many questions, that are still out there when it comes to the AI spend, and that would certainly impact NVIDIA. All right, you are watching and listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar, along with Tim Stanovic. We continue to track some of those headlines out of the NVIDIA event. Coming up next, though, we're going to get to our weekly look at the world of EVs. Bloomberg Plugged In, we call it. And this week, we talked with the co-founder of ZenD. That's coming up right here on Business Week.
Can you tell Carol I can take it all the way?
We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all in the red. The S&P right now down 53, drop there of 1%. We have got the Dow down 215, lower by 0.5%. NASDAQ down 266, a drop there of 1.5%. Equities are slipping, yes, off session lows, but still a down day with mega caps hitting their lowest since September. Right now, we have got the 10-year yielding 4.27%, the 2-year 4.03%, gold up $36 the ounce. Gold surging today on geopolitical tensions, up 1.2%, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 66.92 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin, meanwhile, down 2.4%, 81,985 on Bitcoin. Federal Reserve policymakers have begun their two-day meeting, so what to expect in their statement at 2 o'clock tomorrow, Wall Street time. Stephanie Roth is chief economist at Wolf Research.
I think they'll say what they typically say is they're going to respond to the data, and if the data weaken, then of course they're going to respond, but they can't really promise that much more in advance, especially because this is an environment where they're likely to take down their growth numbers tomorrow, but they're likely to take up their inflation numbers. So this is a really difficult environment for them because they're going to have to wait until unemployment rate starts to rise more materially for them to actually be able to cut, as opposed to the idea of them being able to cut because inflation is low.
Stephanie Roth of Wolf Research. Among the day's economic reports, housing starts rose in February by more than forecast after a weather-related plunge led by a pickup in single-family home construction. Among home builder names, KB Home down 0.8%, Toll down 1%, Lennar lower today by 0.4%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, it is time for another edition of Bloomberg Plugged In, your weekly look at EVs. Emily Griffeo and I talked about this yesterday when it was one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal, and it's certainly worth revisiting because BYD shares jumped to a record after the Chinese automaker unveiled a lineup of EVs that it says can charge almost as fast as it takes just to refuel a regular car. Being able to charge a car in the time it takes a combustion engine vehicle to pull in and out of a gas station could be a game changer. It could convince drivers who aren't willing to make lengthy stops to actually go electric. Curious what Michael Stadler thinks about this. He's the CTO and co-founder of Zendy. It makes software that helps design EV infrastructure. He joins us from San Diego. Michael, I want to get your reaction to this BYD news in a second, but I got to tell you, I described your company as making software that helps to design EV infrastructure. Did I get that right? Because I had a heck of a time finding exactly what your company does.
Well, I mean, of course, we do electric vehicles, and thanks for having me. Good afternoon. But we do a little bit more than electric vehicles. We do also microgrids, and I think that's what we are discussing maybe today and how we charge these electric vehicles.
Okay, so you're watching closely the different types of EV charging systems, the different types of batteries. What'd you make of this BYD news? Because, look, here in the U.S., we're not going to be driving these vehicles anytime soon, I assume, unless the president decides to change the way that rules are structured around importing Chinese EVs. But if this is indeed something that can be done, it's a game changer for EVs, no?
No, it's very cool, and I also read it today, and it's very cool to add 250 miles in 5 minutes. But it also creates a challenge for the distribution system and the infrastructure because you have to provide that power. And if you think about that, a lot of these cars are around, then it will be really a huge challenge for the utility system. And I think that's where the problem, where the challenge starts with charging all these electric vehicles at that time.
So, Michael, tell us how your system works. And I'm just curious kind of where you are in this process in terms of acquiring customers, putting it to work. Give us some kind of size and scope.
Yeah. So we are a software company, as you guys said, and engineering company, and we help our clients putting the infrastructure in place which is needed to provide this high power. I mean, the utilities, for example, I mean, they have huge challenges to provide this power. I mean, it can take 7 to 10 years to upgrade the distribution system to provide this power, right? So this is why we help our clients to design, plan, install, and run so-called microgrids, which is basically cogeneration at the place where you charge the electric vehicles.
So who are your customers right now?
Well, I mean, we have a diverse portfolio here. I mean, of course, there are engineering companies installing this infrastructure to provide the power, but there's also, of course, fleet management providers who really want to implement electric vehicle trucks and all this. So we have multiple clients here, but mostly engineering companies installing microgrids and EV infrastructures.
How has business been, given the challenge that we've seen over the last couple of years, for American companies to sell EVs? The idea that they've gotten a little too expensive for consumers, the demand that a lot of these American companies thought would be there. Look what happened with Ford, look what happened with GM, even Tesla is seeing a sales decline this year. What has your demand been like? Has it held steady, or has it been affected by what customers are doing?
No, actually, it's steady. Yes, of course, there's uncertainty currently in the market, but I mean, almost 30% of all the people shopping around for new cars are still considering electric vehicles, because electric vehicles are fun to drive, they are cheaper. I mean, I'm on my fourth electric vehicle and I would never go back to a gas car, right? So no, for us, the market is stable and it's actually increasing.
Hey, so give us a little idea. We are Bloomberg, as we always like to throw out there. Give us an idea. I know we've been asking about customers. We are on your website, Walmart, Bloom Energy, Generac. You've got some academic universities, ASU, US, San Diego, Georgia Tech. But there's a lot of other companies. It sounds like you guys are doing a lot of research with folks, but give us a little bit more idea of where the business is and the growth that you are seeing, whether it's top line. I'm assuming you're not profitable yet, or is that? And
no, so we are, but the thing is, we are really rooted in research, because what we are offering is a methodology which really helps you to install infrastructure, meaning generators, natural gas generators, batteries, renewables at the place where you charge your electric vehicle, or where you need the power for a microgrid. We call this microgrid, right? And that can be a technical, challenging process, and it needs to be standardized so that you can do this really quickly and at an efficient cost, right? And this is why we still do a lot of research, and we are the cutting edge of research here also when it comes to new technologies. And this is why we're working with universities, because we don't have only this power problem on the electric vehicle side. I mean, if you think about data centers, right, they also want to get a lot of power now from the utility system, and they're talking about small modular reactors these days. So we have to research all these technologies and bring them in our software platform to provide this to our clients to efficiently plan those microgrids.
Hey, Michael, in terms of infrastructure here, what has this administration meant for your business? Certainly he's close with Elon Musk, but that hasn't really helped the EV industry. He wants to roll back these tax credits. Does that affect your business?
So far, it hasn't affected us because I think I mean, as I said, electric vehicles are for real and they're not going away, right? And the projects that we are seeing, it take a year, 2 years, or whatever it is. So you're not just canceling them because of the uncertainty that we're seeing right now. So far, we actually have a nice growth in the microgrid space, which is not only the electric vehicle space, and we're actually doing better than last year.
Michael Stadler, gonna have to leave it there. Thanks for joining us. Do appreciate it. CTO and co-founder of Zendi, joining us from San Diego.
All right, Tim, well, the business world continues to move on around some massive geopolitical issues, everything from trade and tariffs to war. And that's where we go now, and to what could be another move to end the war between Ukraine and Russia. It's something we talked about earlier. We talked about President Putin of Russia and President Donald Trump of the United States having a roughly 90-minute phone call earlier today. With the latest on the call and what we are continuing to learn about it is Bloomberg Balance of Power co-host Joe Matthew. He's in our Washington, D.C. bureau. Joe, we know President Putin has committed to limit Russian attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure for 30 days, that phone call. But what else are we learning? Because it feels like it's the first step of still a lot to be done.
Yeah, I think that's right, Carol. There's a lot more conversation about what was not included in this readout following their call. And we got different versions from Moscow and from the White House, as is typically the case. The Trump administration indeed telling us that this is an energy and infrastructure ceasefire. Of course, that falls short of the full ceasefire that Ukraine had agreed to, that the president was bringing to Vladimir Putin today, a 30-day ceasefire across the board. They said they would work towards a maritime ceasefire and a couple of other stages in this deal. This basically means that Vladimir Putin won't shoot as many missiles at power plants and other infrastructure in Ukraine, but it will do nothing to the Ukrainian military to change rules or terms on the battlefield, as well as Vladimir Putin's ability to bomb civilian neighborhoods, which he has been doing regularly for the last 3 years. So we're trying to parse out what's actually different here, knowing that we were talking about security guarantees, a full ceasefire, and a lot more. Vladimir Putin wants to see U.S. military equipment shipments, military aid stopped. And they've made it clear from Moscow that they're not going to sign off on a full ceasefire until that happens. So we have a bit of a standoff here, Carol. Donald Trump did not agree to do that today.
Well, Joe, if this indeed goes through, how would the U.S. and its allies actually enforce a ceasefire such as this?
Pretty unclear, to be honest with you. I mean, you can obviously tell if Vladimir Putin is targeting power plants, and they've always got their eyes on the Zaporizhzhia plant that we've talked about, that nuclear power plant that has been a real point of concern for the past 3 years. Remember what Donald Trump said last weekend on Air Force One. He made clear that talks were already underway, that a framework was being built, and that what they were talking about at this point of the game, ahead of this call, was dividing up assets, he said, when it comes to land and when it comes to power plants. Here we are with an energy infrastructure ceasefire. There was no word on land, though. What happens to Crimea? What happens to the Donbass? Russia wants all of the land that it's acquired in the last 3 years.
Joe, as you know, we did get a readout of that phone call from the White House. I just want to read it out for everyone and what President Trump and President Putin said. The two leaders agreed that a future with an improved bilateral relationship between the United States and Russia has huge upside. This includes enormous economic deals and geopolitical stability when peace has been achieved. Again, the readout from the White House, it makes me wonder about, what will be the economic relationship between the U.S. and Russia going forward. We've been there before, as Angela Stent reminded us. We've seen U.S. big companies in Russia, but it makes me wonder what's next. Got about 40 seconds here.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to see McDonald's popping up with U.S. ownership at any point soon, Carol. We all remember glasnost and perestroika and a very different world coming out of the Soviet Union. I think this might have more to do with energy and maybe development, even in the Middle East, which is something that they brushed up against in this readout. A lot that we could learn after this phone call today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you guys will continue to report it out. Looking forward to it. Joe, thank you so much. Bloomberg Balance of Power co-host Joe Matthew. Catch Joe and Kelly Lyons at 5 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio. When they will be back to wrap up the day in Washington and politics. All right, folks, we've got about 26 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading day here on Wall Street. The S&P 500 down about 1 full percentage point. NASDAQ 100 down about 1.5%. Coming up, investors dialing back on U.S. stocks. We drive to the close next on Business Week.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got mega caps hitting the lowest since September with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ very much in the red. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks are under pressure, but off their lows. The Dow is currently down 250 points. S&P's dropped 63, while the NASDAQ is still down 1.8%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.28%. Gold is climbing. Oil is in the red. And Bitcoin, that's falling by 2.4%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, only healthcare was in the green. Leaders to the downside, telecom and consumer discretionary. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Verizon and UNH. Well, NVIDIA fell 3% and led to the downside. In deal news, Google is buying cloud security firm Wiz for $32 billion. And in the biotech space, Sarepta plunged 25% on a report of a patient death after using their gene therapy drug. In other news, Haleon holder Pfizer offered 662 million shares. And wrapping things up, Royal Caribbean fell 6% among weakness in the cruise operators. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUA, S-Q-U-A, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
That's funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. We've got just about 18 minutes to go until we see the closing bell. Hear the closing bell on Wall Street. Busy little Tuesday. Charlie and Bill Maloney just breaking down the trade here, but we're off our lows of the session, but still down about 1.6% on the NASDAQ 100 and down about 1% on the S&P. Tim, one of the stories that was really interesting to me reading in is what investors are up to, slashing holdings of U.S. equities by the most on record. That was according to BofA's latest survey, underscoring the massive rotation that's underway in global markets. So we saw fund managers reported being about 23% underweight in U.S. stocks. And Tim, I think that was a plunge of about 40 percentage points from the previous survey.
Wow, it's a dramatic shift, and it shows just how quickly traders have ditched their optimism about American markets, with the S&P 500 tumbling just about 8% from an all-time high back in February. Let's see what our drive to the close guest has to say about this. We've got Scott Ladner with us, CIO at the RIA Horizon Investments. They've got about $10 billion in AUM, joining us this afternoon. Hey, Scott, good to have you on the program. I'm curious what you make of this Bank of America survey. Is this a sign that it could be kind of contrarian, that it's a time to buy, that so many investors have slashed their holdings?
Well, Tim, yeah, I think actually that there is some truth in that. I mean, the slashing of the holdings in the U.S. makes a little bit of sense, though. Look, Trump, if Trump has done one thing, he has basically bullied / scared both Europe and China into actions that they probably wouldn't otherwise have taken. So, with respect to Europe, getting off the debt brake and basically starting to spend money from a fiscal standpoint for the first time since really 2012, it can be game changing for the revenue for some of those companies. And then when you pivot over to China, and they're clearly worried about what Trump's tariff policy, trade policy is going to do to their already somewhat weak economy, and you've seen Xi pivot off of common prosperity, and so these two moves, which were really holding down the equity values in both China and Europe, Trump has kind of bullied them into changing those things, and that's actually to the benefit of equity equity markets in those two geographies, which are almost uninvestable for much of the last decade.
Yeah, I mean, the S&P 500 outperformance of the rest of the world has just been remarkable. But what does that do to U.S. investors that buy U.S. companies here? If we're seeing outperformance outside of the U.S., is that going to continue, given what we've heard from the White House and what we've heard from advisors, that essentially they're not necessarily paying attention to the markets right now, and that with time they will recover?
So I think actually it makes the case for U.S. equities more compelling, but not probably for another quarter or two. So this is a time when frankly in the last 5 years diversification has been nothing but punished. So if you've done anything other than invest in the Mag 7 or the top of the U.S. market, and you're benchmarked at really anything, you've gotten creamed. And so, Ben, you've just been punished by diversifying. The last few months, and probably for the next couple quarters, we think you're actually going to be benefited from diversification. And so, this is a time when we're going to see some pretty good buying opportunities for U.S. stocks. I mean, we're getting some of these things at a bigger deal than we would have otherwise had because folks are rotating out of U.S. and into these other markets. We think that's probably more of a trade, but maybe a trade that's going to go on for a quarter or two, not for a year or two.
So you don't think, okay, so you still think U.S. will ultimately outperform by the end of the year versus European markets, or not necessarily?
Not necessarily for the end of 2025, right? I mean, Europe and China have pretty big leads right now. So in terms of making up those leads, don't know if we get there. But as we kind of enter into 2026, when some of these fairly challenging things that Trump's doing right now with respect to the sort of the ideological shifts, those might actually have a chance to start paying some dividends on the deregulatory front or the taxes front or some of these other things by the time we turn the calendar into next year. So, I think there probably are some opportunities, but I'm not sure if the U.S. is going to catch them this year.
Are you worried at all about a recession? And do you buy the argument that we get from the administration that, all right, guys, it's going to be a little tough. We could have some economic pain, maybe a recession, maybe not. Nobody seems to want to kind of throw their hat into that ring definitively, it seems. But do you buy that idea that tariffs now, tax cuts later, and maybe regulatory moves, and that will be an engine for economic growth?
Yeah, I do buy that. And now we are clearly experiencing somewhat a growth slowdown because everybody's just, we're kind of entering a
and an
wait-and-see
M&A
economy.
slowdown. Like I'm seeing a lot of stories where companies are like, nope, we thought we'd be doing a lot of deals and we're not.
Well, look, if you can't plan, you can't invest. If you can't plan, you can't act. And nobody can plan in an environment in which we don't really understand what the operating principles are going to be. This administration, we have some clues, we have some direction. We don't know sort of the direction of these things, but we know nobody knows anything about the specifics of how how we're going to prosecute some of these policies. And so that's until we get some of that detail, and we will get it. I mean, it's not we're never going to have it. Like we will get it at some point, but until we get it, it's just a really tough operating environment, whether you're a consumer, an investor, or a business owner.
Well, okay, so what do you do then in terms of for investors? Do you put new money into equities? We've talked about equities, being cut back. Would you put new money into U.S. stocks, to overseas stocks, or would you play the fixed income world?
Definitely not play the fixed income world. So look, we think yields are probably about in the right place right now.
You do, yeah.
And so the yield drop, it makes sense in the context of tariffs, which everybody thinks tariffs are inflationary. Tariffs are deflationary.
Yes and no. I would argue with you because if you are putting tariffs on products that come in, that obviously raises their costs unless somebody eats them. But it also gives an opportunity for domestic producers to say, well, if those prices are higher, I can raise my prices. There is some of that argument as well.
There absolutely is. You're right, Carol. But I would just argue that tariffs at the end of the day are still a tax. And taxes are growth retardant, and growth retardant things tend to be deflationary over time. So it's not a 2025 deflation story. Like that's not what I'm trying to say. But as far as going forward, if we're looking at a 10-year yield, a 10-year yield is going to care a lot more about.
Do you think tariffs are a good idea?
I think if you can get no.
Okay.
Simply no. But there's a caveat to that though, which is important. I don't think that people in the market are pricing this. It's the state of the world. So let me give you a state of the world which I think could exist.
And just got about 45 seconds.
So the state of the world that could exist that would be interesting would be if the reciprocal idea kind of takes hold and other countries actually lower tariffs on the U.S.
Right.
You might end up in a regime where you have lower global tariffs overall. That would be a pretty big boost to global growth that I don't think is in the market right now. But I'm not saying that's necessarily the base case, but that is a state of the world that is possible if under the sort of reciprocal tariff agreement where hey, we just want everybody to pay sort of the same rate.
All right, we will certainly see. Makes for an interesting investing year, no doubt about it. Got to leave it there, but thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Scott Ladner, he's Chief Investment Officer of Horizon Investments. As we mentioned, they've got about $10 billion in assets under management, joining us right here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Quick check on the trade, and folks, we're just coming up on about 10 minutes left in today's trading session. And Tim, we're still seeing some pressure on U.S. stocks.
Yeah, we've gone into WEI on the Bloomberg terminal, down 1.2% on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ down 1.9% today, so big tech getting beat up. The Dow down about 0.7%. We'll see how NVIDIA does into the close. Right now, though, Carol, it is one of my decliners.
No surprise. There's a lot of them lower, those big tech names. All right, folks, I'm Carol Massar along with Tim Stanovic. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, in just under 7 minutes, Tim and I heading over to our TV colleagues. We're going to count you down to the close on this Tuesday, March 18th. As Tim just mentioned, we will be talking about some of the winners and losers of the session, or decliners and gainers. I guess we can't say winners and losers. But anyway, we're going to get to it and any news after the closing bell. So we'll get to that in just a moment. In the meantime, Tim, one of the most read stories has to do with Elon Musk. I didn't do that very well.
It always has to do with Elon Musk, right? When it's one of the most read stories.
Yeah, it really does.
Isn't that how it works? Check this out. I will say, when this crossed, I had to click. Elon Musk has invested $150 million to acquire more shares in X last year at a valuation approaching the price he paid for the company's equity back in 2022. He is the majority shareholder of the company. He's also expressed a willingness to buy more minority stakes at the same valuation. This is according to the annual report from Kingdom Holding Company. The Saudi investment firm has been a shareholder of X since 2011, when it was still known as Twitter.
Yeah, the report didn't reference Musk or X by name, but a person with knowledge of the investment who asked not to be named discussing private information confirmed the report was referring to X specifically. The Kingdom stated that the majority shareholder of, quote, a privately held social media services company, end quote, recently invested at a transaction price equal to the carrying value of the investment on the Kingdom's balance sheet. So as of December 31st, the firm valued his investment in X at 985 million reals that's about almost $263 million US, implying a net valuation for all of X of about $29.2 billion, which is close to what Elon Musk and other investors paid for Twitter's equity back in October of 2022. The company also held about $13 billion in debt. What did he pay for the company? 40? Was it?
Shareholders, along with its founder, Prince Alweed bin Talal Al Saud.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we know the story of X. We've all talked about it. I mean, we've all been frequent users of it, especially when it was Twitter. It became, I think it's safe to say, a bit of a different company under the private ownership of Elon Musk.
I think that's fair to say.
Right? I think so, too.
Does your X look different? Like, do you see different content now? I see much different content.
You know, I was like going through it yesterday, and I just kept like deleting ads and or saying I don't want this content and stuff. And I'm like, why am I doing this?
Good luck.
And exactly. Listen, a lot of advertisers have fled the service. We know that, or paused their spending. That was shortly after his takeover for fear that their sponsored messages may appear alongside inappropriate content. Fidelity Investments has marked down X's value by 68% as of January. So we'll see what happens, going forward. It's still something we talk about. It is still something that a lot of people post on. But it's, as we say, safe to say, a different entity now that it's privately held.
There's also some competitors too. There's Blue Sky that it seems like people are using.
Are you on that?
I'm not on Blue Sky. Okay. But it seems like a lot of journalists are on Blue Sky.
Yeah.
And then there's Threads. I have Threads just because of that's the Instagram/Meta Platforms Facebook-owned version of Twitter.
Yeah.
But that one's a little different too. So there's no like old school Twitter anymore. Those days are gone. Okay. Hey, speaking of Elon Musk, this year he's lost $120 billion. That's how much his wealth has declined.
That's real money. Is he still the world's richest? He is, isn't he?
Oh yeah, $311.9 billion. It's about almost $100 billion more than Bezos, who clocks in at $216.8 billion. This is Rich Go on the Bloomberg.
So he could lose another $99 billion and he'd still be the richest person.
Yep.
What's a few billion among friends?
That's a good problem to have.
All right, folks, we are going to head over to our TV colleagues. Just got a few minutes to go until we wrap up the trading day on this Tuesday. Let's get to it. Beyond the Bell, starting right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
About 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day, Alex Steele and Scarlett Fu here to take you through the closing bell in a global simulcast. We're joined now by Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec, bringing together our Bloomberg television, radio, and YouTube audiences worldwide to parse through the most crucial moments of the day. Carol, I swear we did have rallies when you were gone. You wouldn't know it, though, by looking at the market today.
What are you saying? I came back and, I dragged down the market? No, it's kind of wild because I'm looking at the Mag 7. All of them are down about 2.5%. So it really does feel like some malaise back in the the market, but I will believe you that there were rallies.
Yeah, we had, well, even though the Mag 7 kind of sat out yesterday's rally. So that's what was pretty remarkable. It was a pretty broad-based rally yesterday, but we saw some of the mega cap tech names not actually take part.
Not actually take part, and in fact, you have Meta now losing ground as well. So all the Mag 7 names are negative for 2025. I guess it wasn't that surprising in the end when Bank of America said that in its latest survey, investors have cut their holdings of U.S. stocks by the most on record. A big sea change.
Yeah, exactly. And the question is, does that continue, right? And what else does it entail? Does that mean we're going to sell treasuries? Are we also going to sell U.S. credit? Does that actually go elsewhere in the European market?
I'm going to head to Europe. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Are they going to like you there? I don't think they're going to like us anymore. I don't know.
Hey,
if
this
they
is
like us
a
very
deep
much.
tease, but there's a new Air France cabin that you can fly, Carol. We're going to talk about that in a little bit.
We are going to talk about
Oh, okay. Well, I like that. That sounds nice and fancy. But you're taking a look here we're right near the closing bells here. S&P seems to be trading near the lows of the session, guys. The S&P around 1% lower. The NASDAQ off by 1.7%. So a little bit of steam to the downside as we head into the close. The Dow Jones Industrial Average off 0.6%. But I've been saying this all day, guys. It's really been tech-driven because you take a look at the equal-weighted index, for example. You take a look at small caps. Yes, they're still lower, but nowhere near what we're seeing within the tech sector. You have the equal-weighted index just off by 0.5%.
Yeah, really interesting in terms of perspective and context of what's really going on internally within the music and within the markets music. What am I hearing? Hey, the S&P 500, Scarlett, you do have, though, a majority of names lower in today's session. 338, losing some ground on this Tuesday. 161, though, did actually show up with some gains here.
Yeah, and take a look at the IMAP because there are two sectors that are in the green. Energy up about 0.25%, and healthcare gaining 0.1%. But as you mentioned, tech is really the laggard here, and whether it's communication services, which includes the internet service providers, along with Alphabet, consumer discretionary, which includes Tesla, or tech overall, which has NVIDIA. Those groups are all down at least 1.5%.
All right, guys, let's get to some of the individual gainers. Atop my list is Intel, which is among your top gainers in both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100, or at least was earlier in the session. A gain of earlier in the day about 2.8%, finishing the day with about a 1% gain. Stock really rallied nearly 7% yesterday. It's been up 5 sessions in a row, so it's up just around 30% over that time period. Our team noting that ahead of today, taking on his new role as CEO, Liputan sent a letter to employees warning that it won't be easy for the company to hold off the forces that have set it into decline. Yesterday's Reuters saying that the CEO potentially plans to cut back on middle management. So we're keeping an eye on this one, but definitely a little bit higher in today's session. BYD, had to mention, at its highs up about 3.3%, closing with a gain of 2.6%. The ADRs in the United States, the Chinese automaker unveiled a lineup of electric vehicles that it says can charge almost as fast as it takes to refuel a regular car. So that's pretty impressive. And then Lucid Group, I know it's just about a $2 stock here, but still up almost 9%, up almost 16%, or more than 16% intraday. So really rallied earlier, but up about 9% here at the close. The EV maker upgraded to equal weight from underweight over at Morgan Stanley, which says it sees potential for the stock to re-rate with new leadership that can put forward an executable AI strategy through partnerships. So some analyst lingo there. Price target, though, unchanged at $3. Keep in mind, it's down about 19% year to date and down about 96% from its high back in February of 2021. And it's got a high short position as well.
Okay, you got the gainers, Carol. I was watching the decliners today, starting with NVIDIA down 3.4% today. This as Jensen Huang spoke at the company's GTC conference, which he referred to as the Super Bowl of AI. We got a lot of news today. NVIDIA unveiled plans for more powerful chips, an AI model for robotics, and personal AI supercomputers. And this event is just getting started. We watch this event closely for a few reasons, because we learn a lot about what NVIDIA's plans are for this year and next year, but also because it tends to move the company's stock. It's a different movement today, though, than what we saw over the past 2 years, when GTC has gone on. The stock gained 0.7% on the first day in both 2024 and 2023. Gains extended to 4% and 5% respectively by the time the conference concluded later in the week. So stay tuned. We'll see what happens later in this week at NVIDIA GTC.
That was a very impressive summary of everything that happened in NVIDIA, because Alex and I were looking at the headlines earlier, and a lot of it was just like tech jargon that we totally didn't understand. There's something with Newton. There's a lot of complicated jargon in there.
There were words.
You're in good company. Lynn Duan came on our program during the 2 o'clock hour, and she was like, I don't even know what this means. So
good. Okay, great.
You're in good company. All you need to know is it's about physical AI. So we're going to have these robotic butlers.
Thank you. Okay,
doing
physical
all our work
AI.
for us. That's what I need. Hey, I think Scarlett, you mentioned, was it Scarlett or Alex who mentioned Meta Platforms today falling into negative territory for the year, down 3.7% on the day. It's become the last of the so-called Mag 7 stocks to go negative for the year, down 0.5% on the year so far. It's interesting because we saw earlier this year that record rally for Meta Platforms, unprecedented 20 straight sessions of gains. The stock climbed nearly 26% so far this year, but it's since erased all of those gains. And finally, Abbott Labs fell by 1% today. It makes Similac infant formula. It was down over 2%, but it bounced off its lows a little later in the session. This is we learned that HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is planning to meet with execs of U.S. infant formula companies to discuss nutritional standards and supply chain issues. So we'll watch that one as well.
All right, gotta be honest, guys, nothing happened in the bond market. There was a 20-year auction. It was solid, $13 billion. It was 20-year. Does anyone really care? Kind of going nowhere. Not a lot of volatility, not a lot of movement, which was surprising and interesting considering the sell-off that we saw in tech, but definitely a wait and see when it comes for the Fed tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we're just kind of waiting, right, for that Fed decision or lack thereof, but at least what we get in terms of outlook. Hey, guys, in terms of what caught our attention, there is a redesign. Tim talked about this first-class cabin called Le Premier. It's from Air France.
Le Premier, of course.
I know, of course, right? It's supposed to be like a private jet-like experience. 3.5 square meters of private space, a full-length bed. You've got full curtains, and I think there's some nice wine. And I think it costs about, what is it, Tim, like $11,000 US?
Yeah, $10,000 or $11,000 for a
one-way trip. Round trip.
I think that's a one-way, actually.
Oh, 10,000 euros, excuse me.
A return flight to New York costs about 10,000 euro, and that's about 11,000 US. Compared with yeah.
But is this like in addition to the plane that has business class? Like, does this make business class cheaper? I'm just asking for a friend.
I think business class is not going to be as nice as this redesigned first class cabin.
Business class.
I mean, it's basically your own cabin here. There's a real bed that you can sleep in. It's pretty great. The executives who unveiled this, they talked about that they weren't seeing any sort of softness when it comes to the high end of spend, when it comes to the travel category. There's a quote in here. The CEO said, Paris is still the #1 destination people come to for many, many reasons. It's crazy what people are willing to spend.
Well, when the consumer is under pressure, you double down on the guy who can spend a lot of money.
100%.
I feel like I need to take on like 6 or 7 extra jobs to be able to afford that flight.
You do. This would be true.
So there's a story that caught my eye, which is about a Gen Xer who plans to earn $800,000 this year. Still probably not enough to be able to take that flight. By holding on to 6 remote jobs. How does he do that? He hires people to be him, basically. He'll like make the decision, he'll show up on the conference call, but otherwise he hires other people to do a lot of the work.
Wait, so is $800,000 like net or gross?
I think that's gross, and he netted $320,000 in profit from this whole like gig.
Couldn't you just get a job for $320,000?
So he takes on the job and then he hires people to do it. And so he's obviously going to pay them
He takes
less.
on several jobs, 6 jobs, and then he hires other people to do parts of those jobs. And that way he thinks it provides him job security because if he gets let go from one of those companies, it's okay. He has 5 other jobs. So he's in good shape.
There's something very weird with this business model.
I would not want to be his accountant.
Yeah,
Sounds like,
that's a good point.
Sounds like it could all come crashing down very, very
quickly.
Well, yeah,
but like with like 4 of those companies saying, come back to work, get into the office, right?
Or like, what if they find out? Like, is that bad?
Yeah, that would be bad.
Okay.
Yeah,
is he identified in the story?
No.
Wait, Harrison?
Yeah, that's a pseudonym.
Harrison.
Yeah.
I know a Harrison.
Yeah.
We see you.
I know some Harrisons out there.
Oh, I know. I think we all know a Harrison. Probably not him. All right, guys. That's a wrap. Tuesday's over.
Harrison Ford.
You know what I actually think he's
It's a
doing?
Gen Xer. It's a Gen Xer.
There you go.
Thank you. Good point.
All right, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals, we call it the closing bell. We'll see you again, same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenivek. Some news in the world of fixed income yesterday.
If you're watching on YouTube and we're pointing at each other, it's because we've got a Zoom and we're like trying to tell each other who to go.
Was that on air?
I don't know.
Did that happen? Did that go to air?
Our producer, Elizabeth's pretty good about like making sure we're not doing something that would embarrass ourselves. But every once in a while, I wonder if because we're...
Anyway. The secret's out, though. I mean, we do have a method to our madness. It is hard when you're 2,600 miles away from somebody to make sure you don't step on their toes and, ask 2 questions in a row. So Carol and I have set up a little Zoom room where we can kind of point to each other and communicate. So
Elizabeth says she covered us.
Secret.
She covered us, as she always does.
Okay.
Anyway,
right. Thanks,
I'm sorry
Elizabeth.
for interrupting.
Appreciate it.
Take it away.
That's okay. BMW is selling $4 billion of U.S. high-grade bonds as investment-grade firms seized on the relative market calm to raise fresh debt ahead of the Fed's decision. That comes tomorrow. We got Christian Hoffman with us. He's head of fixed income and a portfolio manager at Thornburg Investment Management. Christian, good to have you join us. Let's take a step back, big picture, and talk a little bit about fixed income. Our drive to the close guest earlier basically saying, hey, I'm going to stay away from fixed income right now. Rates are really where they're supposed to be. Are you surprised to hear that as somebody who focuses directly on fixed income? That was Scott Ladner, by the way, over at Horizon Investments.
Look, I don't think you need to load the boat on duration today. I agree with that, but I think there's a clear case for fixed income. You're able to get 5 to 6% returns without taking a ton of risk, and you see some sell-side strategists forecasting kind of 0 to 3% stock market returns in the U.S. over the next decade. So that looks pretty interesting, in comparison to those forecasts. I would also say that fixed income's ability to add ballast and income in your portfolio, is notably different than we saw over the past 15 years when we were living, in a zero interest rate world. So, we've certainly moved from, when we were close to 480 on the 10-year. But it doesn't mean the value proposition is gone or there's not a clear case for fixed income today, especially relative to the past.
So you're talking U.S. debt you would find, or is it corporates or some other part of the fixed income world? I mean, we talked about munis, I think it was last week, and that they've definitely been under pressure. But is it other parts of the fixed income world that you're finding better opportunities, or where are the best opportunities?
Yeah, so we have a global relative value framework here at Thornburg. So we find opportunities really in structured product and the corporate side, from high quality to low quality. I would say munis, to your point, have actually become more interesting in recent weeks. I think there's a couple reasons for that. One is that at this time of year, you do see some seasonality where, people are pulling money from that market to pay tax, pay for tax needs. You also tend to see the flows there dominated by retail. And those sometimes do not, track one-for-one versus core rates, which tend to have a more institutional driver for the flows there. So you've seen some of those ratios widen out, and it's actually, it's a relatively more attractive entry point relative to even a few weeks ago. So it's really
the economy is doing right now.
I think it's doing notably worse than a few weeks ago or a few months ago, and that's really driven by uncertainty. So we see just a tremendous amount of, what I would call tape bombs in terms of tariff announcements, retractments, and that really makes people pause and pull back if they don't know, what they should do or what the world is going to look like tomorrow. And that pause creates its own mechanism where that inaction leads to a slowdown. So I think that will continue. And, it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where the inaction, again, makes people less willing to take risk. It makes them less willing to drive investment and really sit on the sidelines until they figure things out. That's in the real economy, but you also see it, from someone modeling out, right? It's hard enough to model out the future as it is, particularly if you don't know if the drivers are changing, on a minute-to-minute basis.
You know, it's interesting to hear that because in one sense, we do get that and the uncertainty from companies, but then in another sense, we get, you know, a $32 billion acquisition from Google, its biggest ever, buying this cybersecurity firm Wiz. You know, that was in the deal, that was happening for 10 months as far as we know, but help me make sense of that, like a big deal like that, but also the uncertainty out there.
I mean, I think there are winners and losers, and I think that is a drop in the bucket, you know, for Google. You've heard about a, you know, K-shaped recovery, and, you know, certainly, you know, there are folks that have hard assets with, you know, low coupon debt that's locked in. You know, those folks have a lot more ballast and are in a better position than, you know, folks living from paycheck to paycheck and dealing with a softening job market, you know, and a lot more uncertainty out there. So it's not that everyone is necessarily cautious. It kind of depends on your starting point, and also, again, I think the levers that you can pull to deal with this uncertainty. And Google, I would say, is in a very attractive position relative to all those points.
Christian, do you feel like, though, there's a growing bunch of data points, and we'll see what kind of data points we get from the Fed tomorrow, certainly with the dot plot and what it has to say in terms of growth for the U.S. economy, as well as expectations around Fed moves. Having said that, Torsten Slok over at Apollo is sharing with me some additional B of A research that's out there, and what they found is small business uncertainty is on the rise in the midst of increasing volatile market and policy conditions. In response, according to B of A aggregated credit and debit card data, small businesses are slowing their card spending across the board. It just feels like we keep getting data point after data point. Sentiment, as you said, can lead to actions where people rein things in and slow stuff down. But I mean, are you thinking more and more about the possibility of a recession, and is that shaping how you think investors should invest right now?
So I would say two things to that. One is that, you know, 3 months ago, if you said you were betting on a recession, people would look at you like you're crazy. There's always some potential that you hit a bump in the road. And we haven't been betting on a recession, to be clear, but even more important than that, it's about looking what is priced into the market. And if you looked at high yield spreads flirting with the 260s, and, you know, the S&P 500 trading around, you know, 22, 23 times, that didn't leave a lot of room for error, even in a very good world. And so when you do hit these bumps in the road, and when the worldview becomes more muddled, you see valuations, react very quickly. And, you know, that's what we've seen, you know, in the previous couple weeks. That volatility does, you know, create some opportunities. That said, I wouldn't say that broadly, you know, risk is screaming cheap today. But it's much easier to imagine what a potential slowdown might look like and feel like, just given some of those data points that you mentioned, and where we are in the economic cycle.
And you, like most folks, since we don't really expect the Fed to do anything, are eager for the dot plot, the summary of also the summary of economic projections from the Fed. I mean, what are you going to be looking out for specifically?
Honestly, I'm not too excited about this Fed meeting. Some are more exciting than others. There's going to be a lot of tap dancing about, you know, what does all this mean? And I think Powell, similar to his speech 2 weeks ago, is going to kind of say, hey, we're in wait and see mode. There's a tremendous amount of uncertainty, which we've been talking about. And, you know, it's hard for us to make decisions given that we don't know what the actual drivers of, you know, these policy changes might look like. The dot plots are likely to suggest probably slightly worse inflation and probably slightly worse growth as well. So they're going to trend slightly more stagflationary. But I think you're also going to see Chair Powell step back and say, hey, don't read, you know, too much into this. There's a lot of uncertainty right now, and we're trying to make sense of it, you know, just like you are.
What's one question you'd ask Powell, just 30 seconds, if you had a chance tomorrow in the press conference?
You know, my colleague Matt Burdett saw Powell at LaGuardia Airport 2 weeks ago, and he respected his privacy, which I absolutely would not have done. I think I would have accosted him. Like I would probably ask him, you know, what he would really like to tell the president, you know, off the record behind closed doors.
You sure you wouldn't have asked him what his favorite Dead song is? You sure you wouldn't have done that?
Could ask, yeah, favorite concert, but that'll probably come out in a minute. So we can wait for that.
That's true, and you might more likely though have gotten an answer to that question than the other one. Christian, thanks so much. Be well. Christian Hoffman, head of fixed income over at Thornburg Investment Management, roughly $47 billion in assets under management. So, no doubt about watching what the Fed chair may say tomorrow at that press conference. All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stenovic. This is Bloomberg.
4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Turned out to be a down Tuesday with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all slumping. And this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. A down day for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. S&P finished 60 points lower, 56.14, dropped today of 1.1%. The tech selling continued. NASDAQ down 304, down 1.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index, full of big tech names, also down 1.7%. The Dow down 260, down 0.6%. But again, to keep it all in context, S&P lower by 1.1%. 10-year 4.28%, the 2-year 4.03%. Gold up $34 the ounce, trading at a record $3,034, up 1.1%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%, $66.83 a barrel. Shares of Tesla down 5.5% today. BYD shot to a record after unveiling an electric car that can be charged as quickly as a gasoline vehicle is refueled. Nvidia down today by 3.3%, close to the lows of the day. CEO Jensen Huang spoke to the Super Bowl, or at the Super Bowl of AI, that's Nvidia's description, addressing 25,000 people. He touched on a number of topics, including autonomous vehicles.
Time for autonomous vehicles has arrived, and we're looking forward to building with GM AI in all three areas. AI for manufacturing, so they can revolutionize the way they manufacture. AI for enterprise, so they can revolutionize the way they work, design cars and simulate cars, and then also AI for in the car.
Huang also laid out plans for more powerful chips and a model for robotics. Nvidia shares today down by 3.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, our next guest is a self-taught cook who you may know from Instagram, Shred Happens, where he has more than 4 million followers. It's there that he's documented his journey from being out of shape and unhealthy to losing over 100 pounds, which he attributes to cooking and eating healthy foods. Now he's got a food company and a cookbook. Arash Hashemi is a creator and the co-founder of Kaizen Food Company, which makes low-carb but high-protein rice and pasta. It's like I'm from New Jersey or something, which I am. Pasta. He's also the author of the new cookbook, Shred Happens. So easy, so good. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. A beautiful book. Did I say your food company correctly?
Kaizen, yeah.
Kaizen.
Yeah.
I had a feeling not. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm good, good. Everybody always has a journey, I feel like, to get to something.
Yeah.
This is your first cookbook, your first book. Tell us a little bit about the journey and how you did get to this.
Yeah, well, I mean, the story starts from a young age. My parents immigrated to this country, and I was always focused on success and chasing a better life and making them proud. And so for the majority of my life, I was really professionally driven. And I was doing really, really great in the corporate world. But in late 2017, I just kind of looked at my wife, Madalena. I'd always struggled with my weight. And at one point, I was over 330 pounds. I was pre-diabetic.
Wow.
I had high cholesterol, high triglycerides. And
If you're listening on radio, you don't look like somebody who was 300 pounds.
Oh, thank you.
But anyway, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so I knew I needed to do something to kind of change things up. Otherwise, this was going to get too late. And so I looked at my wife, Madalena, at the time, and we decided that I was going to leave my corporate career. It wasn't an easy transition, but we made certain sacrifices. We adjusted our lifestyle, and I set out to kind of change the direction of my life and refocus my relationship with food.
How were you able to do it, Arash? As Carol mentioned, everybody has different stories.
Yeah.
But you did it through cooking yourself, through eating differently.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about GLP-1s on the program and the business opportunity there and the way people are using them. But how specifically were you able to do this?
Yeah, look, I think similar to many Americans, I was eating the wrong foods in the wrong quantities. And over time, that just kind of, I couldn't outrun that. I always had a gym membership. I had personal trainers. But, you can very quickly, eat the 500 calories that you're going to burn with an hour at the gym. And so for me, I really needed to focus on making foods that I was actually excited about eating. You know, I had tried every single diet out there, from Weight Watchers, Jenny Craig, The Zone, Atkins, you name it, I've tried them all. And, you know, I think they're great for people, depending on whatever their circumstances are. For me, they felt a little bit more restrictive. I wasn't really excited about what I was eating.
You don't want to count points?
Hey, that could be useful for some people.
I'm not judging, but...
And I did for a while, and actually,
because it has worked for some people, right?
Absolutely. And fun fact, I was on Weight Watchers for a number of years, and I always remember, you know, there was a 4 p.m. Weekly weigh-ins. And so starting Tuesday, I was always trying to figure out, all right, how do I game the system so I can actually, you know, show a loss for the week? And so, but look, I think for me, it was really, you know, all those diets, while they didn't work in many respects, they did work in the sense that they helped me understand what I needed. And for me was, I love food and I wanted it to be an adventure. I wanted to be mentally stimulated as I was eating. I really enjoy the process of food. And so, you know, I had to figure out how to do that for myself.
Well, I think what's interesting too is your book is so much like Mediterranean food.
Yeah.
And was that because that's what kind of got you to a healthier place, a better weight, just a better kind of relationship and existence with food?
Yeah, I think the big thing for me was, you know, I'm Persian, and so we use a lot of spices in our home cooking and in our culture, and so those played a huge part in adding flavor to the different types of meals that I was making for myself. You know, we use a lot of fresh herbs that add just a burst of flavor in every bite. You know, whether that's fresh mint, dill, parsley, tarragon, and so you know, I started kind of experimenting with those things. And the great thing is, they also don't have a lot of calories, and so. You know, I was adding a ton of those to my meals. I was using a lot of citrus, and I was able to get a lot of flavor out of those very simple changes. And that got me excited about eating. It was more calorically friendly, and, you know, it kind of started from there.
Did you have to be really precise about measuring out ingredients, counting calories, and really, or could you be more, could you be less formal about it? Could you be more relaxed about it?
I'm much more relaxed now, but at the beginning, yeah, I absolutely had to take inventory of what I was eating. And one of the first things that I did was actually, I started just documenting what I was eating just on a sheet of paper at the time, because I didn't really realize how many times throughout the day I was actually reaching for something. And for me, those little nibbles, those little bites, licks, the snacking really caught up to me. And that was really an opportunity in of itself for me. I was cutting out about 500 calories a day just by kind of monitoring that. Or if I knew that I had to actually, you know, write something down, it gave me a second to kind of just pause and question, do I really want to be eating this right now? Is this the right choice? And that helped me be much more mindful, because before that, I was just eating without really any sort of, you know, concern for the ramifications or the consequences.
How does physical activity play a part in your journey?
For me, it's played a role. I'd say the bigger thing for me has been changing the dynamic with food and eating foods that keep me satiated, keep me full, deliver a ton of protein with the right levels of fiber to kind of keep me going throughout the day. One of the bigger things that I set out to do at the beginning of my journey was, you know, I didn't really know how to swim or run really a mile, but, you know, I said, hey, I'm going to do a half Ironman and train for a triathlon. And so, you know, that was an interesting process. And so I actually ran in 2 half marathons. I completed I ran in 2 half marathons, completed 2 half triathlons or half Ironmans, and then did a full marathon as well. But for me, the bigger opportunity was really around food, because, you know, as they say, you know, you really can't outrun a bad diet. And that's where I really struggled previously.
How did you think about, I mean, I think there are a ton of cookbooks out there, as you know, but how do you like the balance of creating something that's really tasty and appetizing and kind of attractive looking, and then but not making it so complicated that people are like, forget this, you know, let me just order in. So like, how did you think about it when you put this book together?
Yeah, I think for me, the biggest thing again was you know, through all the diets that I had done, you know, they were either boring, and so I knew I didn't want to do the typical, you know, brown rice, boiled chicken, and broccoli, because that led to me kind of falling off, because I was always chasing excitement.
Yeah.
And so for me, the biggest thing was finding ways to incorporate flavor in simple ways to doing, you know, to what I'm eating, in order to be able to kind of be excited about it, be mentally stimulated, and look forward to eating. And so, you know, I achieved that through the spices, through the herbs, I also have a full chapter of sauces because that's really what helps elevate really any dish. And so as long as you've got different flavors and textures going on and colors in your meal, because we also eat with our eyes. And so for me, the biggest thing was taking time to really plate things instead of just standing up, putting something together and eating at the kitchen counter. For me, actually taking the time to plate it up in a beautiful way really made a difference.
Arash, I just have to tell you, if Tim was here in studio, this is when he usually breaks out his sandwich, right?
Yeah.
Or it would have been right? It would have been probably the break beforehand, Tim.
Yeah, don't worry, I got my banana and my carrots right here. There we go, right here.
It's usually
That's for
though
later.
a full-on sandwich, but anyway.
Yeah, I would. Hey, I do want to ask you, I'm getting an urgent email from a colleague, Emily Graffeo. She anchored with me yesterday when Carol was out. I'm so jealous I missed Shred Happens by one day. OMG, I like his content a lot. I've made his recipes.
Oh, that's amazing.
It raises the question, though, about this. It's not a side hustle for you anymore. This is what you're doing now.
Yeah, I was in corporate finance and accounting.
So you said you scaled back on your lifestyle back in 2017 as a result of your health.
Yeah.
You made some adjustments to your lifestyle. Have you been able to offset and more the salary you earned in the corporate world by doing what you're doing now?
Yeah, I have. And I think, look, in the corporate world, obviously it's a salary. You don't have overhead. You don't have expenses. You're not investing for the future. So, it took me a while when I initially set out. I was begging companies to send me, a free jar of peanut butter, and many of them wouldn't. It took me almost 2-3 years to monetize on the content that I was making. And I was in corporate finance before at a pretty large company, GE at the time. And so, when I left, it was a sizable gap in our income. We put our house on the market. I started renting my car out on Turo, an app. I started selling and flipping things on eBay. So I was trying to figure out how to make it work. For me at the beginning, it wasn't really about making money. It was really about changing my life. And a few years in, I was able to completely offset the income that I was making with my corporate job. Now, I did create a high-protein, low-carb pasta and rice company, Kaizen.
Yeah.
And so to develop that, that required a lot of capital. And so at some point, I did have to go back to the corporate world to kind of fund the R&D of that. But yeah, it was tough. But now I've been able to completely offset it.
Just got about 30 seconds. So what's your focus? To build out Kaizen, or what's your next step?
Yeah, I think, continue to share content. Nothing makes me prouder than seeing families around the world enjoy my meals and make my recipes. And with Kaizen, we're able to deliver people a high protein, low carb pasta. So we're going to continue on that trend and hopefully allow people to eat a healthier version of their favorite meal without the calories, without the carbs, with much more protein.
I'm starving. If you were cooking for Tim and me, what would you cook tonight?
The Middle Eastern chicken and rice bowl, no question.
All right, deal. Would we get dessert too?
Absolutely.
I see you've got
there's
desserts.
A whipped Greek yogurt and berries. It's delicious.
Oh my God, I'm starving. Good luck. Stay in
Thank you
touch.
so much.
Love to hear how things are going.
Thanks, Carol.
Arash Hashemi, creator and co-founder of Kaizen Food Company, and of course his new book, Shred Happens, so easy, so good. 100+ protein-packed Mediterranean favorites with a low-carb twist. Good luck. All right, you're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. This is Bloomberg.
It's 4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We begin with a developing story headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service. JP Morgan Chase boosting its quarterly dividend to $1.40 a share. Estimates had been for $1.25, but right now JP Morgan Chase boosting that quarterly dividend to $1.40 a share. On this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, the offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Tech jitters resumed on Wall Street today. Another day of losses. Tech particularly hard hit with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. S&P 500 index today did move lower, down by just about 1.1%. We had the S&P falling by 60 points. The Dow was down 260. On the Dow, a decline of 0.6%. NASDAQ was down 304 points today. For the NASDAQ Composite Index, that was a drop of 1.7%. Again, to be clear, the Dow down 260, down 0.6. S&P, to keep it all in context, down 1.1%. 10-year, 4.28%. The 2-year, 4.03%. Spot gold was up $33 the ounce, up 1.1%, $3,034. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, $66.73 a barrel. And Bitcoin down 2.4%, $81,909 on Bitcoin. As for the market outlook, Scott Ladner is Chief Investment Officer at Horizon Investments, and he was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is a time when we're going to see some pretty good buying opportunities for U.S. stocks. I mean, we're getting some of these things that had a bigger deal than we would have otherwise had because folks are rotating out of U.S. and into these other markets. We think that's probably more of a trade, but maybe a trade that's going to go on for a quarter or two, not for a year or two.
Scott Ladner of Horizon interviewed on Bloomberg Business Week. So a down day for stocks. Tech particularly hard hit NVIDIA. Even with Jensen Huang's speech today, NVIDIA was down by 3.4%. Recapping stocks lower, S&P down 1.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, shortly, 2 NASA astronauts who've been stuck in orbit for 9 months are finally headed home in a SpaceX craft. It caps a saga that's captured international attention and marked a setback for Boeing's space business. With where they are, with where we are, and with us is Bloomberg News Business of Space reporter Bruce Einhorn. He joins us at Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Bruce, what happens just before 6 p.m.? Lay it out for us.
So the SpaceX capsule is supposed to splash down off the coast of Florida. It has the 2 astronauts who've been up there for so long, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. There are also 2 other one other NASA astronaut and a Russian cosmonaut. So altogether, 4 passengers who will be splashing down off the coast of Florida sometime around 6. If all goes well, there will be 2 SpaceX boats, recovery boats, that will circle the craft. The crew will emerge from that, go onto the boats. They'll go to hospital for just routine checkups. If all is well, then the NASA crew will fly off to Houston to be reunited with family. Sonny and Butch, of course, have been up there for quite a long time. They originally were expecting to be there for about a week, and it's been about 9 months. So a lot of family members very eager to see them.
And I would guess that they're pretty eager to. I think I saw somewhere Sonny gave an interview, maybe it was with somebody with the Times, and just said something about, I want to go to a beach, and then I want to just kind of be like on the ground. You know, what they all said too is, not like there were major problems or anything like that. They prepare for these things, that things don't always go well, but I think it's safe to say that they never maybe anticipated being up there for so long. I mean, it's been quite a journey.
Yes, they will have. They haven't set the record for the. They're not close to that.
Yeah.
In terms of NASA astronauts, the longest single stay, but they're up there. This will put them at the 6th spot in terms of the longest stay by NASA astronaut for one trip in space. Yeah, I think you're right that I don't think that they expected this was going to happen, but on the other hand, they probably knew in the back of their minds that there was a possibility that if things didn't work out with the Boeing spacecraft, the Starliner, that the scenario that was most likely was this, that there wasn't going to be any sort of special rescue mission that was going to go up and get them. That would be very pricey, and there wouldn't be any particular need for it if there was no urgency, if there was no emergency, in which case then the plan would have been what just happened, that they'd stay and they'd work in the space station, be part of the regular crew, and wait for a chance to get on a SpaceX capsule to get back, and those don't fly that often.
Bruce, I'm looking at the FA function on the Bloomberg terminal for Boeing right now. Defense, space, and security as a segment brought in about $24 billion of Boeing's $66.5 billion in revenue in 2024. Unclear to me exactly how much of that is related to this specific program, but is this the end of Boeing's space program?
I think it's premature to say it's the end of Boeing's space program. We do know that Boeing is looking at things that they consider to be non-core, and the number that you just gave, I think primarily that's defense. That's probably space probably accounts for a relatively small amount of that. I don't have the exact numbers. Well, but space is small for Boeing. It's not their main business, and so I think that people are thinking long and hard at the company about just what is the future of this.
Yeah, and I feel like on the flip side, right, there's Boeing and trying to figure out what their role in space will be going forward. On the flip side, you just see how increasingly dependent it seems like NASA and even the federal government is on SpaceX, right? In terms of Elon Musk and his company when it comes to space travel, or, basically, I don't want to say rescue because I don't think that's a fair word, but going up and bringing these, astronauts back to Earth.
SpaceX is the only game in town right now for the Americans. One of the reasons that this Boeing Starliner was so important to NASA is because they wanted to have a fallback option in case there were any problems with SpaceX. They wanted to have another American company that could take them to and from space. Without Boeing in the picture, at least for now, there's SpaceX, and if not SpaceX, then there's the Russians. There are still, because Russia is a partner in the International Space Station, there are still U.S. astronauts who do ride up to the ISS on Soyuz rockets, just as there's a Russian cosmonaut who's coming down today in this SpaceX capsule. But Soyuz rockets are small. They're not ideal for a whole lot of reasons, not the least of which is they're not American. NASA would like to have another American option. As it is, they have SpaceX for taking people to the space station. There are other options for taking cargo, but for the foreseeable future, it'll be SpaceX.
What about a company such as Rocket Lab? We've spoken to Peter Beck in the past. It's a company based in New Zealand, but they have the Rocket Lab USA branch here. Are they close to doing what SpaceX does?
I mean, technically Rocket Lab is an American company. They have their origins in New Zealand, but they're now, they identify as American. That's where their corporate headquarters is in California. So they do have some business that they get with NASA. They're not in the game of taking things to and from the space station. Keep in mind, the ISS is only in business for a few more years. This is a space station that's been around for a long time, but it's nearing retirement. It's supposed to only be active until the end of the decade. So it's not really that lucrative of a business if you're a newcomer to this to think, all right, I want to get a piece of that, because the ISS isn't around that much longer. Rocket Lab does have a bigger rocket that they're working on, the Neutron rocket, which would be more of a direct competitor with SpaceX. Mm-hmm. Currently, they have the Electron, which is a smaller rocket, which is not not really apples to apples.
All right, so 6 p.m. I think local time, Florida. We expect the splashdown, so we're going to be obviously looking out for that. Hey, Bruce, thank you so much. Glad we could check in with you on that. Bloomberg News space business reporter Bruce Einhorn at our Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters out there in Princeton, New Jersey. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Time to take a look at some of the stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sukova. She joins us in studio. Tim out there on the West Coast. We talked a lot about NVIDIA today.
Yeah, I feel the biggest takeaway is Jensen Huang failed to excite investors today. The stock is down 3% today. And if we look at the year-to-date losses, we're talking about 14% loss, which kind of seemed impossible a few days ago. That said, the conference was full of impressive announcements. We heard about powerful chips, model for robotics, personal AI supercomputers that's going to let developers work on desktop machines. We heard about all those partnerships with General Motors, T-Mobile, Cisco. So really promising announcements for pretty much everyone. And we know that was kind of a little known event that everyone was so excited about.
Wait, it's the Super Bowl of AI. Tim, exactly. Is it little known, Tim?
No, I mean, well, you know what's funny? They talked about how in recent years it's become like this event that only attracted when it started, or not when it started, but a few years ago, it only attracted like a few thousand people. Yeah, I think it's fair to say. And now, like, thousands and thousands of people are going because Jensen has achieved this iconic status. So, all I'll say is stay tuned for what happens later in the week because, as we've talked about, the stock in the past couple of years has moved significantly throughout the week of the event. But Denitsa, I'm sorry, you were saying.
Can I just perspective up almost, it's still up 820% since the end of 2022, right?
Impressive rally. However you slice it, it's just very impressive. But that big hype we've seen before, maybe it's just like, obviously it's a very expensive stock right now, but that big hype and chase in upside options is no longer there. So maybe people are taking a breather. Maybe it's going to go on.
It's like the reality check around AI, right? Trying to figure out, I mean, Jensen's always enthusiastic. The hyperscalers still seem to be spending, but you just kind of wonder, is there something around the corner? So, yeah, he was kind of interesting. All right, so NVIDIA. Tim, do you wear Warby Parker?
Yeah, I have in the past. These are not Warby Parkers right now.
Okay.
The challenge that I ran into when I was a Warby Parker customer is that everybody had the same glasses that I had. So
true.
I had to go to a smaller shop. But Warby Parker stock moved today, Denitsa. What's going on with Warby Parker?
Yes, they're having a very difficult way. They, perhaps because you moved to other brands, but they tumbled 12% today. And what we're seeing is a big drop in web traffic, 17% down in March, 4% down in February. But I think here there are two important themes that we've talked about a lot. So Warby Parker was one of the companies that was warning against anti-American consumer sentiment fueled by Trump. And this is, we're seeing here we are, traffic falling. And then the other important theme is consumer confidence and consumer weakness. Warby Parker was the worst performing stock in the S&P Retail Select. And also the overall gauge has been under a lot of pressure. So we're seeing two forces affecting Warby Parker at the same time. So I think it's an interesting industry story. And the stock is down 26% year to date.
Where are their glasses made? Because
I think they're made in China.
Because right? I don't know.
I think they are.
I'm just looking. I mean, it looks like all of their revenues are in the United States.
But the glasses are made outside of the U.S., but their business is done in the U.S.
Yeah. So are they feeling tariffs or not yet?
Not yet, but they're worried about that anti-American sentiment and people just avoiding a brand just because it's American brand. And they're like very New York-focused American.
Yeah. 10% of the float is short too, so there's some negative sentiment there. That's an interesting one. Wow. Hey, we talked about this big deal that Alphabet did. So that's certainly one that you're keeping an eye on, or did keep an eye on today.
Yeah, for sure. And we're seeing another Magnificent Seven company that's potentially seeing some good news, and we're seeing, again, negative reaction. Going back to the deal, Alphabet agreed to acquire cybersecurity firm Wiz for $32 billion in cash. So obviously there was a lot of volatility with that deal. There was a lot of back and forth. Initiation fell apart. There was a bid about a year ago, which was $23 billion. So the price tag now is much higher. You know, there are some uncertainties, obviously antitrust, even though people are saying that with the Trump administration, that is less of an issue. But that says people are very worried about Magnificent Seven and like those high valuations, people are more sensitive. We actually saw Meta fall into negative territory, and now all Magnificent Seven stocks are down on the year, which is kind of crazy. Of course, if we zoom out, incredible gains, but this year it's been such a choppy and difficult start.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable the size of this acquisition for a company that's only 5 years old. I mean, it's pretty incredible to see this growth, especially when they offered Carol $23 billion, $22 billion, $23 billion back earlier this year.
Yeah, and then like we need some more, $9 billion more. They anted up. I mean, that's chops. I kind of want to know a little bit more about this because I know our Linda Wong quickly just said, yeah, it makes sense, right, or something, but I kind of want to get a better feel of what this really means.
I think the cloud is very important, and it's a big, very important when competing with Microsoft and Amazon. So it seems like investing there, the price tag is, you know, is evolving pretty fast.
Yeah, pretty interesting. All right. Tuesday done. Bunch of stocks to watch, some big names. Denitsa, thank you so much. Denitsa Sukova, Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter. All right, Tim, you're going to stay out on the West Coast. I'm going to stay here in New York, and we're going to do this again tomorrow.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow then.
All right, sounds good. Have a good evening, kiddo. Balance of Power starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lines, I'm Joe Matthew.
Vladimir Putin agrees to limit attacks against energy infrastructure in Ukraine, stopping short of a full ceasefire during a lengthy call with President Trump. We'll discuss the chances for peace with former Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel and with Evelyn Farkas of Arizona State University's McCain Institute.
Chief Justice John Roberts issuing a rare public statement today to push back on calls to impeach federal judges after President Trump urges the removal of a judge who tried to turn around a plane full of Venezuelan detainees. We'll discuss ahead with our political panel.
And we're counting down to the return of 2 NASA astronauts stuck in space for over 9 months. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, and 2 others are set to splash down less than an hour from now after leaving the International Space Station overnight.
We'll bring you that coverage live later this hour. As we start with our top story today, during a 90-minute phone call with President Trump, Russian President Vladimir Putin agreed to limit attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure for 30 days, but declined to accept a broader ceasefire. According to a statement from the White House, the readout you can see on your screen on Bloomberg TV or YouTube, quote, the leaders agreed that the movement to peace will begin with an energy and infrastructure ceasefire, as well as technical negotiations on implementation of a maritime ceasefire in the Black Sea, full ceasefire, and permanent peace, unquote.
But Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky said the call shows Russia is not ready for a truce, adding, quote, it cannot be that Russia will hit our infrastructure and we will keep silence. We will respond. So joining us now with more here on Balance of Power is Chuck Hagel, former Secretary of Defense under the Obama administration. Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for your time. How easily can an energy and infrastructure ceasefire turn into a full truce?
Well, I guess we'll see. But I think the bigger point here is we cannot allow the dictator who invaded another country, Ukraine, to determine the conditions of any kind of preliminary ceasefire. And I think we've got to be very careful with that. I mean, it's clearly in the interest of Russia, the terms that they discussed today, and conditions that Mr. Putin put on any further discussion about a ceasefire. We should have learned in 1938 that you cannot placate appeasers, and we've got to be together on this with Ukraine, with Europe, and I hope that's the way the president is approaching this.
Well, Mr. Secretary, it's great to have you on Bloomberg. You're not the first today to refer to the Munich Agreement. You wouldn't be the first to refer to Yalta either. And the optics here are awfully important. The fact of the matter is you could headline this by saying Russia today declined to accept a ceasefire offer. Just flat out. We know for a fact that Vladimir Putin wants U.S. military aid to be stopped to Ukraine before signing on any ceasefire. So are we just kind of playing around the edges here? Some have suggested he just wants a chance to regroup.
Well, I think that's right. Again, we can't allow Mr. Putin to determine the conditions, and I think it would be absolutely wrong, very dangerous, if we agreed to that condition that Mr. Putin has laid out, to withhold our intelligence and our continued military assistance to Mr. Zelensky and Ukraine for obvious reasons. I mean, it's clearly in Russia's interest here. And this is not the way you approach a negotiation or the beginning of a negotiation for peace. And again, let's remember who invaded whom here. It was Russia, unprovoked, and what they have done to Ukraine and the people is unbelievable. And we've obviously not seen anything like this since World War II. So we've got to be very mindful of this and very disciplined, very smart, and work with our allies, with our friends, because this has ramifications. How this comes out has major consequences for the world in the future. China's watching it. Others are watching it. So let's be very smart in how we handle this and very disciplined.
Well, it strikes us, Mr. Secretary, that this conversation between Trump and Putin today happened 11 years to the day of the legal annexation of Crimea. If Russia is allowed to keep any part of Crimea or the other Ukrainian territory, roughly 20% of the country that it currently occupies, and that is what becomes the status quo, what does that actually do to the question of the sovereign territorial integrity of Ukraine and the incentive, perhaps, Russia may have to further pursue a changing of those borders?
Well, you've just defined consequences. You've just defined what could happen, and something is going to happen. Not just the end of this war, but how it ends. And again, just a cursory reading of history over the last 100 years should inform us. I mean, we are the greatest, most powerful nation on earth. And Russia is not. Russia is not even close. And we've got friends, we've got allies, we've got NATO, but we have the right on our side here. We've got morality and doing the right thing at the right time. So let's not forget all of that, who we are as a country, the kind of leader, global leader we are that people look to. People will follow us on this. And again, I say there are immense consequences that are going to come out of this in how it ends.
Secretary, we spoke on the early edition of Balance of Power today with retired General Ben Hodges, who I think you know well, former commanding general, U.S. Army Europe. He had a cautionary note, struck a similar tone maybe that you are right now about negotiating with Vladimir Putin. Here's what he said.
I think Vladimir Putin has actually zero interest in any true long-term settlement as long as he remains in power, and that his ultimate objective still remains the destruction of Ukraine. So I didn't hear or read anything about Russia backing away from their ultimate objectives.
With that said, Chuck Hagel, is it possible to find or maintain a peace in Ukraine without security guarantees from the U.S.?
I don't think so. I mean, you can talk about mining interests and so on and so on, but that's all nonsense. No, our security interests are clear, and any long-term peace for Eastern Europe, by the way, I don't think can be legitimately had maintained without U.S. involvement and commitments along with our NATO partners in Europe. I mean, let's not forget here, this is the first time this has happened since World War II in Europe. One country invades another country. I mean, what the hell are we thinking? And let's be smart about this, and let's get real about this. The U.S. has security interests, we have economic interests, we have global strategic interests in how this ends and in helping protect our friends and our allies, our commitment, our word. We're not the world's policeman. No, I don't say that. We've never been. But I mean, when you look at the post-World War II world order that we built along with our friends and our allies, collective security, NATO, the most successful collective security institution in the history of man. We've kept the world peace since World War II. No World War III, no nuclear exchange, more people free, more people prosperous. I mean, are we going to throw that away or risk all of that? We should be wise in how we project out as to then what happens and how does this end and how do we want it to end to maintain that kind of peace. Now, I mean, we've had problems in the world, we still do, but we've had a pretty good run since World War II, and that's because of American commitment, trust that people have in us and our leadership.
Well, and because the country took a step away from isolationism, arguably, Mr. Secretary, where we're taking a step more towards isolationism now under this administration, not just in terms of actual hard power being provided to other countries, but there's soft power questions as well. I know you signed on to the amicus brief surrounding the dismantling of USAID, warning of the dangers around that. You just described the U.S. as the greatest country on earth and that we should have the strongest, rather, some leverage in these conversations. But what does the potential destruction of U.S. soft power do to our ability to actually be a credible mediator here?
Well, a great deal of our power in the world since World War II has come as a result of so-called soft power. That's helping other nations. In fact, that was the whole intent of a post-World War II world order, to build institutions and opportunities for all people, for freedom and education, prosperity, and most important, hope. And so soft power through USAID been a critical part of that since 1961. And every president, Republican or Democrat, has strongly supported that. Every Congress has, because they know it's helping friends. It's helping our partners. It's helping us. It's helping our strategic interests. For example, and I know Evelyn's going to be on after me, and Evelyn and I worked together at the Pentagon when I was secretary. In 2014, when we had the Ebola outbreak in Western Africa, the Pentagon was very involved in helping clean that up. But that's a good example of pandemics, how USAID helps us stay ahead of pandemics that start somewhere else. But all of the assistance that we give these countries in development and hope, that all plays to our benefit, our friends. We could not project power in the world today and be the powerful country that we are without friends, without allies, without alliances, without partnerships. That cuts directly to our economic interests as well.
Appreciating the spirit of your answer when it comes to allies and partnerships, Secretary Hagel. Donald Trump likes to show up at the podium with a list of egregious spending that they have found, according to the Doge, of putting on plays and printing comic books and so forth in other countries. With what you just said, I wonder if you also would support reform at USAID if it's needed.
Oh, of course. I mean, any company, any big institution, any program in our government, we can go in and find things that we can do better. I'm sure there's some fraud. I'm sure there's some abuse. No question. But let's do it the smart way. Let's do it the right way. Let's do it the way Bill Clinton did when he came into office. He said the same things. He didn't say quite the way Mr. Trump has said them. But we need to clean up waste, fraud, and abuse in government. He worked with the Congress. That's the smart way. That's the right way. You put people in those positions that help you do that within your own administration who know, who understand, who are experienced. What does USAID really do? Work with the Congress, the oversight committees. Where can we get better? Where can we root out this fraud, abuse? Of course we can do that. Every department in our government. Listen, I'm all for that. When I was in the United States Senate, I championed some of that. But you don't do it the way President Trump is doing it. You just arbitrarily cut. Because what that does, for one thing, we lose the trust and confidence of longtime friends and allies. And when you lose trust, which is the coin of the realm in everything in life, it's hard to regain it. And so you start there. But yes, I'm all for cleaning up government, cleaning up anything, but do it the right way, do it the smart way.
Yep. Spoken like a senator as well as a former Secretary of Defense. Chuck Hagel, it's great to have you back. I hope we'll see you again. Come see us again on Bloomberg TV and radio. Of course, he was Secretary in the Obama administration. We thank you, sir, for the insights. Coming up on Balance of Power, we'll continue the conversation about this phone call today with Trump and Putin as we assemble our political panel next. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Following the big phone call, it did take place this morning, roughly 90 minutes between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. The U.S. says talks for a full Ukraine ceasefire will begin immediately. We are not there yet. Joining us now, our political panel, Megan Hayes, former special assistant to President Biden, our Democratic strategist, is with us alongside Lauren Tomlinson, Republican strategist and principal of Cornerstone Public Affairs. Great to see you both. Lauren, let's start with you on this today. This is a pretty interesting moment for Donald Trump because he really wants a deal, is all we keep hearing. Vladimir Putin seems to be in no rush. How do you see this readout as a bit of a half measure today? We've got an energy ceasefire, an infrastructure ceasefire. Is this a win for the White House or not?
I think it depends on how you view it. It is not a win when you're actually looking at finding long-term peace for Ukraine and Russia. However, if you're looking at this from an economic disruptor to Europe and the United States, this can be viewed as a win. If they agree to not attack each other's infrastructure, not disrupt the energy, you can spin that as a little bit of a win, as you know, to kind of stabilize But to me, what this really does is just give Russia time to regroup. I think you've heard that from many guests today. And I think that's very much true. I think any ceasefire that does not actually move towards peace is just giving Russia more time to attack again. And what was interesting from the initial readout was how President Trump said that they both talked about how they both have great nations and that Russia is a great nation. And what I read to that, and I'm sure you guys have seen this as well, do you remember Putin's very long interview with Tucker Carlson where he went into great depths about the history of Russia?
How quickly we forget.
How quickly we forget.
Yeah.
This is something that Putin talks about very often is the grand Russia, the territories that were lost over the years, how he wants to regain what was the great Soviet Union of Ukraine and Eastern European countries. And that, I think, was more of a signal to me of anything else, was that Putin might not necessarily be viewing this as a step towards long-term peace. This is just a step towards him getting what he really wants in the long term, which is full Ukraine territory.
Well, and to your point on these two great countries, they also talked today about economic cooperation, this idea that the U.S. and Russia are going to be drawn closer together. Obviously, Donald Trump had made his feelings about Russia clear on the campaign trail and on ending this war specifically, but is that really where the electorate is? Does the U.S. want to be closer to Russia?
No, I don't think so. And I think one thing we need to remember is Russia could end this war at any time. So these talks of a ceasefire are sort of a joke, and we're living in a not reality. Russia is the one who invaded Ukraine. They invaded a sovereign nation. So it's baffling to me that Trump would even consider this a win. It's also baffling that we are talking to anyone about how great Russia is. I was at the bilat in 2021 when he had a bilat with Joe Biden. He is not a good actor. He is not playing on a fair ground. He does not care about anybody else but what Russia has, and as you just said, regaining that territory that they lost.
Well, it's interesting to look at the readout from the White House today. You would think that Ukraine maybe started this conflict. To your point, we're talking about an illegal invasion. There's no reference to that in the readout. And some would suggest that the change in rhetoric, the softening of the tone, is in fact what is needed to get Vladimir Putin to the table. You seem to suggest otherwise.
Absolutely, but that may be what's needed for a ceasefire. But to the point earlier, there is no reason to be having these conversations if long-term security and peace for Ukraine is not at the table. And Ukraine would be foolish to give up anything. They've already lost 11% of their land. Russia invaded a sovereign nation. The United States should not be anywhere remotely standing with Russia.
So is this the Munich agreement we're working on?
We'll
heard that more than once today.
But I think, too, it sends a signal to China, and I think that's what we should be looking at, is I think most Americans go, oh, we don't really have any interest in Ukraine, it's fine, like that's between the Ukrainians and the Russians. But what this does send is a signal to China, it's okay to invade Taiwan, we're not going to do anything about it, go ahead. And that, I think, is a bigger problem in how we deal with Russia during these ceasefire, is how other countries are looking at the way we treat Russia as the invader in this situation.
All right, Lauren Tomlinson and Megan Hayes, they'll be back with us later on this hour. But first, still ahead, President Trump gearing up for what he's calling, quote, Liberation Day. That's April 2nd, when reciprocal and sectoral tariffs go into effect. We'll have more on that with Jenny Welch of Bloomberg Economics next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
it's 15% of the countries, but it's a huge amount of our trading volume. So,
Right.
Maria, there's a big group of countries where we have a small surplus, but we don't do a lot of trading with them. And then there's what we would call kind of the dirty 15, and they have substantial tariffs.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent this morning on Fox Business discussing the Dirty 15 trading partners ahead of April 2nd's reciprocal tariff deadline. Joining us now with the latest is Jennifer Welch of Bloomberg Economics. So, Jenny, who exactly are the Dirty 15 and what exactly should they be bracing for?
Well, thanks so much for having me on again. I think in terms of the countries that Secretary Bessent is referring to, there's really two sets here. There's the countries that impose higher duties on U.S. goods than the U.S. does on their goods. And that tends to refer to developing and emerging economies like India, Argentina, and Southeast Asia. But the administration has also pointed to non-tariff barriers like the VAT, like digital service taxes, and their European countries are actually among the most exposed. How the administration is going to end up calculating all these different figures, and in particular the value of non-tariff barriers, though, remains very much a black box to us.
Boy, speaking of black box, the Treasury Secretary speaking with Bloomberg News earlier today at the White House, Jenny, said, "I would not expect any carve-outs." When we asked him about reciprocal tariffs, is this as good as done?
Maybe, but he also indicated earlier today that there are countries that may pre-negotiate a way out of reciprocal tariffs. He didn't name names, but we know that some countries, including India, are talking with the United States and offering concessions as a way of getting around them. So I think a lot remains to be seen, including what actually happens on April 2nd. He indicated they're going to be listing numbers, but does that mean tariffs are actually going into effect that day, or is it sort of an announcement and implementation will be some period down the line to allow room for discussion? A lot to be determined, it seems.
Well, certainly, and the Fed is waiting and watching, essentially. They have a rate decision to make tomorrow, obviously, Jenny. They've made it clear that they are going to wait for policy to be more fully outlined before they react to it. But if you were advising members of the FOMC, what would you be telling them to expect in terms of potential growth and inflation impact?
It seems like the FOMC is most likely going to hold rates steady, but potentially revise the dot plot to anticipate that we'll see higher inflation by the end of the year, we'll see lower growth, and we'll see higher unemployment. But I think the overall watchword for the Fed and for everybody else right now is that there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty, including on what's going to happen on April 2nd. But even beyond that, there's additional tariffs that Trump has indicated he's considering on copper and lumber, on autos, chips, and pharmaceuticals, additional China tariffs maybe down the pike. All of that spells just a tremendous degree of volatility in the trade space in at least the weeks ahead, if not months.
Underscoring the uncertainty that remains. Jenny Welch, thank you so much, Jenny. Bloomberg Economics. It's great to have you back on Balance of Power. Coming up, Israel launching airstrikes across Gaza, shattering a nearly 2-month-old ceasefire with Hamas. What's next? We'll dive into it with Evelyn Farkas of the McCain Institute, right here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
While Israel accepted the offer of President Trump's special envoy, Steve Witkoff, Hamas flatly refused to do so. And this is why I authorized yesterday the renewal of military action against Hamas. So I want to assure all our friends around the world, Israel will fight and Israel will win. We will bring our people home and we will destroy Hamas.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking a short time ago today after Israel resumed military strikes in Gaza, breaking a near 2-month ceasefire with Hamas. Joining us now for more on this and some other hot spots in the world tonight is Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director of Arizona State University's McCain Institute, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia and Ukraine. Evelyn, it's great to have you back. We'll get to the phone call today between President Trump and Vladimir Putin, but the situation in Israel and Gaza is dire. Again, suddenly more than 400 killed, more than 500 injured. Is there any getting back to a ceasefire?
I mean, Joe, first of all, thank you for having me again. There has to be. This isn't a way to, first of all, it's not going to result in the complete elimination of Hamas. We need to make sure that we are moving towards a political solution. And frankly, the more the Israelis bomb, the more they are putting the hostages' lives in danger. So I think unfortunately, this is just going to lead to death. It's not a strategic move. It sort of feels like a little bit of a tactical move in order to just stall for time, perhaps.
But it also is not yet, at least, a new ground invasion. Evelyn, is that an encouraging sign?
Well, I mean, I don't know, because if we're going from a ceasefire to now the Israelis are bombing again, I wouldn't say that that's encouraging. What they really need to do is negotiate. It looked like they were on a path to negotiating a solution after President Trump made comments about, transforming Gaza and moving all the people out. The Gulf states appeared at least motivated to finally sit down and try to help hammer out some kind of security arrangement and hammer out a final deal. I don't think we're actually far from that, but ultimately the pressure needs to be put on Hamas to put their guns down. I'm not sure that this is the right way to do it necessarily. Again, I think the political pressure should be applied by the Gulf states.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said earlier today that the Trump administration was consulted on this before the attacks occurred. Evelyn, should we assume that President Trump endorses this?
Well, I would imagine if the White House says that they gave the green light, then the president, I don't know whether he endorses it necessarily, but clearly he wasn't going to put any of his capital on the line to stop Netanyahu. So it's occurring, with our tacit, with our acceptance. But again, I think President Trump was pretty clear. He wants a ceasefire. He wants the hostages to be exchanged, and he wants to move towards a resolution.
Mm-hmm.
President Trump also had a pretty clear message yesterday for Iran, specifically when it comes to the actions of another proxy, not Hamas, but the Houthis, Evelyn, suggesting Iran will be directly held accountable for any further attacks from the Houthis, and no sign yet from that group that they are going to stop these attacks. In fact, they fired a missile at an Israeli airbase today. What do you make of that escalation, and specifically what will happen in the Red Sea?
Well, of course, it raises the possibility, Kayleigh, that we will somehow take retribution against Iran for what the Houthis are doing to the Israelis and others. I think that at this point we're still a ways away from that, but with President Trump making that threat, it certainly puts pressure on the Iranians, and we already saw the Iranians publicly tell the Houthis to, I think they said, cool it, or they used some terminology like that. And so, and then the Houthi spokesman replied and said, no, we're not going to cool it. We understand that Iran, has its view, but we have our view as well. And that is, of course, a reality that Iran, they can put a lot of pressure on the Houthis, but at the end of the day, the Houthis can take unilateral action. I don't think they're likely to take unilateral action, however, for the long run, because they will run out of military support from Iran. So, I think it's right to put pressure on Iran, because at the end of the day, Iran caused all of this, and they need to understand that they need to stop, frankly, the war and the chaos and the targeting of Israel and U.S. and allied shipping.
You know, Evelyn, both Iran and Israel were both mentioned in the readout today from the White House following President Trump's phone call with Vladimir Putin. Quote, the two leaders shared the view that Iran should never be in a position to destroy Israel. I wonder your take on this, the fact that it was even included in the readout on a call that was about finding peace in Ukraine. Is this a distraction or an opportunity for these two presidents to find some common ground?
Well, it sounds very much like President Putin talking to Trump about the world. The Russian leaders, especially Putin himself, the Kremlin, they're always trying to create equivalence with the United States. Yes, Russia has an equivalent nuclear arsenal, but its economy is about the size of Italy's. They are not an equivalent economic power to the United States, nor are they an equivalent military power, although they are a formidable one. So I would argue that this is just President Putin trying to posture and show that he's the equal to President Trump, and President Trump perhaps not understanding the power imbalance sometimes does tend to make President Putin and Russia appear to be equal to us. Having said that, there are common things we can work on, like putting Iran back in the denuclearization box, if you will. But Russia, you know, has been only mildly helpful in this category. So if we can get them to be more helpful, great. But the focus right now needs to be on Ukraine and, frankly, bringing a just, lasting peace to the Ukrainian people.
Well, so on that point, Evelyn, Russia today did not agree to a full 30-day ceasefire, just one when it comes to energy and infrastructure. Does that make today a win or a loss if you're on the side of peace here?
I'd say neither, Kaylee, because, okay, at the ceasefire on energy, striking energy infrastructure, that's a mutual benefit. The Ukrainians benefit, obviously, because the Russians have been hitting them hard, to include, nuclear facilities. But Ukraine has been incredibly effective hitting Russian oil depots and actually, creating real economic tension, pressure for the Russians. So this is a benefit for both sides. It does take down the temperature somewhat. Having said that, it's not a solution. It just brings you a step closer, perhaps, to a solution, but it also could end up being nothing more than just a kind of delay tactic on the part of the Russians to try to re-seize Kursk and to keep the war going.
So if you're a Ukrainian soldier, though, waking up today on the 11th anniversary of Russia annexing Crimea, nothing's changed for you, right?
Unfortunately, no. And in fact, many more of your friends and family members have died. You're tired. And at the end of the day, the Russians seem as determined as ever to avoid compromise and keep fighting as long as they can. And right now, again, the United States needs to put more pressure on Russia and the Kremlin. I'm glad we restarted the military and other assistance to Ukraine. That needs to continue along with the assistance other countries are providing Ukraine. And again, then more pressure needs to be put on Russia to actually negotiate a real end to the war.
All right, Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director of Arizona State University's McCain Institute. Thank you for joining us. And coming up, U.S. Chief Justice John Roberts' message for the Trump administration regarding the impeachment of federal judges. We'll bring you the details when we reassemble our political panel next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons. Today, U.S. Chief Justice John Roberts issued a rare public statement weighing in on calls to impeach federal judges over their decisions. It reads, quote, "For more than 2 centuries, it has been established that impeachment is not an appropriate response to disagreement concerning a judicial decision." That statement coming just hours after President Trump said the judge overseeing a high-profile deportation case should be impeached. Back with us now is our political panel, Megan Hayes and Lauren Tomlinson. Megan, we should point out that it is incredibly rare that we get a statement like this from the Chief Justice. He hasn't issued one like this in years, according to our Supreme Court reporter. What does it say that someone who is a conservative justice, or is at least seen as one, feels the need to weigh in on calls not just from President Trump, but others on the right, including Elon Musk?
Yeah, I think that this is saying that the Supreme Court does not want to be seen as a patsy for Donald Trump, and that they are just not another tool in Donald Trump's toolbox, that they are a co-equal branch of government, and that they have their own independent thoughts. So I do think that it is rare, and I do think it is unique that he came out to say this, but I think it sets a tone that when these cases, if you are going to continue to disobey the rule of law and these cases get to the Supreme Court, we may not rule in your favor, is what I think that he is trying to say here.
Sticking up for the judiciary branch almost as a check on this White House. Interesting, Lauren, when we consider the pushback that we're hearing from different quarters, would it not behoove the White House to provide evidence that these, in fact, were criminal gang members who needed to leave the country? We still haven't seen that.
No, we haven't. And I think they said that they have until Wednesday to provide that information.
Will that change the narrative?
Maybe. I mean, part of this is that because people come here illegally, they don't get any sort of background checks, right? That's part of the process of applying for a visa, and it's part of what the United States put into place as part of our immigration system after 9/11 to make sure that people weren't coming in as terrorists. So the government was making this argument, I don't disagree, that just the fact that they came here illegally and we don't know anything about them is a risk in and of itself. That being said, if they're showing up for immigration checks, if they've applied for asylum, there are still ways in which they can enter this country legally, and we should have more judges at the border processing these claims quickly so that we can send them back or let them in, and they are not lingering in the interior for months on end. But, I think what you were saying about Justice Roberts was just right. There needs to be faith in the systems here. And I think him coming out and saying that was really important, because either way that they rule in favor of the government or not, people need to have faith that they can bring these cases to court and be heard, and that it will be the law that ultimately decides whether the administration is right or not.
Well, and do you have faith that the administration will follow that law, will follow that ruling? Because this whole impeachment conversation around this judge in particular is after the White House was accused of defying his order.
Yeah, I think so, because I think there will be political pushback if the law is not followed. I think step one was making sure that Justice Roberts said what he said about defending the independence of the courts. I think step two is if this continues to be a pattern by the White House, they are going to face political repercussions for that, because people do not want to get railroaded in this sense. And I don't think that it's, that's Republican or Democrats. It's not just going to be Democrats that are out there rallying against this. Republicans don't want to see the court system not withheld. So that's going to be the ultimate check. And I think that's every time we talk about anything is a government is only as good as its people. And ultimately, if the political will is not there for them, then the White House will stop.
Of course, this conversation wouldn't be necessary if undocumented immigrants simply saw themselves out. President Trump is going there today, urging undocumented immigrants to self-deport through a new app as part of a new social media campaign the White House is pursuing. Take a listen.
People in our country illegally can self-deport the easy way, or they can get deported the hard way, and that's not pleasant. Now my administration is launching the CBP Home app to give people in our country illegally an easy way to leave now and self-deport voluntarily.
The self-deport app, it brings me back to 2012, Mitt Romney, presidential primary debate. There was laughter. People laughed out loud at his idea of self-deportation. Is this what it's come to in a lack of funding situation?
No, I think this is a little bit delusional on President Trump's part. I think that there are reasons that people travel thousands of miles to come to the United States and to start a new way of life here. And so I don't think that his idea of self-deportation is a good one. I do think some people will leave. They don't want to be separated from their families. I think that some people will see some of the news coverage and decide to go back to where they came from, but a lot of people will not, and they will stay here. They came here for a reason, and they came here for a path to citizenship. And so we need to figure out how to better handle these folks.
Well, President Trump would also argue he was reelected for a reason. And one of those reasons is to get a better crackdown on immigration and the border. Is he not, in some sense, even if it is through means that seemed not as plausible a decade or more ago, acting on what he views as that mandate?
I do think that people want immigration reform, and I do think people want criminals and gang members to be deported. I don't think that Democrats or Republicans have any issue with that. I think it's a matter of having a pathway to citizenship for people who are here, not separating families, and being a little bit more precise on how we are going about these deportations.
So to Kaylee's point, this is almost like a movie trailer. You heard the music, the closed captions, see yourself out or never return. Who was the audience for this? Was it actually Trump supporters?
Trump supporters and immigrants.
Yeah.
You know, part of what you were saying, the path to citizenship, is true, except that if you came here illegally and you stayed, even if you overstayed the visa, you don't even get a chance at path to citizenship unless you return to your country and stay for 10 years. So if you self-deport, then at least there is a chance that you can bypass that, come back legally, and this is the hope, that you can come back and apply for citizenship the right way. I don't know if this works, right? But it is a very slick marketing campaign. And hey, there's an app for that. And we spent way more money, you know, the Department of Homeland Security over the Obama, Biden, and Trump administrations over the years has spent tons of money telling people not to come here. In-country marketing campaigns in the Northern Triangle forever. And so if this is going to work better than that did, then maybe it's worth a shot.
Wonder if they'll give us data on how many folks use the app. We'll let you know. Megan Hayes, Lauren Tomlinson, great panel, great conversation today. We thank you for being with us. Coming up, 2 NASA astronauts who've been stuck in space for some 9 months are just moments away from their return to Earth. We're going to experience this live coverage of their capsule's landing. The splashdown is ahead on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
All of us have the utmost respect for Mr. Musk, and obviously respect and admiration for our President of the United States. Donald Trump. We appreciate them. We appreciate all that they do for us, for human spaceflight, for our nation. And we're thankful that they are in the positions they're in.
NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore aboard the International Space Station earlier this month, speaking to the politics surrounding their extended mission. Now he and astronaut Sonny Williams are just moments away from returning to Earth after more than 9 months in space. We're showing you a live image right now, live video of their SpaceX capsule. It undocked early this morning around 1 a.m. Eastern, having arrived at the ISS back in June as part of a Boeing Starliner test flight. This is a live view right now of their return to Earth. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Bloomberg's Mike Shepard is with us at the table as we prepare to experience this first. The Dragon spacecraft, Kaylee, as I mentioned, undocked in the wee hours. This has been a long journey home for a couple of astronauts. There's another American astronaut and a Russian cosmonaut with them as we come out of the communication blackout and prepare for splashdown.
Yeah, after 286 days in space for Wilmore and Williams specifically. Remember, this was supposed to be only a days-long visit,
correct.
but the Starliner was not seen as sound to bring them home, and that's why so much attention is being paid to this launch in particular. As Crew 10 is now aboard the International Space Station, and all 4 members of Crew 9 are about to splash down. So for more on this, we turn to Mike Shepard. Mike, just speak about how high-profile this has become, how politically tinged in many ways it is.
Politically tinged and politically charged, because we've seen Elon Musk, the CEO and founder of SpaceX, asserting that without evidence, of course, that the Biden administration had blocked or not engaged with SpaceX offers to help the astronauts come home on a much more timely basis. And, NASA officials were wary of engaging on those claims during news conferences earlier today. But there has been pushback from others in the space community who said, no, we're not so sure about that. And we've seen other former astronauts also reject those kind of claims. And for President Donald Trump and for Musk, who is part of the administration overseeing this government efficiency effort, the return of these astronauts is emerging as something that they can try to claim as a bit of a political victory in this moment.
I want to add the voice of Keith Cowing, editor of NASA Watch, who joined us for the launch and now again for deorbiting and splashdown. We see the first 2 chutes, Keith, and hearing the applause from Mission Control. These are the drogue chutes. They'll be followed by the 4 main chutes. This is successful from your view, Keith.
Looks perfectly normal to me. And there you can see the shot up of the drogues. There'll be a few seconds before they pull out further. There they go. They're reefing. And after this, you'll see, the, like you mentioned, the main chutes come out. And then they'll float back to Earth off the coast of Fort Lauderdale in either the Gulf of Mexico or America, depending on which maps you use.
Well, so walk us through what the astronauts are about to experience physically, as their descent obviously is slowed as they approach the water. But this is still, especially for Sonny and Butch, happening after a long stay in space without gravity and the like.
Okay, well, first of all, there you get your nice 4 chutes going out, and they'll open up. Yep. What it's like to come back? Well, I've never been to space. I've taken centrifuge rides, and I know what it's like to go up in 6 Gs and then come down and get out. And, you have to gather your senses for a bit, but they've been in space for quite some time with no gravity to deal with. Suddenly there is gravity, and they're about to find out that things fall, and when they stand up, they can fall over, and they may black out a little bit, but other than that, they're going to be happy to be home.
It is a rapid deceleration. By the way, we've been showing you images from a WB-57 high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft that is in the air for this occasion. A beautiful shot if you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube. If you're listening on Bloomberg Radio, we see the Dragon capsule, 4 big parachutes above as it makes its way closer to the water, slowing from about 350 miles an hour to 15 or 16 mile an hour upon impact. Keith, the seats in this spacecraft rotate to make the landing more palatable for the astronauts.
Yeah, I've been inside prototypes. It's very comfortable. If you or I had come down right away, from Earth, we would have said, "Oh, okay." But when you're coming back, even the smallest jar is going to be like, "Oh my God, gravity." So it depends on the couple of people have been up there for a long time. A couple have been up there for a very long time. Their reactions will all be different.
Well, and to that notion on the very long time, Keith, I'm sure you've heard phrases thrown around like astronauts that were stuck or that were marooned up there after the inadequacy that was seen in the Starliner. Is that how you understand their experience as they make their return to Earth?
No, that's nonsense. They went up in the Starliner knowing that if it didn't work, they might stay up there for a long time until they could come home. I've been on expeditions to the high Arctic near the North Pole, and it's hard to get there. There's logistics involved in getting you from point A to point B. It's hard to live there, coming back. I had one time where I was supposed to come back, and they said, no, it's going to wait 3 days. And I thought, hey, 3 more days up near the North Pole? What's wrong with that? The notion that there was a
if you're an astronaut, any time in space is a good time.
Well, that's the thing. I know Sunny, and I guarantee you, after she went through the, okay, well, I got to do Christmas shopping by, online. Hey, 6 months in outer space, what's wrong with that?
Well, as we're watching here, the image, although it does appear on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube that we may be in a bit of a freeze frame here, it's a very slow, controlled descent that is now resuming once again on our feed. And it is a Dragon capsule that we are watching descend here, Keith. This is arguably a SpaceX victory. They could do what the Starliner could not.
Well, you can call it a victory if you're SpaceX, and if you're Boeing, you'll say, oh, well, you'll come up with another word. But
and it has splashed down as we speak.
Back on Earth. What it does show, though,
was that a perfect landing?
Yeah. And the parachutes are doing exactly what they're supposed to do, and they're bobbing around, and I'm sure they're giving high fives to each other and waiting to be picked up.
Good main release.
As we hear the chatter here from Mission Control, let's put an ear on this. Now that these astronauts have returned to Earth.
Welcome home.
The official welcome back from NASA.
It is an amazing thing. What a ride. I see a capsule full of grins ear to ear.
A capsule full of grins.
Great.
What a ride.
Pretty wonderful.
We hear. Incredible.
As they bob around here off the coast of Florida, Kaylee, fast boats will now head to the scene. There are a couple of things that need to take place, and the first is recovering the parachutes, and then to inspect the outside of the craft.
Dragon Freedom has
and we saw those boats making their way toward the capsule. We want to fold Bloomberg's Mike Shepard back into the conversation here to the point that we were just making with Keith as we watched this splashdown occurring. This is a SpaceX vehicle that they were aboard.
It's a SpaceX vehicle, and they will, as you said, claim this as a victory. This also highlights the reliance of the U.S. government, especially NASA, but also the Defense Department, on SpaceX for a variety of services related to space. And it includes, the rocket launch capabilities for human and unmanned spaceflight, but also satellite services, including Starlink, that the Defense Department has come to depend on, as we've seen, especially with the war in Ukraine, but in other platforms and capabilities as well.
It'll take about a half hour for the recovery ship to arrive when they actually pull the capsule out of the water and get it on board the ship to head back to land. Mike, the idea that Boeing could not pull this off has been a massive concern for the space community, I guess a boon to Elon Musk in a way. How come this old line defense contractor, space contractor, government partner that helped to bring us to space so many times fail in this regard?
Well, that's a great question, Joe, and it's one that is reflected also in some of the struggles to produce the new version of Air Force One that President Donald Trump, during his first term, really pushed for and never failed to achieve. And then after his successor completed his term, we still don't have a new version of Air Force One. Donald Trump is getting impatient. And who did he dispatch to Boeing, to the assembly facilities where the new Air Force One is being designed and put together? Elon Musk, because he sees Elon Musk not only as somebody who can bring efficiency to government, but also perhaps to some of the government contractors as well.
Well, and of course, Elon Musk has great ambitions when it comes to space specifically. Keith Cowing, you're still with us. He wants to get to Mars eventually. So on that note, can we talk about what we learn from successful returns like these from the time spent in space by these astronauts aboard the International Space Station? How does that advance those kind of longer term efforts?
Well, you want things that are reliable and safe and, predictable. And to go to the Boeing thing, what happened was after we lost Columbia, we had to depend on the Russians to go to the space station. Not a good idea. We decided to go the commercial route. 2 companies bid. Boeing got twice as much money. But yet SpaceX had something up there sooner because you're looking at a commercial product. This is something that's designed to be used by consumers and improved based on performance, whereas the Boeing guys, they thought like old aerospace. They tried to build an Apollo 2.0, and they just, don't get it. Whereas you're looking at something here where every time they fly, they say, hey, is this working? Is this not working? Can we upgrade it and so forth? And now with the Starship, you're seeing this much bigger rocket, which can carry much more into space, built upon the experience that they got with SpaceX by reusing the capsule, the first stage, landing it on a barge and things like that. So it's a total difference in mindset between old space and new space with a consumer mindset.
The fast boat's now just reaching the capsule. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV and YouTube, we have a live view. Remarkable video here, Kaylee, to see this live with such incredible quality. Keith, I've asked you this before. I'll ask you again as I watch this Dragon capsule made by SpaceX bob in the ocean. Is the Artemis program dead?
I don't know. Artemis is a name that was given to something that had another name that had another name. So, is Artemis something to go to the moon? All right. Is there more than one way to go to the moon? Yes. Is the current way the most efficient way? Well, no, because they spent billions. It's years late. And they brought in a SpaceX spacecraft to do part of it. Could they do it without all the Space Launch System and Orion spacecraft? Yes, you could. But you got to make the decision. You have to decide to throw away stuff that you spent billions of dollars on. There's a lot of politics involved. Many states will lose jobs. Some states will gain jobs. So, you see technical decisions being made for political reasons and political decisions being made for technical reasons. And we have a headache, which is the Artemis program.
Well, obviously, as we talk about returning to the moon, when we went to the moon for the first time, it was for competitive reasons, right? It was a space race. Now we're still seeing space cooperation, Mike, and it is worth pointing out, while all of the focus largely has been on Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, rather, there are 2 other astronauts who are currently bobbing in the ocean, one of them a Russian cosmonaut. Especially on a day when we were talking so much about the U.S.-Russia relationship, what does it say that we do still see this kind of degree of cooperation?
Well, there's a necessity that is driving some of this. The Russians have for years had that heavy launch capability that SpaceX is now providing. And, this is a relationship that, dates back to the 1970s. It was one of the earliest areas of cooperation between the then Soviet Union and the United States and other Western nations. And it's a relationship that flourished and ebbed and flowed over the years, but it is one that has stood the test of time so far. But we are seeing other nations, including China and India, now step into the breach, creating competition of their own to both Russia and the United States.
Keith Cowing, you mentioned that you know Sonny. Butch and Sonny, you got to be kidding me. Are they writing this movie already?
I've known Sonny for many years. As a matter of fact, if I were to hold up a picture, you'd see a picture of my old NASA badge and a picture of her dog, Gorby, on the summit of Mount Everest with another astronaut. And I was down in Air Base Camp eating cookies, talking to Miles O'Brien. So it's a small world, I've known Sonny forever. And I'll tell you, people are wondering whether she had a horrible time up there. If anybody was going to have a great time in space and get more time in space, it's Sonny. Full stop.
Well, and Sonny, obviously being an actual NASA astronaut, has gone through extensive training that prepared her for a longer than expected sojourn up to the International Space Station. But you were just talking, Keith, about the commercialization effort when it comes to space. The people who could buy seats on future SpaceX or Blue Origin or what have you launches aren't necessarily going to have that, right? Is that a gap that needs to be addressed?
Well, it depends what you're going to do. They've had several flights. The man who's been nominated to be the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, quite a pilot himself, but he went and he's a billionaire, so he bought a couple of flights, and there's a basic amount of training you need to do this. Look, I've done the centrifuge training, I've done the weightless training, so I'm part of the way there, but you have to really sort of just go through certain procedures in these spacecraft. This spacecraft is capable of running the entire mission with people sitting there with their arms crossed. It does have contingencies that you need to be aware of, but the requirement for people who are not actively flying the spacecraft is much less than it used to be. You need to know how to get out, take care of people in an emergency, and it's changing over time, but the real barrier right now still is who's going to pay for your ride?
Yeah. Get back to us on that, Keith, when you get the money. This is really remarkable, watching the crews inspect the capsule here for debris. They're actually looking for what is toxic space debris, and then they'll go through the process of attaching and rigging, if you will, fittings and straps that are used to lift the capsule on board the recovery vessel, which you can see in the distance there if you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube. Mike Shepard, we talk about Elon Musk so often here as a celebrity, as a government contractor, and now as a political entity. Does this help to rehabilitate his image after a couple of tough weeks in the White House?
It's been a few tough weeks for him because there's been a lot of outcry that we've talked about in this space against the Department of Government Efficiency, this initiative, which is not really a department, but a push moving through federal agencies to cut workers and cut programs, and doing so pretty brusquely in the view of many federal workers who've lost their jobs or resigned under pressure, and people seeing the risk that may be posed to other benefits and programs that they've enjoyed. That hasn't worn well with Elon Musk's reputation, not only here in Washington, but outside. This may give it a little bit of a boost because people love the space program. It's been, an enduringly popular government endeavor, and, seeing a success like this can help Musk, but there is a lot to outweigh right now, as we know.
Well, and when we consider the Department of Government Efficiency and the cuts that it's been pursuing, Keith, some of those have come for NASA. What is lost if we have a smaller space agency?
Well, it's just starting, and I'm an expert on one little agency, that's NASA, but this is pervasive across the entire government here in Washington, D.C. Everybody's wondering if they'll have a job tomorrow. That's a real thing. I mean, if you suddenly didn't have the money for your rent or your mortgage, I mean, that is a real thing that virtually every government employee in D.C. and around the country is worried about. At NASA, you got folks there who would literally work for food if they could be involved with the space program. I was one of them. Okay, so you got a really motivated group of people here, and they want to do this, but at the same time, you got to pay the bills. And you got to plan ahead for your family. And that's the conundrum that you see right now. How do you explore the universe when you don't know if you're going to get a paycheck? And it's great that SpaceX is doing this. It is cheaper to do it this way. A lot of the people who work on SpaceX worked at NASA. They're using NASA technology and making it even better. But at the end of the day, you got to have some predictability about where you're going to go. And it may be fine that you cut people and say it's more efficient, but they're going to cut the budgets as well. So who's going to pay for this stuff? No answers yet. That's what's got people really frustrated.
Keith Cowing is editor of NASA Watch and, of course, worked for the agency, as you've been hearing, as we spend time as well with Mike Shepard here in Washington. Keith, can you tell us and our listeners and viewers what's happening next here? We've obviously got a recovery ship and a lot of people out on the ocean right now with some work left to do.
Well, you've got inside the capsule, you got 4 people. Sonny's a naval aviator, so I don't think she's getting seasick, but she's been in space for a long time. So I think everybody, when you go through these different things where you're spinning around in your wait list, I'm lucky. I never get sick. I don't take medications, but some people could suddenly have issues. And so you're kind of taking it really easy right now, not moving your head around a lot, even though you're jostling around. You may be taking off your gloves, but you're getting ready to get out of the capsule. But the bulk of the work otherwise is them talking to the guys outside who are knocking on the windows and saying, okay, we're good with that. And as you see from this shot from NASA TV now, they're backing into where yeah, you can see it. As a matter of fact, they're backing into where the capsule is, and that device there on the deck will grab it and bring it up. And then the slow process of opening it up and bringing them out one by one in the little stretchers. You take your time on this because, again, for 2 of these people, Earth is a weird planet that they haven't been on for quite some time.
Well, certainly, and we've already kind of touched on the physical changes these astronauts will go to, but I would imagine, Mike, there might be some media inquiries. There might perhaps, judging by at least recent history in this White House, when we looked at the return of Mark Fogel, who was held hostage in Russia, perhaps a trip to the White House to meet with the president.
I think we can count on a trip to
morning.
the White House. Tomorrow morning may be a little bit too soon, given all the givens that we've just talked about, but we can expect them to appear with the president and Elon Musk at some point soon. And I've been refreshing the Truth Social page for President Donald Trump to see if he has already posted something. I haven't seen anything yet. Likewise, on X, we can look for Elon Musk to do the same. But yeah, they will try to bring the astronauts in the way that you mentioned, Kaylee, with some of the hostages who've been held overseas and brought back home, thanks to the negotiations led by the president's team. And while they were, held, in space under very different circumstances, it nonetheless is something that the administration would like to embrace as a victory.
Yeah, that's for sure. Does that worry you, Keith, to see NASA in the center of a political story like this?
It's a lot of nonsense, quite frankly. They could have come home at any time. And again, this is like when I went to these remote islands up near the North Pole. It's hard to get to, hard to live there, hard to get back. You have people who do logistics, and they plan for things and people to move back and forth, and they try to do it as economically as possible so you can do the job you're being sent to these faraway places to do. They talk to these guys and say, are you cool with staying up there longer? If they had flown earlier, they would have had to bump some people and spend another $100 million, which they didn't have, on an extra flight. So this idea that Musk says he offered it to NASA earlier, I've talked to everybody responsible, and none of them have ever heard anything. This includes the former administrator and his deputy. Never heard a discussion about doing anything earlier, and they were apprised of the plan. But again, look, the SpaceX capsules work perfectly, and I think everybody knew that. So they knew that when the Boeing thing wasn't working, we got SpaceX. We got these guys up there. There's always too much work to do in space. So let's just, turn lemons into lemonade, which is what they did. Nobody was stuck. They had a great time. Yeah. Now they're home.
Well, you said something important, Keith, because we've heard as well from administrators at NASA, from leadership at NASA, that his offer never got to headquarters. That's what you understand as well.
Absolutely. I've talked to people who literally would have been in the meetings and either been told or told of the meeting, and they said, Keith, this is news to us. These are people I've known for decades. People I know have talked to Bill Nelson and to Pam Melroy. They heard nothing of this. It just popped up in the middle of some tweet or something like that. But again, look, they went up, they did their job, they're back. They're apparently happy and smiling. If the White House needs to do some politics with this, whatever. At the end of the day, the space program is going to go on, and the good people who make it happen are going to do their job. So let them do the politics. I'm just interested in the outer space.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people feel that way as well. And that, again, Mike, speaks to the whole commercialization of outer space effort, because people who aren't astronauts still might want to take a joyride. Looking at my co-host, Joe Matthew, here.
We're taking numbers, right, Joe? We'll try to put our money together
I'll
to
watch
do this.
you two from the ground,
right.
where I'm gravitationally pulled.
Right, you can anchor our launch. But you're right, Kaylee. This is something that a lot of people would like to be part of. And there is no shortage of tech billionaires and others. And Keith was talking about one who's now the new NASA administrator, but others who've made their fortunes and would like to spend a little bit of it, achieving that dream that a lot of us saw during childhood, watching the Apollo and space shuttle flights as well.
How true. What should be done with these two astronauts to help the cause? It's not just going to be a moment at the White House for Donald Trump to kind of take credit for bringing them home. I suspect Elon Musk will be there with them. You can imagine the optics of an event like that. This is an opportunity for NASA, though, to tell a story that resonates with people, that might increase interest in their mission.
Yeah, it is hard, though, these days, because the era of those kinds of ticker tape parades, for example, the Apollo astronauts, which I remember as a youngster watching on television, that really drummed up that kind of interest. And, those big moments like the Apollo-Soyuz mission and the Skylab research that was done, everything was very new and innocent. A lot of it changed politically, even with the space shuttle program after the 2 accidents that we all know too well. In this case, it would be getting them out in public and getting the story out. Part of this also will be driven by none other than Elon Musk, because one of his burning ambitions, and one that actually drove him to Donald Trump, was removing the speed bumps to getting to Mars. It is, his life's goal, and, this would help him to make the argument for it.
Well, and we just got a post on X from Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, who says our brave astronauts have safely splashed down in the Gulf of America. President Trump promised to bring them home. He did it in record time. Promises made, promises kept, he says. Keith, putting the politics of that aside, though, that is the most important part of what we've seen over the course of the last 20 minutes. These astronauts did make it safely home, and we will see them shortly.
Yeah, it's a routine. They could have done this. The scene could have happened any time in the past 8 or 9 months. Again, I'll just leave it with it's the logistics and the people who wanted to make the most of the people and the time and the budgets that they had did what they did. And, the thing is with these crew, most of these astronauts are, by the time they get back to Earth, they've had a profound experience that they want to share with everybody. Sunny is, of all the astronauts I know, she's one of the best. She even was communicating with her former grade school teachers about what was going on during her flights. So these people want to tell everybody about the excitement of space and how everybody has a relevance to it. Not just, the flyboys and flygirls, but
all right, we'll leave it on that note. Keith Cowing, editor at NASA Watch, and Bloomberg's Michael Shepard also with us for this splashdown. Thank you so much. After 286 days in space, months longer than expected, Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams are home and about to climb out of that capsule in the Gulf of America.
That's right. What a gorgeous shot, and I'm glad we could bring it to you here live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Not just the launches, but the splashdowns. This is Balance of Power. We'll see you back here tomorrow on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Egress from the Dragon spacecraft. Now, here
are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling.
Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We talk about how you need young talent to ensure that India fulfills its space ambitions. How do you think this institute helps to develop talent for the future?
We access a bridge to transfer the knowledge to the student community. For the student programs, we help them in designing the things, then we help them in qualifying their payloads to meet the harsh space environments, and we offer our laboratories to test, integrate, assemble their payloads and qualify for the space conditions.
The IIAP also supports Indian space startups in designing, developing, testing, and placing their payloads on satellite launch vehicles. This wide-ranging collaboration between academia, industry, and research institutions provides fuel for India's space tech development to accelerate. Take
Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version of you. The guest who's sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old. In 2021, Zaila Avantgarde won the Scripps National Spelling Bee, but she considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player, and she has multiple Guinness World Records in juggling. A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. Zaila, so glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Truth is, we're all super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have our own limitations. When and how did you come to realize how special you are?
So that's a complicated question, I would say, because I didn't so much realize, I realized I was special, but I became special through a process of like training and stuff. If you look back on it, like I wouldn't say I popped out the womb like a genius or something like that. It's like when people would start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling or practicing at a court, people like stop and look because, hey, look at this cute little girl. I was very small when I was that age. So this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and doing all this between the legs, step backs into shots and stuff. So pretty early on, I realized that, yeah, I might be a little bit different than the average kid.
You won this like completely beloved national competition, but it's something that I think you no longer consider your main passion, or maybe you didn't even consider it your main passion then. What does basketball make you feel that spelling doesn't?
I would say basketball gives me even more of like the competitive rush. Like I just really love to compete and stuff. So like, and like spelling is more like, yes, it's not really like person-to-person competition. It's more like person versus dictionary, which is something you hear a lot from spelling bee people. It's like it's me versus the dictionary, because that's where the words are coming from. Whereas with basketball, it's more like physical competition, like, oh, I made it between the legs and there's this girl on me and I have to shield her off, and it's like more tangible competition as opposed to more philosophical competition of spelling.
I want to ask you about a very different kind of genius. There's this billionaire named Sam Bankman-Fried. I think you've heard of him.
Of course.
Widely considered to be the world's, great crypto genius before he was then charged with fraud, which he has denied. How should the rest of us look at people who get called geniuses, but maybe they still have shortcomings, just like everybody else?
Sometimes I feel like the term genius is like nowadays it's so loaded. Like maybe it's like, oh, it doesn't just mean, oh, look at her, she's a genius, like she's so smart or whatever. But like then like if you're labeled with that like your whole life, that kind of like puts a pressure on you. Like maybe once upon a time, like I listened to a podcast about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I don't know him personally, so I can't speak for him. But hypothetically, like he's like his parents are like, oh my God, you're so smart. He goes to accelerated programs in school, and that's just putting pressure from a very early age. Like I'm a genius, I have to be a genius, I have to always be a genius. So I always feel like people, like some of the scammers and stuff, should get maybe just a little bit of sympathy, just a little bit, because they are like causing all sorts of trouble, because like they've been considered geniuses their whole life and they had a nice business plan or something, but then it didn't work out. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to all these people who say, oh, you're a genius. That just puts a little pressure on you to like give you that extra push you needed to try to maybe go into the murky waters of life.
The murky waters of life. I want to ask you one final question about pressure. I think that there is sometimes pressure in the United States, maybe everywhere, pressure on really smart people, genius or otherwise, to use their intelligence to like make a lot of money, to be successful. And like, I guess I'm thinking specifically about the finance industry and mathematicians, but it's true of the business world. You're smart, you go make money in business. Do you have a favorite company or an industry or like a job that appeals to you?
I mean, I'm not like super like make millions of dollars. I mean, if anybody who's watching or listening wants to give me millions of dollars, please hit me up. However, like I'm interested in going to neuroscience or maybe working for NASA or maybe being an NBA head coach. But I just realized I've never thought, how much money would I get for this? Because that's not really something like I think of, because you can make a lot of money, not to sound trite, but you can also be really miserable making a lot of money. So that's not even something I actually consider, like how much money will I make? I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Zyla, you're going to cross the bridge. You're going to have a great time. I have had a great time talking to you. I'm thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me.
When you ask geniuses, as I just did, what a genius is, or if we need geniuses, or if they're a genius, the answer you'll get will be genius. It turns out that there is not one way to be a genius of finance or of art or of language, just as there is not one way to think about genius itself. What matters is not what you call unusually high levels of intelligence or talent. What matters is what you do with it. Thank you so much for watching the first episode of the Business Week Show. We'll see you again for another one soon.
I am a completely virtuous person. I have no missing virtues. But I do wish I could sing.
People clearly tend to be impatient where they should be patient.
I waste the most money on champagne. I love champagne every day. Every day I have 2 glasses of champagne. That's my thing. 2 glasses of champagne every day.
Risk is everywhere. It is a risk to get out of bed, take a sip of coffee, step into the street, shake someone's hand, eat a tuna melt. Trust risk betrayal, authenticity risk rejection, and if you want to play it safe, doing nothing risks missing out on everything. We associate risk with what you might lose, but there is no winning in the marketplace without it. If anyone ever comes up to you and offers you something that is completely risk-free, buyer beware. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about Silicon Valley Bank, which bought billions of dollars of bonds, a risk. Then the value of those bonds fell, depositors went running out the door, and the impact of that risk was one of the biggest bank failures in the history of this country. What does it feel like to take risk in business and in life? We're going to try to find out from actual risk takers. It's a risk. We're going to take it together, and we're going to take it tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, risk. The very idea of who gets to take financial risk in global markets and how they go about taking that risk, and then how they talk about that risk, changed thanks to tonight's first guest. In 2012, Jamie Rogozinski logged onto Reddit, he started a new page, and he called it Wall Street Bets. In the years that followed, it got millions of users. It sparked real frenzies in stocks like GameStop and AMC, and at one point, it got its own Super Bowl ad. But as you may imagine, things did not work out all that well for everyone, and Jamie is here tonight to tell us all about it. Jamie, seriously, thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Risk is a funny thing because it freaks some people out, me included, but there's also something about it that is so attractive and so tantalizing. Why have you been so drawn to it?
Risk is a funny thing because when people say risk, especially when you frame it that way, the implication is either there's an element of randomness, right, or that's the outcome can be very, very costly because it's either unlikely to pay out or the actual, chance of losing might be really costly. But the way that I see risk is really, if you're able to actually quantify those elements, it's really a price that you pay for an opportunity. The way that I look at risk in that sense, it's not that I'm attracted to these thrill seeks. It's, I think this is worth it, right? I think I can identify these are the probabilities or possibilities, and sometimes I can't, but at least I can map them out. And this is what the possible outcome is. And I'm like, let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. Let's really talk about that. Because what you're saying is you're really talking about what it means for something to be risky. When you started Wall Street Bets, the way you've talked about it is that you said you wanted a place where people could talk about risky ideas and they could talk about it kind of proudly, risky trade ideas. You were enabling other people to take risks. So can you tell us, like, what worries did you have at the time that things potentially could go wrong for them?
You know, my definition, my understanding and my position on risk has evolved, right? It's become clear as the years gone by. And early on, I justified this by saying, well, look, they're all adults. You have to be 18 by in order to open a brokerage. Same thing if you go to a casino, everyone can go through. And when I said I wanted to be able to discuss high risk, I wanted to discuss high risk, high return, right? It wasn't just high risk is throwing your money out the window and having it go away with 100% certainty. This was high risk with the possibility of making money. And those two obviously go hand in hand. There are some that are irresponsible with it, but I can't make myself responsible in much the same way that there's gambling addicts, right? But outside of that, what I start seeing is a learning process, much like the one that I personally went through. I lost tons of money, but I walked away with so much knowledge and understanding and hands-on experience that a textbook can never explain to you.
I want to ask you about someone who sort of counts as your really, really complete opposite, Jack Bogle. He was the founder of Vanguard. He helped popularize the very vanilla, very boring idea that if you're an investor, you can diversify your bets. He ended up popularizing the index fund. How did it feel that you, in some ways, were kind of singularly responsible for changing the way that just millions of people think about investing? What did that feel like?
It was humbling for sure. It was unexpected to see the enthusiasm. If I were to have predicted the outcome of it, it would have been people looking down at this particular type of activity. Secretly, it was almost a goal of mine. But the beauty of it is what conservative investors do, Bogle, Buffett, whatever it might be, is no different than what gamblers that literally go to sit at a roulette table do. The changes in the vision that Wall Street Bets were, it demystified the idea of finance to people that might otherwise think it's just Excel sheets and discounted cash flows.
You also took a different kind of risk and you sued Reddit and you lost. Will you tell us a little bit about what that felt like?
Terrible. Yeah, that was probably in the top 5 riskiest things, if not 3. I get kicked out, and the stubbornness behind Reddit, they never answered. I tried pleading and sorries and threats and back channels and lawyers. They would just be like, no, you're done. They got to a point where they said, no, we're done trying to negotiate. We want to take you to court with this. And I said, all right, well, I guess now I have to actually go to court. And so this is when I decided to countersue them.
So it didn't feel like a risk. It felt like just something you had to do.
I needed to do a foreclosure. I still had a chip on my shoulder, and I couldn't fully commit to anything. And I'd still kind of look at every time I'd see Wall Street bets on the news or people talking about it, it would still have that kind of sour feeling. And so, and I needed to get past that. And I'm like, look, if I lose, I lose. And then it is what it is. And it would have been the fight of the century for me, or my lifetime for me. But then I can be at peace. Right?
Is that how you feel now? Are you at peace?
Unfortunately not, because it's not over yet. I would have liked for the judge to have been like, no, dude, you lose and it's over. You know, I don't want to cover too much on the legal side of things, but the judge, let's just say they left plenty of room for maneuvering. So unfortunately, it's not over.
I was told, I really don't know what it is. I was told you brought an object, I think, that maybe encapsulates risk. I think Natasha, my colleague, is gonna pass it to us, I do believe. What is this? Okay. All right. Tell us about this guy.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah. Remind me.
So this is from a meme, right? It says, "This is fine." It's a little dog, and this encapsulates so much of both my life and my ability to handle emotions, especially with the volatility of markets, but also life in general. It gives you so many ups and downs and so many ways to go through it. Oftentimes, when faced with adversity, my composure resembles this. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Can I see him?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, this is mine now. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. Loved having you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for having me.
We have more risk coming up next. When executives across corporate America want to take a little risk or manage it, they often turn to Wall Street. And there is no entity on Wall Street with a more interesting relationship to risk, including Wall Street bets, than the company Goldman Sachs. And when I think about Goldman, which I do often because I'm a Wall Street reporter, my mind often turns to Maeve Duvally. Maeve is a longtime media executive and until recently was a managing director at Goldman. The truth of the matter is, we have a cordial relationship, but a kind of antagonistic one because it's my job to report on Wall Street's money and power, and it's her job to push back. Recently, I finished her wonderful memoir, Maeve Rising, which is an account of her journey from being a lonely and angry person to the woman who is sitting at this table with me right now. Maeve Duvally, welcome.
Max, thanks for having me. You know, I would say we don't have a antagonistic relationship. I would say that we've locked horns through the years.
Okay,
is that a better characterization?
I think that's a better characterization, but I'm going to ask you in just a couple minutes about all kinds of risks that you have taken, personally and professionally. Sure. But I feel like we should start first things first.
Yep.
Why is risk, which is really, I mean, it's just a fancy way of saying basically the things that can go wrong. Why is risk so important to the work that happens on Wall Street?
Well, from a market perspective, obviously managing market risk, managing operational risk that somebody pushes a button they're not supposed to, and the trade that happens is bigger than it was supposed to be. Those are obvious risks. And there's also kind of macro risk, right? That a central bank does something that people weren't expecting. But the kind of risk that I manage, and incidentally, everybody at Goldman Sachs is taught they have to manage, is reputational risk.
Okay, so I want to talk about 2018. I think my favorite page of your book. You put on makeup at the office for the first time. What I really want to ask about is, like, tell me about the day. Like, what do you remember in full about that day in 2018?
Well, it was the day of the Knight Bagehot Fellowship dinner, which you've probably been to. Knight Bagehot Fellowship is a fellowship for mid-career financial journalists at Columbia University. I'm a alumni of that program and also on the board of Knight Bagehot Fellowship. It's really a nice gathering. I usually look forward to the dinner, but sometime early that afternoon, I literally had this overwhelming feeling and desire that I needed to wear makeup to the event that evening. And once I had that thought, I couldn't get it out of my mind. And I bolted out the door and walked a third of a mile to the closest Sephora and bought a bunch of makeup, which I put on at the end of the day. And I went to that dinner with some makeup on for the first time.
You put on the makeup,